Telecommuni, are you able to, or we can move to another delegate? Delegate Charlene So, would you do us the honor of an invocation this morning?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, I'd be happy to. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, Heavenly Father, I come to you today. I give you all the praise and glory. I lift your name above all names, and I thank you for this day. I thank you for the blessing of our loved ones, our life, and everything that we hold in our possession, Father God. I thank you for your mercy, your grace, your forgiveness. I thank you for the protection you give us every day and the guidance when we need you. And Father God, we call upon you today as members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and our staff, Father God. We just ask that you please be with us during this meeting and that you'll continue to guide our decisions and our conversations to help us understand these issues and to help us find solutions. And Father God, we just ask that you intervene when we need you to be present. I know that there are a lot of critical issues on the nation that we cannot fix overnight, not even within a year or 2 years. Father God, everything takes time. But I ask that you lead us on this path of righteousness, and that you'll help us fix a lot of these problems. And Father God, as we approach the season of being thankful and giving, Father God, and we're remembering the reason for the season, your Son, Jesus Christ, Father God, we ask that you please be with our family members across the Navajo Nation, our mothers, our fathers, our elders, our children, our grandchildren, and especially our brothers and our sisters, our relatives that are serving in the armed forces. Father God, I ask that you lay your healing hand upon them and that you'll keep them safe. Protect us from this virus and whatever unknown illnesses that may come upon us. Let it not see us, Father God. Let it not enter our bodies. Let it not touch our flesh, Father God. Father God, I just ask that you please continue to bless our health, our mentality, and everything that we are, Father God, within our spirit. I ask that you continue to bless our families every day. Have them go to work wherever they need to be, Father God, and have them arrive back home safely. Help us lay our heads down at night to get the rest that we need. And Father God, I know so many of us, we have aching hearts. We have lost so many, and COVID is still present, Father God. Some of us have lost our loved ones. I just ask that you please continue to heal us, Father God. Give us the understanding and clarity that you will always be with us. And Father God, again, I thank you for this beautiful day. I ask that you be with our staff every day, especially those who commute a long distance, who have to drive through weather conditions. And I ask that you please send their guardian angels to be with them on a daily basis. I plead for the blood of Christ upon them and each and every one of us today and all of our Navajo people, Father God. I love you in Jesus Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Delegate So, for that wonderful invocation. Committee members, good morning. Good morning to everyone listening on the World Wide Web and calling in via Zoom. Thank you for participating in your Navajo Nation government and your care for our people and the well-being of the nation. It's 10:19. We've now completed the call of the meeting to order, our roll call and our invocation. Item 2 is recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. So the floor is open, colleagues, if you would like to text in or request to speak at this time. Second call for recognized guests and visiting officials. Third call, we'll move on down to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Staff, can you please read the proposed agenda into the record? Thank you.
Yes, Speaker Pro Temp, and good morning to the delegates as well as participating audience. This is the proposed agenda for the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular meeting held via telecommunications. Today's date is Thursday, December 8th, 2022, 10 o'clock a.m. Presiding, Honorable Speaker Pro Temp Carl Slater, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 4 of them. September 22nd, 2022, October 13th, 2022, November 4th, 2022, and November 10th, 2022. 5, receiving reports. Report A, an update report from the Navajo Nation Department of Health on the recent public health emergency order number 2022-010, re-emphasizing safer at home order and updating gathering limits. Report B, update report from the Office of the Speaker and the Auditor General on pending conditions of appropriations and/or legislative concerns regarding the establishment of a legislative branch human resource section and the audit of the Office of the Speaker, CS-49-21. Report C, update report from the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, regarding water cards revoked from Navajo Nation citizens. Report D, update report from the Division of Community Development, DCD, and the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office, NNFRF, on the status of the chapter project submitted for ARPA eligibility. 6, old business, there is none. 7, new business. A, consent agenda, legislation 0194-22, legislation 0196-22, legislation 0222-22, legislation 0223-22, legislation 0230-22, legislation 0217-22, legislation new business B, legislation 0218-22, C, legislation 0109-22, D, legislation 0157-22, E, legislation 0176-22, F, legislation 0182-22, G, legislation 0187-22, H, legislation 0193-22, I, legislation 0198-22, J, legislation 0190-22, K, legislation 0224-22, L, legislation 0227-22, M, legislation 0228-22, 8, close of meetings, announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Committee members, you have the proposed agenda before you. I just want to make note that you see under item 7A, there was a request from many colleagues for a consideration of a consent agenda due to the length of the agenda and some of the items that are specifically about reauthorizations of 638 programs, including our Navajo Nation ICWA program and several other items. So that goes from 7A 194.22 all the way to, I think, 217.22, if I'm reading this correctly. And then you see item B, which is 218.22. That's where it initiates the remainder of the new business. And those items would not be included on the consent agenda. So as Chair Pro Tem, I will entertain a motion to adopt the proposed agenda.
Commissioner Smith, motion. Second, Alona.
We have a motion from Shache Delegate Raymond Smith and a second from Delegate Halona. Committee members, are there any additions or deletions?
Honorable Chair Carl Slater. Request to speak, Daniel So.
Shania, you're recognized.
Chair Lasitele, Ado Shanandai, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and all the folks that are on the call. Yat in hidini to listo kwai gisato ti sa betan hodit ai gisa pido so nson ye sato sadet ahoko. I would motion to amend the agenda to add 0075-22, the legislation to establish an outdoor recreation fund. That would be my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes a motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Rick Mays, seconds.
Eugene So.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the motion from Delegate Daniel So and the second from Delegate Ricky Nez. Is there any discussion on this item, committee members? Oh, sorry. Let's read the title of the legislation into the record. Staff, can you do that?
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem. The title of the resolution is that an act relating to the budget and finance, resources and development, health, education and human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10 million from the Sihasin Fund to establish a new outdoor recreation fund for the Navajo Nation. This is legislation tracking number 0075-22. Primary sponsor is Carl Slater. And then we do have co-sponsor Amber Knazba-Crotty. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Delegate Rick Mays, request to speak, sir.
Shanella, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Honorable Slater. Health Education Human Services Committee approved the legislation yesterday, 0201-22. That's for cemetery and burials. So I would like to ask Honorable Chairman Daniel So if he would add this onto this Amendment 1 for the agenda approval. Thank you.
Chair So, do you recognize, sorry, do you consent to the request for modification?
Chair Lasitele, Chair Pro Tem, Ado Sitele, Honorable Rick Nez. I will abide by the request and add it to the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Chair Ricky Nez, I presume that you will consent to your own request. So staff, can you please read the full title of 20122 into the record, please?
Yes, that is legislation 0201-22, an act relating to law and order, resource and development, health, education and human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Code 13 in NC sections 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904, 1906, 1951, 1952, and 1953. The sponsor is Delegate Ricky Nez and the co-sponsors Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have Amendment 1 to the agenda. It includes legislation 7522 and 20122. The chair is open to discussion. Discussion on Amendment 1 going twice. Going 3 times. Staff, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on Amendment number 1?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Claudia, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Miller votes green.
Honorable Pernell
Freeland
Halona
votes green
votes
too.
green. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Presiding Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater, not voting.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we've passed amendment number 1 to the legislation. And to the agenda. Is there any further discussion on the agenda?
Pro Tem Speaker.
Naabik'íyáti, you're recognized. Thank you.
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker, thank you. Also, members of the council and everyone that's listening online and individuals that are at the chambers. Just 2 things I want to share. The CSN funds, I would ask and consider you, Pro Tem Speaker, with the staff that we develop an agenda for a special session as soon as possible for all the items that are approved for the CSN. And then secondly, I know I wanted to make a quick announcement, but I know I congratulate our new leaders that are coming in, and I just would like to ask Pro Tem Speaker that with the delegates that are not coming back, that the staff will help with the exiting process in the timely manner, sir. So I left messages for our chief of staff and then also our speaker, Mr. So I just want to re-emphasize that. So that's all I have, Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, sir.
Thank you very much, Delegate Yazzie. I'll make sure to pass on the second item of concern related to the exit process to Speaker So and to Chief of Staff Yazzie, and make sure that they get back with you. With respect to the first item, were you requesting that the legislations that are currently on here that are citizen allocations, that we defer that to another meeting? I kind of missed what you said, or were you just requesting for a special council session after they move out of Nabi?
Pro Tem Speaker, sir, no, what I requested is that once we approve all the CSN funds, that we look into a special session before Christmas, sir.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I'll make sure to convey that to Speaker So. I believe he is aware of that concern for many delegates, so thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Slater, Delegate Daniel So requests to speak.
You're recognized, sir.
Oh, Ashatla Satila. As you had requested, I would like to motion to adopt a consent agenda item. All those that you had previously enumerated, I think was all the way to item I, was it? That would be my motion to put those on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Shania. So right now, we have a consent agenda, and it's 7A. And it includes 1, 2, 3, 4 different 638 reauthorizations. And then there's 2 legislations that are position statements, or one is a position statement, and then one is the reinstatement of an individual to the Navajo Nation. And I believe that the staff worked with Speaker So to put on the non-controversial consent agenda items. Now, the other items that are on the agenda that was posted are eligible for inclusion in the consent agenda. So if there are any delegates who are interested in adding to the consent agenda, they may do so at this time. I'll just share that, if there is legislation that a delegate would request to include in the consent agenda, they are more than welcome to make that motion. and it would just be an addition to item 7A. But traditionally, we only add items to the consent agenda that have been on the posted agenda. And right now, there are no items on here. Well, I should take that back. You know, for the CHISN allocations, that requires a 2/3 affirmative vote of the council. Correct, staff? Yes. So that's not a requirement at the NABI level, so you could still include those on the agenda, on the consent agenda. But those are just a couple items that I wanted to provide for clarification. So you mentioned item I. Were you requesting that specific legislation 19822 be included in the consent?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I will withdraw that motion. Leave it as is, as was published. Thank you.
Okay.
Pro Tem Speaker, just Chair Smith, thank you.
You're up now, Shache. Please go ahead. Delegate Smith, we can't hear you.
Yeah, let me use your phone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to add on to the consent, and thank you everybody for allowing me to speak here. Item D, 0157-22 to the consent. That's the extension of the CAP 35-18, and it's non-controversial. I'd like to put that as, and that's going to be going to Navajo Nation Council as we do move this forward once it's if it is approved by consent, or if it's not. I appreciate that. Shananta, Satsui, thank you.
I'll just go ahead and read it since I have it in front of me. Legislation 15722, an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP 3518, CHISN Fund Power Line and Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan to extend project completion deadlines for an additional 24 months. Now, the chair will entertain a second to the motion.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Okay. The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Raymond Smith and a second from Delegate Daniel So. Committee members, discussion on amendment number 2. The floor is open.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Teshima, you're recognized.
So I'm looking at the Zoom. I'm on the Zoom. I appreciate staff. What is not clear in how we add items onto our agenda is, I understand you've read the title into the record. Can our staff also put that language on for the amendment? What's happening now is when a delegate is asking to add to amendment, then I have to go back and see what the legislation was. And that would be helpful in terms of where these are being placed on the legislation, because Delegate Smith is asking for this to be on the consent agenda.
So is your request to have the full title of the legislation included in the screen that you're seeing right now?
It would be, especially when we start talking about the consent agenda, because you have to read through it to see if you have any questions or concerns regarding the consent agenda, and adding it as an amendment. So then while we wait, and I would need to know, my question would be, so that's the request for staff. And my question would be for this legislation, in terms of the consent agenda, if Delegate Smith can just elaborate in terms of why this legislation should be on the consent agenda, and so this legislation, although it could help with the Sehastin projects, Delegate Smith had sponsored a similar legislation, and at that time I had asked for an amendment because of COVID and because we do not know how long it will take for some of these Sehastin projects to get off the ground. If that 24-month expiration date, that was something invented by a former delegate, and that delegate was Leonard Sosi. And that's how New Mexico then has also implemented a 24-month period for projects. But Navajo Nation doesn't complete projects in 24 months. And so this legislation, I would say, should not be on the consent agenda, because as a council, we should modify that. And why should our projects be in danger of being recaptured if the central Navajo Nation government has not implemented a way to expedite these projects? We have projects that have been approved for many years, and there hasn't been a solid plan on how to expedite, and understanding that COVID delayed these projects. And so I'm not clear why the legislation would add or extend an expiration date that clearly doesn't meet the needs of our people, because there's little to no evidence that any project has been completed within the 24 months. Thank you. And so I'd like to offer an amendment to that legislation.
Okay, would you still like me to go back to Delegate Smith, or do you just want to have it removed from the consent agenda?
The amendment is to add onto the consent agenda. So my request pro tem is for the motioning party to request to add on to the amendment, but not to be added onto the consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, the legislation's currently on the agenda, so there's two options. We don't add it to the consent agenda today, and you're able to offer the amendment at today's Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, or you could offer it at the Navajo Nation Council session. And for everyone's information, Speaker So has informed me that December 15th is the date that they are targeting with legislative services and staff in the Speaker's office to conduct a Navajo Nation special council session. So please make note of that. Delegate Crotty, if we're going to consider the legislation, then I guess I would hold off on going to Delegate Smith now, because we're just going to be duplicating a conversation that we'll have when item D comes up. So Delegate Smith, there has been an objection to including 157.22 in the consent agenda, so it will not be considered as a part of that. Thank you. Committee members, the floor is open at this time.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
You're recognized. Good morning. Delegate Charles Newton, can you hear me?
Pro Tem.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
we hear you now.
Yes,
Thank you.
can you hear me? Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for recognizing me. I'd like to amend the agenda. I know that I have I have three legislations on the agenda. I am here at the Tribal Interior Budget Council, and I just learned today that I've been nominated to be co-chair for TIBIC. The vote will be happening, I believe, tomorrow. However, there's a lot of information that will be shared today regarding the federal budget that's coming down. So at this time, I would like to request legislation number 0227-22, as well as legislation 0193-22 being moved to the next Naabik'íyáti and again, the 0193-22, I am co-sponsor for. I am here with Speaker Otto So, as well as Delegate Kealan-Begay. Navajo does have 2 votes at TIBIC, so it's very important that we be here, especially with the federal budget coming down. And so 0193-22, I did speak to Speaker So, and we're okay with moving that to the next NABI. 0227-22, another legislation that I am sponsoring. I'd like to move that to the next NABI as well. That's the amendment that I'd like to make at this time. I know in the past, Speaker Damon has requested that we make amendments separate. However, at the same time, I would like to ask my colleagues whether we should consider getting the reports today or wait until then, the next NABI, or maybe try to figure out how to do the reports, because we do have several legislations to get through, for today. So I don't know if there's maybe a delegate that wants to do a motion to amend the agenda to either move the reports to the end of the legislation or remove the reports altogether. But that's what I would like to state at this time. And I do apologize. We didn't know that they were going to be accepting nominations. And because Navajo is the only tribe that has 2 votes, the proposal was made to recommend Navajo for chair to TIBIC. Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations. That's great news to hear. We need a Navajo co-chair at TIBIC, so I really hope you get it. Everyone on the line should send their prayers over there. Now, with respect to your amendment, I'll recognize the motion to defer 193-22 and 227-22 to the next agenda. And then within that amendment that you're proposing, we can have a discussion if our colleagues agree or would like to have that on whether to modify the agenda related to putting reports at the end or deferring them to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. So the chair, since I have it in front of me, I'll read it, and then staff, I'll ask that you put this on the board. Legislation 193-22, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, the Naabik'íyáti committees, and Navajo Nation Council, amending 12 NNC subsection 820N to change the lapse of certain appropriations. Sponsor, Honorable Otto So, co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Now, legislation 227-22, an action relating to resources and development, Naabik'íyáti committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, adopting the latest International Building Code, parentheses, ICC's 2021 International Building Code, end parentheses, as applicable to commercial and government buildings constructed by the Navajo Nation government and its entities and political subdivisions. Sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Committee members, you've heard the titles of both legislations. Is there a second to Delegate Charles Newton's request?
I'll second it, Casey.
Chair recognizes a second from Delegate Eugene So. Committee members, the floor is open to discussion. Going twice on discussion for amendment number 2. Going 3 times, amendment number 2, I'll just reiterate, is to defer legislation 227-22 and legislation 193-22 to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Staff, can you please do a roll call vote on amendment 2?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
This is
Honorable-
Delegate Charles Newton. I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Presiding Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Pro Tem Speaker, that changes the vote to 18 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Halon votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Pro Tem Speaker, that changes the vote to 19 delegates in favor, and 0 delegates who oppose, with yourself not voting.
Thank you very much. Amendment 2 passes. Committee members, the floor is open.
Delegate Slater, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I be recognized for an amendment to the agenda?
Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I would like to amend the agenda to move the reports after the legislation. And the reason for that is we have a lengthy agenda before us. Many of them do deal with, so I know there's going to be a lot of questions. In addition to that, 2 other legislations have been added to the agenda. So if we could move the reports to, I guess, after the legislation, Speaker Pro Tem, that's my motion.
Thank you very much. Right now, reports are under item 5. So there would be a new item 5, and that would be old business, which is none, and then new business would become item 6. And then after new business, we would have item 7, and that would be reports. Committee members, is there a second to Delegate Charles Newton's motion? Oh, Shache. I am now joined in the chamber by Delegate Wanika. Is there anyone else out there? Okay. They've set up all the Christmas lights in here, and if you have astigmatism like I do, it just looks like a bunch of bulbs, reflections shooting back at your face. So, or it looks like when you go into, was it hyperdrive in Star Wars? And yeah, hyperspeed, warp speed. Okay. So we have a motion from Delegate Charles Newton, a second from Delegate Wanika to move the reports to after new business. Committee members, there's discussion on the proposed amendment number 3. The floor is open. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Delegate Slater, if I could ask staff, as I mentioned before, the Zoom, when we call on the Zoom and I'm on Zoom trying to follow the agenda to make sure what's being proposed, Pro Tem, can you ask the staff to share their screen so individuals who are on the Zoom call can follow the agenda? That would be helpful. Second is, in terms of this motion, the question to the motioning party is, these reports were on our last agenda and were moved, we're on the, I believe, the special council session agenda. And the legislations went first and we weren't able to get to the reports. I'm not in favor of moving the reports after the legislations, since we do have a consent agenda for time-sensitive legislation. There's critical questions that this council, this committee needs to ask the Auditor General regarding the audit of the Office of the Speaker and the other legislative concerns that the Office of the Speaker need to address. And my concern is if we move the reports to after the legislation, then we won't be able to hear those formal updates. We can ask, and it's up to this body in terms of how many questions they ask, but each of the reports, I believe, are given about 10 to 20 minutes. And that should be sufficient time so that we're given the report, and then as a body, we can move forward with either directives. But the reports were added at the request of delegates to hear this information. And so I'd respectfully ask the motion party to withdraw their motion, allow for the reports to take place, and then we can move forward with the agenda, which includes the consent agenda, to move forward some of the more time-pressing legislations that have no comments or no questions, no amendments, and how to move forward. Thank you, Pro Tem Delegate Slater.
Thank you very much, Delegate Crotty. Now, there's a request to withdraw the amendment motion. So I'll go to Delegate Charles Newton. Delegate Charles Newton, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I do want to say thank you, Delegate Crotty, for making that point, and also asking that I withdraw my motion. But at the same time, we do have pressing legislations that need to go through the process. I would just say that I guess it would be up to the delegates in terms, because I think there's 12 legislations that we have to get through. So 2 were removed, but 2 were also added on as well. And we do have a consent agenda that is being proposed. But I think the questions, or if there are any amendments that would be made to those citizen legislations, is going to take up more time. And I'm not asking that the reports be removed altogether. I'm only asking that we get through the legislations first, because I think that those are a little bit more pressing at the moment. But I'll leave it to the delegates. It's just a motion that has been approved by a second. But at this time, I'm going to keep my motion, and I hope that Delegate Edison-Wanika keeps his second in place as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just asked Delegate Wanika here, and he would like to maintain his second on this motion. And Ms. Cook has informed me that for report 5B, which is from the Auditor General, there was a written report provided. That report will be emailed out, as well as all of the presentations that have been sent in to the Office of Legislative Services for all of our legislations. Committee members, is there further discussion on amendment number 3? Delegate Crotty, I understand you have a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Slater. I appreciate if staff can forward out those written reports, and if they could be posted on the Office of Legislative Services website for individuals who are following and tracking those reports. I'd appreciate that. The second area in terms of how to move forward with these legislations, if staff can remind this committee, there was a tabling motion on Delegate Yazi's legislation for funding, and it was a tabling motion to have a work session to discuss how to utilize Sihasid, can I get from staff what was that tabling motion request for that legislation so I could understand how to move forward with some of these requests for funding? Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I'm looking for the legislation that you're referring to. Do you happen to know the number off the top? Is this 22422? No, that's not funding legislation. I do not see a legislation from Delegate Yazzie requesting funding. If it's not on the agenda, do you still want to have that information, or was that only in the context of it being included in the agenda?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. My request to staff is that was a funding legislation that was tabled. And I would like to know what the language of that tabling, I'm sorry, I can hear background noise, whoever's talking at the council chamber. So what I would ask then from staff is what was that tabling language, as because there was a discussion on how we were going to address collectively these funding legislation. So Delegate Yazzie's, I'm on dibs, Delegate Yazzie's legislation.
Pro Temp Chair.
Yes, Delegate Yazzie might have that number. Thank you. I'll defer to Delegate Yazzie. Thank you.
Delegate Yazzie, you're recognized now.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Crotty, for bringing up the legislation. It was tabled because, yes, you are correct, Ms. Crotty, that it needed to go through a work session for delegates who wanted to add amendments. That work session has been completed, and so now it is just awaiting a special session. That was the reason why I made the indication this morning, Pro Temp Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Crotty. Hello?
Thank you, Delegate
Okay,
Yazzie.
okay.
I'm confirming with the staff right now, and we're going to provide an answer to Delegate Crotty in one moment.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Excuse me, who was that who just interjected? Is that Mr. Rico? Okay, thank you very much. We have determined what took place. And I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Johnson to explain what has transpired in legislation 15922.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem. Delegate Prodi, the legislation mentioned would be legislation 0159-22. And that legislation was tabled with the Navajo Nation Council on October 18, 2022 during the fall session. And the language to that is motion to table legislation 0159-22 and bring back no later than the end of the fall session to allow time for possible amendments to be drafted. That legislation was then brought back on October 19th, the following day, and was referred back to the Naabik'íyáti committee and bring back no later than 30 days for further discussion on current modifications and to allow more time for possible amendments to be drafted. And that legislation was heard at the Naabik'íyáti committee on November 10, 2022. Discussion was made and it was referred back to Navajo Nation Council. So it currently is standing at Navajo Nation Council with no other modifications yet. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. So that is where legislation 15922 stands. Committee members, colleagues. The floor is open. In that legislation, I think it's page 116 of 117. That's where there's the item showing that it was passed and referred back to the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Crotty, you recognize? Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem, Delegate Slater and staff. So I do now understand Delegate Yazi's comments earlier on the agenda, and I appreciate that clarification. Pro Tem, I'd like to ask, I have not seen the written reports, but my concern for Report B in the request is an update report from the Office of the Speaker and Auditor General on pending conditions of appropriation and or legislative concerns regarding the establishment of a legislative branch human service section and the audit of the Office of Speaker. I'd like my request to the amending party is if we could keep Report B before the legislations and not bury it after the agenda, because we have not seen movement on this audit on the Office of the Speaker. It was passed by council, signed by the president last year, and so it's been over 12 months. And my concern is in terms of all of the transition and transparency that's being requested, that this body should understand why there currently has not been an audit. What are some of the challenges? And our Auditor General is acting in, I believe, a delegated term, and the Auditor General is under the legislative branch. So this is completely an issue under the legislative or under the council. And I would request if Delegate Charles Boone can modify her amendment and keep Report B and move the remaining reports after the legislation in terms of as a compromise, and what are some of the issues that need to be heard before others lead the call for other meetings. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. There's a request to modify to Delegate Charles Newton and to Delegate Wanika. Maintain item 5B and defer the other reports to after new business.
Delegate Slater, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the comments and the request. So first, I want to state for the record, we're not trying to bury any of the reports. We're just simply moving it to the end of the agenda to hear the legislation first. So I want to make that clear, and I want to put it on the record that we're not trying to, I'm not requesting this motion to bury the report. I agree that the report should be on the website and it should be sent out if allowed. So I want to make that clear. Number two is in terms of the request with the audit, I think we received that. We received a written report, if I'm not mistaken. I did speak to Speaker So, and he said that we did receive that in a written report. So again, I think that, you know, if we are going to post it, if it's allowed, you know, we should do that. But I think that the motion should stand only because these legislations have to go through the process, and we're on a very, very strict timeline in terms of getting this done. If we get these legislations to Office of Legislative Services by the end of today, they have to make the changes with the amendments. And usually on average, my understanding is it takes them a few days, a couple of days to do that. Then it goes across the street and we have to give it 10, we have to give President Nez 10 days to either veto the legislation for those that are dealing with funds, line item veto. For those legislations that are vetoed completely, we would still need time to, in the event that we want to override the veto, we have to give ourselves time for that. And so at this point, because we are running against the calendar, you know, we have to get the legislation through at the latest next week. And that's based on the 10 days, giving the president, and then also giving us, you know, the opportunity to override if the legislation calls for it. So the reports, you know, we can hear the reports. And again, I'm not asking that they be removed completely, but in the event that they're not heard, we could also call a special meeting where we could hear the reports. And that could be through NABI again, or, you know, we could call a work session. I think there's different ways that we could still hear the report and still be focused. But in terms of the legislation, we are on a very, very strict timeline. But I will leave it to Delegate Addison Winika, who is the second on this, and then leave it to the delegates to vote on. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Winika has indicated that he's going to maintain his second unmodified. Any members, is there any further discussion on amendment number 3?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you recognized?
Yes, thank you. Depending how this vote is, I'd like staff, our Chief of Staff, to be able to answer the question who delegated the current Auditor General. And I think it's important in reading this written memo in terms of how this audit is being handled, and in terms of looking at how this council will need to address an unbiased management of this audit request. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, you're asking who provided the delegation memo for the current Auditor General or Delegated Auditor General?
Pro Tem, I'm asking who delegated the Auditor General. So we do not have a permanent Auditor General since Elizabeth Begay left, and we have a delegated Auditor General.
Thank you. Give me one moment, please. Delegate Crotty, we don't have anyone from the Speaker's office participating in this meeting, so it's just the Office of Legislative Services and myself and Delegate Wanika out there. So I gotta be honest, I can't get that immediately right now. I can give you some information as I understand it, and that is there should be a standing delegation memo that goes into effect when there is new management of the branch. So that would mean that at the beginning of the 24th council session, when Speaker Damon was selected, he then would issue that delegation memo to our current delegated Auditor General. And then there would be a time frame for that effectiveness. It could be until there's a permanent one selected or for a certain number of days. But beyond that, I can't provide you any information at this time, but I'm happy to continue looking into it as we proceed forward.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your reflection. That is exactly what I'm looking for. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I mean, I will say that I know the current Auditor General was delegated by the prior speaker as well. So I'm giving you what I think is the case, but I don't have any delegation memos in front of me right now. I'll try and get one of the Office of Legislative Services staff to go and get in contact with the Auditor General's office.
Thank you.
Okay, the floor is open, committee members, colleagues. Going twice. Going 3 times, staff, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 3, and that is to move reports after legislation.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Oh, green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with Presiding Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Amendment number 3 passes, 14 in favor, 6 opposed, 2 not voting. Committee members, the floor is open on the review and modification of the agenda. Going twice. Going 3 times. Staff, can you please read the amended agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The first amendment is to add legislation 0075-22 and 0201-22. These will be at the end of the agenda, and it will be L and M, I believe. And then amendment number 2 is to take legislation 0193-22 and 0227-22 and defer those to the next Naabik'íyáti meeting. You have amendment number 3, which is to move the reports to after the legislations. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Staff, please proceed to a roll call vote on the agenda as amended.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henny votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Chairman, I vote green. Oh, sorry, I got kicked off the phone. It's Freeland.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Pro Tem Speaker, that changes the vote to 18 delegates in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. You have journals from September 22nd, October 13th, November 4th, and November 10th, 2022. The chair is open to a motion to adopt.
Does Henyo motion to adopt all the time? Second, Delegate Halona.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Henyo and a second from Delegate Halona. Is there any discussion, committee members? Going twice?
This is Delegate Crotty. I could not hear Chairman Henyo. And again, looking at the Zoom, what was the request? Thank you.
Thank you. We're at item 4, review and adopt the journals. We have journals from September 22nd, October 13th, November 4th, and November 10th. And Delegate Henyo was motioning to adopt the journals for those dates.
Okay, thank you. If I could have staff put that on the Zoom, that just makes it so much easier. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Okay, we have that on the Zoom now. Committee members, any discussion on the journals? Going twice? Going three times? Staff, can you please do a roll call vote on the adoption of the journals for September 22nd, October 13th, November 4th, and November 10th? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Claudia. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona, how do you vote?
Lone votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henny votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green. Okay, but
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Okay.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up once more, Honorable Vince James, how did you vote? Honorable Vince James?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, excuse me, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater is not voting. So with that, the vote comes to 18 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Delegate Crotty has an update. There was a memo forwarded to me that the Speaker's office was able to get from the Auditor General. And it's in regard to the delegation. So there's a January 2nd, 2019 delegation of Auditor General position. And I'm just going to read it out loud since this was brought up earlier, and then we'll email it out. But it was signed by former Speaker Bates. Effective immediately, current Principal Auditor Helen Brown is hereby delegated to serve in the capacity of the Auditor General until such time that the Navajo Nation Council makes a selection of an Auditor General. She is delegated to carry out all duties and responsibilities of the Auditor General. Your cooperation with Ms. Brown and her office is greatly appreciated. If you have any questions, then just provide some contact information for a prior Chief of Staff. So I hope that answers that. I thought that there was another memo from the current or the immediate past administration, but perhaps there isn't. We have staff continuing to look. Moving on, we're on item 5, old business. There's none. Item 6A, consent agenda. Staff, can you please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda, item A, legislation 0194-22. This is an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving and authorizing a renewal contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC section 5301 et skew parentheses PL 93-638 as amended, parentheses, for a 5-year term for the Indian Child Welfare Act program beginning January 1st, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2027, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for a period of the contract period. Sponsors, Honorable Carl Slater. Co-sponsor, Honorable Amber Kanazba Crotty. Co-sponsor, Honorable Otto So. This Naabik'íyáti is the final committee, and per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic recording, voice recording. Legislation 0196-22, an action relating to the resource and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving and authorizing a renewal contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 (ETSQ) parentheses PL 93-638 as amended parentheses for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1st, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2027 for the Water Development Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for a period of the contract period. Sponsor, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., co-sponsor, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Naabik'íyáti Committee is the final committee, and per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0222-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving and supporting the Navajo Department of Health's written comments to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Annual Regional Tribal Consultation. The sponsor is Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Naabik'íyáti Committee is the final committee, and per Council Rule of Order, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0223-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement of Haley A. Lizer as a member of the Navajo Nation. The sponsor is Honorable Edison J. Wanika. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0230-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving new grant applications to the Indian Health Service for the Special Diabetes Program for Indians. Funding announcement number HH-2023- that there is a typo. It's supposed to be IHS, not HIS. SDPI-000-1 for the Navajo Department of Health and Tribal Organizations for a period of 5 years starting 2023 through 2027. Sponsor is Honorable Edison J. Wanika, co-sponsor Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsor Honorable Daniel E. So. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order number 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation number 0217-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 (ETSQ) parentheses PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term beginning January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2027 for the Forestry Management Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the contract term. Sponsor is Honorable Mark Freeland. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording as Naabik'íyáti is the final committee. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, this is the
Motion,
consent
Delegate
agenda, so
Daniel
we move
Crowe.
directly to the vote. Can we get a motion and a second?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Is there a second?
Second, Thomas Walker.
Had a duel between my Chays, Thomas Walker, and Edison Wanika. So we'll recognize the second from Delegate Thomas Walker and the motion from Delegate Daniel So. Please proceed to a roll call vote on the consent agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Claudia vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chen votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote clear.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, the vote comes to 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. The consent agenda passes. We'll move on to item B. It's legislation 21822, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Sorry, was that Delegate Crotty?
Yes, sir. This is Delegate Crotty. With a point of order.
You recognized? What's the point of order?
Thank you, Pro Tem. In looking at the agenda item, my point of order is items that appear on the agenda historically have been what items, what legislations were approved to move on to Naabik'íyáti. While looking at this agenda, this next legislation has only been requested since November 4th, according to DIBS, but other legislations have been pending Naabik'íyáti approval longer. So my point of order is where in the rules for developing the agenda can I find in having the legislations that were ready first to be on the Naabik'íyáti legislation. It looks like these legislations were not put on the agenda in terms of the date that they were sent or referred to Naabik'íyáti. For example, this legislation 0218, according to DIBS, was ready for committee on November 4th, but legislation 0109-22 was ready for Naabik'íyáti back from December 21st. I'd like to get that clarification. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Point of order, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Yes, just for clarification, Speaker Pro Tem, the agenda was approved. So if there are any questions about the agenda, it should have been made at the time that the amendment for the agenda was being called. I recall the vote was 18 in favor, 1 who did oppose, but the agenda was passed with this legislation being first. So I don't see what the issue is and why it's being brought up at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to read Rule 19 since we're on our points of order for the standing committees, and NABI is a standing committee. If a motion, procedure, or remark appears to lie outside the established bounds of the committee, it shall be the right of any committee member to question the propriety of it. The matter shall be immediately brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member rising, that might be in raising, without waiting for recognition, may interrupt the speaker, even a vote, and the point of order shall not be debated. So that is a little different than I think the council rules of orders, which requires you to cite some sort of violation of the rules of order that's being broken. This is talking about the propriety and established bounds of the committee. So I will ask the Office of Legislative Counsel, who drafted the agenda, why 21822 was placed ahead of legislations that were drafted prior to it.
Point of order.
Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Speaker Pro Tem, you are questioning the agenda that was voted on by council with a majority. I'm wondering if that is within your if you can do that, because we voted on the agenda. The agenda was approved. So why are you questioning, or why are you recognizing a point of order that is being called right now in terms of the way that the legislations are being numbered on the agenda? Shouldn't that have been brought up at the time when the agenda was being debated?
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. I think that's a fair point. I guess I'm going to give you the reason for why I did that. And that is because we were arriving at legislation 21822, and it says the matter shall be immediately brought to the attention of the chairperson. And so I was finding correlation between the issue being brought up and then moving forward on getting an answer. I was not entertaining any amendment of the agenda. It was just trying to seek clarification, because I'm curious now from the Office of Legislative Services on how the order of the legislations was arrived at. And I don't think that that will change anything. This is a point of order just for information, it appears. Are we okay to just get an answer from Legislative Services on why 218 is ahead of some other legislations? We're not changing the agenda. Or no one has motion for that, I should say.
Point of order, Speaker Pro Tem?
Yes. Delegate Charles Newton?
Speaker, yes. Speaker, again, you as Speaker Pro Tem are curious about why a legislation has been put at the beginning of the agenda. you as Speaker Pro Tem should be making decisions based on the rules that are in front of you. But at the same time, Speaker Pro Tem, this council has spoken. This council spoke through a vote, and that vote was to approve the agenda as it is before us at this time. So I don't understand why a point of order was called to ask why this legislation was put first. I mean, that argument should have been made when we were amending the agenda. So as Speaker Pro Tem, you have to be neutral. And I think that just mentioning that this agenda has been approved, that's why it's on the agenda as is, that would have sufficed. But for you to say as Speaker Pro Tem that you yourself are curious as
Point
well,
of order, Delegate
I
Crotty.
think that's outside of your
Point of order,
responsibility.
Delegate Crotty.
Thank you.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So the point of order is not to be used to continue debate. I did ask for the rules on how the legislations were added to the agenda, and I am waiting for that answer. According to our rules, you have to provide an answer to the questions raised on the point of order. Thank you. As it impacts the order in which we hear the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments, Delegates Crotty and Charles Newton. I guess to take a step back, I don't think there's any reason why this has to escalate so much. We could receive a simple piece of information from the Office of Legislative Services on how the agenda is adopted. The agenda is traditionally adopted between the Executive Director of the Office of Legislative Services and the Speaker, and it's based off the Speaker's wishes for the assignment of the committee items. So that is how this was put together. It was by Speaker So and the Director of the Office of Legislative Services, who advises the Speaker on how to make that happen. That's the answer, Delegate Crotty, to your question. And we can move forward, but I do want to say there's nothing wrong with seeking information for the record, and it's not being partial to any individual or to any point, because this was not amending or modifying the agenda in any way. It was seeking information about the composition of the agenda, which was adopted by the council, and every delegate has a right to understand that further. So let's move forward. We're on item 218.22. An action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the new appendix standards for event wagering to the 2021 Arizona Gaming Compact.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Point of order is recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. My question was regarding the rules. Is there, in our law or in our rules, is there language that states that when the legislation is ready or referred to the next committee, it will be put on the agenda in the order that it was referred to the committee? That was my question on the point of order. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, there is nothing within the standing committee rules of order that identifies the order in which legislations are ordered, and especially nothing that says it has to be a legislation that was drafted earlier or moved through the process earlier than another legislation. It's the discretion of the chair to put together the proposed agenda for any standing committee. And then at the time of adoption, that is where committee members identify, a difference in that proposed agenda. Okay,
thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'll move forward on reading the title again, and then I'll hand it over to the Office of Legislative Services to read the legislation, since NABI is the final authority. So we're on 218.22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the new appendix standards for event wagering to the 2021 Arizona Gaming Compact. Sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Yes. Legislation number 218-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the new appendix, parentheses, standards for event wagering to the 2021 Arizona Gaming Compact. The sponsors Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. This legislation has an Exhibit A, Appendix K, Exhibit B, which is Naabik'íyáti Gaming Subcommittee Resolution NAGSS-02-22. There was a 5-day comment period that was completed. It was posted on November 4th. The comment period ended on November 9th. There was no comment supporting this resolution, no comments opposing this resolution, and there was no recommendations. The entirety of the legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Naabik'íyáti is the final authority for this legislation. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to adopt or consider the legislation.
Motion to adopt.
I think that was Delegate Halona and someone else.
Delegate Freeland.
Okay. The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Halona and a second from Delegate Begay on legislation 218-22. Committee members, the chair is open to discussion.
Question, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. Delegate Charles Newton, you have 20 minutes to provide a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, colleagues. We do have before us legislation 0218-22. This is a legislation approving an appendix to the Arizona Gaming Compact. As my colleagues may recall, the Gaming Compact has been negotiated, and so now what is happening is there are details, I guess, that has to be ironed out. In some cases, appendixes may be thought of as definitions. So they're going to be attached to the Gaming Compact. It's not the Gaming Compact itself. It's the attachments to the Gaming Compact that detail how specific games are going to be run, the equipment, how it's going to be managed, and then also how the security is going to be maintained. There's different types of the appendixes that get ironed out. Sometimes the state and other tribes may not have an issue with the way that that some of these details are being provided or attached to the compact, and then sometimes they do, and sometimes in most cases, actually in all cases, for Navajo, any type of appendix that requires a details to the compact have to go through NABI and Gaming Subcommittee for recommendation to NABI, and then NABI makes the approval in this case. The appendixes, they can be really technical. They're again, details that are attached to the compact. I believe in 2021, there was a gaming compact where there were several appendices that were attached. I can't say, I think there was like A, and then there was parts of F, a large part of F, and then there was J and L that was part of that appendices. So given this highly technical nature of the appendices, at that time, I believe in 2021, Council decided that future appendices will only require the approval of NABI and not have to go to Council, which is why I was saying that it does go through the Gaming Subcommittee for approval to go to NABI. Please be mindful, committee members, that these meetings are advertised and they're put out on the meeting website, but because we are talking about a compact, that's a contract between the state of Arizona and the Navajo Nation, there were some details that were not shared with the public. However, delegates were encouraged, and also many delegates did attend these compact meeting and appendix conversations, especially those who are who are delegates there in Arizona. I don't want to take too much time explaining, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time. I do have some information. However, I think it would be best that we hear directly from the consultants who have been hired by the Navajo Nation to help in ironing out some of these details. Mr. Steve Hart, are you on the line? Steve Hart, are you on the line?
Mr. Hart's here in the chamber. He's trying to get his phone unmuted.
Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to go ahead and, with your permission, turn the floor over to Steve Hart to talk a little bit about Appendix K.
Okay, he just needs 1 second to. We fed him some greasy Chinese food, so I think his finger is not, the mute button isn't working.
We're going to speak? Okay.
Okay, we're good now. You're recognized, sir.
Hello. This is Steve Hart. Chairwoman, would you like me to begin and go through the PowerPoint at this time?
Yes, Mr. Hart.
Okay, we have gone ahead and shared this screen with everyone. And so if you're on your computer, you should be able to see it. If you are here in the chambers, you should be able to see it on the screens. The topics that we're going to address are where we have been, kind of a brief history, where we are now. That's Appendix K. That's the regulations that that the chairperson was referencing, and then we're going to talk about the recommendation. So the council really has already approved the policy behind the sports betting regulations as part of the 2021 gaming compact. And then you may remember that we had the 2022 compact amendments. When the council passed the 2021 compact, it decided to allow the Nabi committee to approve future appendices, so long as the appendices had a gaming subcommittee recommendation, an NNGRO approval, and an AGD, that's the Arizona Department of Gaming approval. In this circumstance, all 3 of those conditions have been met. We'll talk a little bit about that further towards the end. Today is just about the formal approval of those of that appendix, Appendix K, the technical regulations and standards that govern how sports betting is physically conducted on the reservation. The next screen, for those of you who have been able to pull this up on your computer, shows you the 23 pages of regulations that make up Appendix K. Obviously, we're not going to go through all 23 pages. That they are voluminous and very detailed, but we are going to give you a good understanding of the high points of this regulation. The first part of this regulation is the general requirements. The NNGRO has a right to inspect any sports betting activity at any time to ensure compliance with the compact and the regulations. And the NNGRO is the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. The general requirements also provide for licensing of sports betting employees. And licensing is a process that everyone's, I think, probably familiar with, where you have a background investigation and they make sure there's integrity with whoever that person might be. The general requirements also require equipment, services, and supplies be acquired from licensed vendors. So when the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise goes out and tries to buy various equipment or products, those people have to also go through a serious licensing process. Grants, it also grants the general requirements, also grants the ADG, that's the Arizona Department of Gaming, access to records of daily activity and accounting, things like security reports, surveillance activities, legislative reports. Also requires responsible advertisement. You can't advertise in a way that focuses on minors or people of a college age. There's also some policies and procedures that they set out. Big item, next big item is integrity monitoring and geofencing. And integrity monitoring are a group of people, several companies that do this, and they do it across the country. They watch for any unusual or suspicious activity that might, wagering activity that might occur. And then that information goes back to the NNGRO, the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, and it goes to the Arizona Department of Gaming, and it goes to the NNGE, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. And then the information is distributed out through the regulatory channels to make sure that they've got a good handle and control over how sports betting is operated. The next item is the testing of sports betting systems. Sports betting systems are tested by independent labs. Those labs include GLI, Gaming Laboratories International. They also test not only the software and the hardware that go on with placing these bets, but also something called a geofencing system, which makes sure that gaming of the sports betting sort only occurs within the jurisdiction that it's allowed to incur, or to where it's allowed to, where it's allowed to be conducted. For example, if MGM tried to participate in sports betting on the Navajo Nation, because there's no agreement with the Navajo Nation and we haven't done anything with them about that, they wouldn't be allowed to do that. The geofencing would prevent that from occurring. A few other items, we're getting close to the end of the summary. Shipping, installation, and removal of small betting systems. There's a notice of removal of the system. So a system is the system that allows the placing of sports bets. And there's also deadlines for concluding operations. So if you get to a point where you no longer want to do sports betting, then there's certain requirements for that as well. You have to spend at least 180 days. Seems like it would be a fairly easy thing, but recently that has been a focus of some attention, because a company named Fubo, which came out of Mexico City, decided to stop services across the board, across the country, I should say. So here there was a tribe impacted, and other tribes were impacted in other states. Conducting sports betting is that's a section of this appendix where they go through what kinds of games you can operate. Authorized events include things that are college and professional sports. You can't focus advertisement on a college age student, but you can bet on the on the game itself. There is some hesitance on that, and if there is any problems, there are procedures which would allow that to be truncated. But professional sports, baseball, basketball, football are all part of it. Also, too, are esports. Electronic sports are no longer just the business of your 11, 12-year-old kid on a sofa. Now people bet on this, adults bet on this across the country, across the globe. Prohibited wagers, big prohibited wager is high school sports. No Friday night lights betting on sports on this. There's just absolutely none. It's a very hard line. Minors are not to participate in this activity. Injuries and penalties are also items that are not susceptible to being allowed into the group of games that are permitted. Wrapping up here now, operational requirements. There are house rules are required. Player accounts are required. Promotions and bonuses are have to be detailed and in writing. Player accounts, very important. This is personally important information. Make sure that a participant's telephone number, birth date, etc., don't become anything that's part of a public record. And then promotions are important because obviously, like marketing, they're an integral part of the business. Minimum internal controls are the next item, and minimum internal controls deal with things like cashiering and accounting and surveillance. An example of minimum internal controls would be how many people have to sign a check. Or another example would be if somebody's in the vault counting money and or there's 2 or 3 people in the vault counting money and 1 or 2 of them has to leave, can they continue to count the money? There's a whole series of rules like that. Probably the most important are surveillance. And what those do is they tell how much of the gaming floor or how much of the area in which sports betting is occurring have to be under surveillance. As I mentioned earlier, the NABI committee has the authority to approve of gaming compact appendices so long as the appendices have a gaming subcommittee recommendation. In this case, that happened on September 16th. NNGRO approval. The NNGRO participated in these negotiations with the state and all the other tribes. And on September 16, when we were having the final meeting, their attorney participated and confirmed that that the process was in order. And then the last is the Arizona Department of Gaming approval. Here, the Arizona Department of Gaming approval is confirmed, or is confirmed in the website itself. And so, right now, Appendix K has all 3 of the requirements, and we recommend that the committee move forward to approve Appendix K to the Arizona Gaming Compact. Chairwoman, that is the entirety of our presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Speaker Pro Tem, do I have the floor back?
Yes, Delia, Charles Newton. You have 4 minutes and 9 seconds left.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I also want to remind my colleagues that with this compact, we do have other tribes that are also that have also entered into the compact, some that have already approved the appendices, and we do have to start moving towards getting the appendices figured out, or I guess I should say voted on, and moved to the governor's office for signature. So with that, that concludes our presentation at this time. We do stand for questions. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Delia Crotty, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. So I appreciate the legislation. It's always interesting what the needs of Navajo Nation or Navajo gaming, what your needs are in terms of the compact and how that has a domino effect on what this committee addresses. So Seeing that this is another appendix to your compact, and the consultant, my understanding is with the Navajo Gaming Enterprise. I'd like to hear from our Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I did not see in this PowerPoint presentation the role that our Department of Justice has played, and where are some areas that were presented at the beginning and that were addressed to meet the needs of our Navajo people in negotiating this appendix. So that will be my first question. Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue, so we'll go back to Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, we don't mind Department of Justice answering the questions as they were involved in the compact negotiations, and as well as taking part in the gaming subcommittee, providing their input, as well as the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office and the Office of the President and Vice President, as well as counsel through the gaming subcommittee. So if we have somebody from DOJ who can answer those questions. Speaker Pro Tem.
Pro Tem, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me on the queue.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Delegate Smith, we will put you in the queue. Department of Justice, who do we have on the line?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Frances Schoberg from Economic and Community Development Unit. I don't know if my Assistant Attorney General, Catherine Belzowski, is on the line. If she is, I'll defer to her, and if not, I'll be happy to answer that question.
Ms. Belzowski, are you on the line? Ms. Schoberg?
Schoberg. It's like that J's and H. Thank you,
Okay.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Schoberg, you're recognized.
Delegate Crotty, thank you for that question. The Economic and Community Development Unit has been attending the regulatory subcommittee meetings along with the consultants for the Navajo Gaming Enterprise, Mr. Hart, who you heard from, and Mr. Rory Dilwig, who represents the Gaming Enterprise. So in that way, our consultants are representing both the regulated and the regulating. And we're happy to pardon me, Delegate Slater, I would like to defer to the sponsor at this time.
Delegate Charles Newton, does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Smith, you recognized?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Appreciate the time to allow me to address this legislation. I would like to ask a question to the sponsor of this legislation regarding the approval. Understand that we're trying to stay abreast with the other 500 and some plus federally recognized Indian nations. So if we do this, will that encompass the whole Navajo Nation to be able to do online gaming or internet gaming or whatever? This may cross state lines. Is that going to be an open avenue? And how's that going to work? Is that going to be going through Twin Arrows? Let's say New Mexico is residents is wanting to game to bet, or is this betting on horse racing, betting on sports, boxing, and things like that nature? Is that how this is opening the door for? And is it going to be additional cost to the Navajo Nation to provide that? Is gaming going to be funding these? And what about job security? If everybody goes on to this type of gaming, Does that mean there's going to be less patrons in the casino? I know COVID-19 has put a big impact on the numbers at the casino, but if this does open, will that diminish folks that are going to be there, and then the casinos are going to be more or less vacant? I know we have Twin Arrows, which is striving to continue to have patrons in there and bring forth revenue. Those are part of the concerns and questions. And also, if this does pass through the state of Arizona, does this allow us to also participate in the gaming of other 570 federally recognized tribes? Like, say, one of us want to place a bet within the state of Oklahoma, one of the tribes over there. Is that allowable, since we're conducting business right now using these phones, and we know that we're not within the vicinity of the area, and we have the ability to do that. Is that going to be similar to that on behalf of that? And the other last question is there going to be a big website where everybody just congregates on there and place their bets, and is there going to be a cost to the patron to get online? And some places they don't even have broadband. Some places they don't even have. I know my Chase always speaking about that over in his area, Low Mountain. We need broadband. We need broadband, and yet we're opening the door for this kind of gaming. Is gaming going to help facilitate those broadband so that folks out there can get broadband? No, I'm not encouraging gaming, but if that's a possibility for gaming to open that up and then help those folks out there, I'm sure they don't want to be left out in the cold without having that ability to be connected to the internet. And some will probably be on the internet to utilize this gaming. Is there a provision in that? And do we have to change our compact? Do we have to make sure who's going to enforce these? How are we going to prevent hackers getting in and cyber thieves and all that? How are we going to protect that? Those are some of the concerns and questions. We're kind of rushing this at this point in time. Is it imperative? Is the Navajo Nation ready? It seems like we're wanting to keep up with the Joneses. So that's my concern and question. I appreciate that. Back to you, Satsui. Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you. We don't have anyone in the queue right now, so I'm going to go back to Delegate Charles Newton. You're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Smith, for asking those questions. So in terms of, I will say that this compact is only for the state of Arizona. There is, you mentioned the 570 plus tribes. This compact is only for the state of Arizona, only for Navajo, but I think you asked some really good questions that followed up regarding whether you can, make bets if you were on a different reservation. But I think well, I shouldn't say I think, if you look back at the PowerPoint, there was information given on the monitoring and geofencing, and that was under slide 6. That was just now that Steve Hart just now went through. And I know that it does sound very complicated. The gaming subcommittee has been a part of these discussions since 2019. Since we were assigned by Naabik'íyáti to be part of this committee. And I believe that legislation that did assign us, it was signed into law, and as a result of that, the gaming subcommittee was established during that time. So in terms of, whether we're rushing this, again, we've been, the gaming subcommittee has been working on the negotiations with the compact, and then also in terms of the appendices and what we would be expecting. And just to remind everyone again, during the gaming compact, when we had the debate, we shared this information, but at one time, we had 19 tribes in one room. This was pre-COVID. We had 19 tribes in one room negotiating this compact because I believe there's 22 tribes in Arizona that were originally part of the compact, but we had 19 that were in the room negotiating the compact, talking about, you know, the appendices and then the areas that we wanted clear definition, or that we wanted, you know, we wanted it to be clearly laid out. And this was one of the ones that we needed some clarification on. So the tribes who were in the room who did negotiate this, we did give our marching orders. Keep in mind that that Navajo has a consultant, but the other tribes also had their own consultants. And in the room with Navajo, we had the Office of the President and Vice President, represented by Vice President Myron Lizer. We also had the gaming subcommittee that was present. Speaker Seth Damon was present at the time, as well as Department of Justice. They were there, and we did have, I think we had, from what I recall, I believe gaming might have been there as well. So Navajo had, certainly our team was present at that time asking these questions. So in terms of whether we are rushing this, I would say that we didn't rush it because it's been 4 years in the making. And so this appendix now is detailed out, and it's being presented to all of the tribes who are entering into this gaming compact, and it is presented before us today. In terms of the gaming facility broadband and then also the cost to the nation, I'll go ahead and leave those questions to Mr. Steve Hart, who may be better equipped to answer those questions. We also have Brian Parrish on the line. I don't think we need Brian Parrish right now. I think that Mr. Steve Hart can answer those questions, but I'm going to go ahead, Speaker Pro Tem. If allowed, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to my agent at this time, Mr. Steve Hart.
Mr. Hart, you're recognized.
I mute. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you all, and thank you for the patience. I am working with a different computer here, and it's a little bit of a challenge. Chairwoman, could you do me a favor of repeating what you thought were the most germane part of those questions?
Speaker Pro Tem. Do I have the floor?
Yeah, you can speak freely with Mr. Hart.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hart, the questions that were asked by Delegate Raymond Smith is whether the compact affects Navajos living in New Mexico and Utah, whether it goes outside the boundaries of Arizona. Part of that question was how would we be monitoring, you know, I guess in this case, if gaming were to happen, or if this appendix were to go through. The other one is, will it cost the nation? And part of that was he did speak about the gaming facility, you know, helping possibly with broadband, because will it take up broadband, you know, for individuals to be playing on their mobile devices. And then part of that was also if we pass this in Arizona, can a person make bets, or can bets be taken in another area? So with that, Mr. Steve Hart, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. First, with regard to the compact and the sports betting that we're talking about, the compact only applies to the state of Arizona, and this particular legislation, which approves the regulations, are regulations for the state of Arizona. The nation, of course, has lands in New Mexico, and unlike most other tribes, and the Navajo could, at some point, move forward and have gaming operations of the sports betting sort in New Mexico, but they haven't at this point. I'm sure that if there was money to be made, and I think there probably is, that they will be working on that. But this particular legislation is not about that. This particular legislation is only about Arizona. Monitoring, how would that monitoring go on? Well, certainly there is a lot of monitoring that goes on with sports betting. The integrity providers are a big part of that. The NNGRO is a big part of that. The Arizona Department of Gaming is a big part of that. And that's, you know, it's through that and through the regulations that we have that monitoring occurs. But again, this is monitoring which is occurring within the state of Arizona. Remember that we also, and this is from legislation that was passed in April of 2021, there is the ability that the Navajo Nation has and 9 other tribes in the state of Arizona to operate sports betting outside of their reservation. And that is something that we have been doing. We have a partner, which is Seminole or Hard Rock. And to the money issue, we are certainly making money, and it can be a profitable venture. I don't want to suggest that sports betting is everything about money. I mean, the casinos are very, very important, and the casinos are where most of the revenue is generated from. But certainly there's been a reward to the nation on this issue. Will it cost the nation? I don't think it costs the nation. I think that the costs are more than covered from what's going on. Will there be broadband? That's a very interesting question. I think that over the course of time, you would expect that with the ability of Navajo members and to the extent it's outside of the reservation, other people in Arizona are becoming more technical, are using their phones more often. You would think that that eventually would A, generate revenue, and B, would lead to further progress you know, in those important areas, and especially as it pertains to technology. Can a person make a bet? Where can a person make a bet, I think, is the last of the questions. With this legislation, what it's approving is the regulations for making sports bets in Arizona on the Navajo Nation. And so under this legislation, that's what could happen. Again, earlier, we, you know, more than several months earlier, we worked with and passed legislation at the state level that allowed sports betting across the state of Arizona. But right now, this legislation is only about permitting sports betting, and the bets themselves will occur here. Could they occur in Utah? No, I don't, not this kind of sports betting, not sports betting that's retail oriented, that is on the reservation. That would be, I think that would be a different project, and probably a very complicated project. But New Mexico, I would have to say that we should anticipate that at some point in the, you know, not distant future, there will be an opportunity, if the nation wants to do sports betting. At this point, the legislation doesn't do that. There are probably 6 or 7 tribes in New Mexico that are offering sports betting. How's that, Ms. Chairwoman? Did I catch all the important issues?
Speaker Pro Tem, do I have the floor?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, Mr. Hart, I believe that you did answer all of the questions. So with that, Speaker Pro Tem, we do stand for questions. Thank you.
The floor is open for discussion on legislation 21822.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You recognize Delegate Crotty?
Yes, thank you. So this question is for our Department of Justice. I wasn't able to hear the last few seconds of the attorney's answer. So I wrote down here, Mr. Hart is the consultant for the regulated and for the regulators. I need clarification from Department of Justice regarding that statement. So I need clarification. Is Mr. Hart a consultant, or is he the legal? Let's see, because on page 2, line 6, it does state in the findings on September 16th, 2022, following a report and recommendation by the legal counsel for Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, the Naabik'íyáti Gaming Subcommittee reviewed and considered Appendix X or Appendix K, standards for event wagering attached herein as Exhibit A. So I need to know from our Department of Justice, what is Mr. Hart? Is he a consultant, or is he the legal counsel? And is he the consultant or legal counsel for Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, or is he the consultant legal counsel for Navajo Gaming Regulatory, which is that Navajo Gaming Regulatory under the executive? I'm writing my notes here. Executive on Navajo, and who is providing legal counsel to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Gaming Subcommittee? The enterprise is different. The enterprise is enterprise, and Navajo Nation programs are different. We are the people's representatives. If I could get that clarified. The second area of my question to Department of Justice, who is on the line, when there was legislation regarding the original Arizona Gaming Compact, there was and stated on the record that the compact language could not be amended or changed. And so are these appendices or appendix, are these considered changes to the gaming compact, or is this the way that future negotiations on certain items can be negotiated? And if so, there was an area of great concern regarding some language to the original gaming compact that was in line with like tribal sovereignty and this intent of the nation regarding tribal sovereignty. And has that been discussed in any future conversations with the Arizona Tribal Compact meetings, or has there been an appendix to fix or to clarify that the nation does not expressly waive our tribal sovereignty? And my last question is then for clarification of this appendix, because it's not clear on the legislation. And I did hear Mr. Hart mention that this is authorizing sports betting on the Arizona territories of Navajo Nation. If that is correct, then are we being asked to expand gaming activities on the Navajo Nation? If I could get those areas covered. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Delegate Crotty, were you directing those questions to the Department of Justice?
Yes, Pro Tem, to Department of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Justice, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you. This is Catherine Balsowski for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Economic Community Development Unit. I am currently the Acting Assistant Attorney General for the unit. In response to Delegate Crotty's questions, for the first part regarding the role of different attorneys in representing the nation's interest in these compact negotiations, I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Hart and the firm Lewis Roca are attorneys for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. They represent the gaming enterprise in these negotiations. As part of the negotiations, the Navajo Department of Justice also attends in the role of representing the Navajo Nation's interest. And then we also, as the Department of Justice, we represent the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. So Mr. Hart does not represent the Navajo Regulatory Office. That is the Department of Justice. As part of that representation of the Gaming Regulatory Office, we do have an outside consultant that we have hired, but that contract is through Navajo Department of Justice. And so that's kind of all within that one realm. I don't know if that makes sense, but I do want to say that negotiation of the compact is really a joint effort between our gaming enterprise, who are the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office, and the Navajo Nation. So we kind of all three work together, but it should be clear that the attorneys who are advising the gaming enterprise are not also concurrently advising the regulatory office. Two separate attorneys, two separate entities. And so Delegate Crotty, I just want to make sure before I move on to your other questions, does that clarify that who's representing who in this matter?
Because we don't have anyone in the queue, I'm going to refer back to Delegate Crotty if she has a follow-up on this response.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Yes, that does clarify who is representing what entity. Is Mr. Hart then the legal counsel as identified on page 2 of line 6?
I don't believe so. I believe the legal counsel, and I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to pull up the legislation, but for the legal counsel, specifically for this Appendix K is really something that has been worked on closely with the Navajo Department of Justice and the Gaming Regulatory Office in conjunction, obviously, with Gaming Enterprise. But, you know, this Appendix K has really been something that has been falls more within the realm within our Gaming Regulatory Office. And so they've been participating a lot in how the appendix has been negotiated. And our former attorney, Ms. Oglesby from our unit, was the attorney that worked very closely with the Gaming Regulatory Office in this Appendix K. We do, we always will consult with our gaming enterprise because it's important that we all are working together to make this move forward. But I will say, for the purposes of this appendices, I believe that reference is referring to the Department of Justice and our contracting attorneys. And then in regards to Delegate Crotty, to your other questions about, the amending of the compact and, how does this work with the issues regarding the sovereign immunities that we brought up during the initial compact approval. The appendices that you guys have been approving, thank you, since the time of the compact was approved, these are all just in the compact. The way the compact got negotiated is that we did the compact, right, as like our base contract, and with the idea that these appendices would be added at later dates as the tribes approve them. And so we've been bringing these appendices to you as we have negotiated them with the other tribes of Arizona and the state for approval, but none of them changed the base language of the compact. So they're just all like exhibits, if you will, to the main contract, which in this case is the compact. And so that's why none of them are reopening the compact. They're not changing any of those base terms. They're just exhibits and further supplementing what the nation has already agreed to and negotiated in that compact. This appendices also is not, it's not currently expanding what gaming is being offered on the nation. It's just allowing the nation the opportunity to expand. Thank you. Okay. To expand gaming. What will have to happen before any gaming is actually expanded on the nation is we'll have to bring before you guys the changes to the Navajo gaming regulations. And that's something that the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office is currently in the process of revising for your guys, and we'll be bringing before you for your consideration. All the appendices do is they give us the option to exercise it if the nation so chooses to. So I just wanted to clarify that. When we approve these appendices, it doesn't automatically, things don't automatically change on the nation. We will still have to go through our own internal process to update our own internal laws. But it just says, if it's basically saying, if the nation does want to do this, you will be able to pursue it to the Arizona Gaming Compact. And then I'm sorry, Delegate Crotty, I did receive a copy of the legislation. The attorney, legal counsel that's being referred to on page 2 is the contract attorney that DOJ has hired to assist the Gaming Regulatory Office, which is Mr. Rory Delwig. So he's someone that works, he's on contract with DOJ, and he advises us in regards to specifically to Navajo regulatory gaming issues. Again, completely separate from NNG and any contracts they may have with Louis Roca. And I believe I have addressed the questions. If I have not, please let me know. Thank you.
The floor is open for discussion or questions.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you recognized?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask, in terms of reading the compact and understanding that this is not changing the language to the gaming compact, but giving options to the Navajo Nation for sports gaming on the Navajo Nation if we want to change our laws. If I could get some feedback from the sponsor in terms of what compelled the subcommittee to believe that that would be an option that the Navajo people would want at this time in sponsoring this appendix for this committee to consider. I'm looking for the public support of this appendix since it will open up the possibility of online betting on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
We don't have anyone else in the queue right now, so I'm going to recognize Delegate Charles Newton to respond.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So in terms of the compact language not changing, the compact language is not changing. As I stated at the very beginning, an appendix is basically an attachment, and Department of Justice also reiterated that there are exhibits that are attached to the compact. There were some portions of the compact that I think there were questions when we were negotiating on. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my AirPod died. There were some of the language that I think just required some clarification. And we did have those discussions, because when you're looking at the compact, we did negotiate it. And my understanding is prior to me becoming a delegate, the compact was already entered into. So this was just a renegotiation of that compact. And I think that we've had these discussions before when the compact was going through the process of approval, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council did approve the compact. It was voted on and it was approved. The appendix, as I stated, is an attachment, or it's like an exhibit to the compact. In terms of public support for an appendix, I guess that would be a question that I would have to the entire council, is when we attach exhibits to a document that has already been passed by council, do we get public support on that? In all honesty, I didn't think to get public support on this. However, we do have a 5-day comment period that allows the public to comment. And I have been talking about this on my Facebook updates, letting people know that, that the compact was going through, that there was appendix that were coming through the process, that we're basically trying to clarify a few of the terms that are being used. So there was information provided, not only regarding, regarding the compact and what the appendices are, but also the 5-day comment period, making it available for the public to, to voice their concerns or to voice their opposition to this appendix. But as I stated, again, that these appendices are just attachments or exhibits that are added to the compact because the 24th Navajo Nation Council already approved the compact. So I think that answers the question that was raised by Delegate Crotty. If it didn't, a follow-up can be asked or maybe reiterated. But with that, Speaker Pro Tem, we also have on the line the Gaming Regulatory Office as well, who are also a part of the compact negotiations, and then also the meetings that we have been having. And just for clarification, the Regulatory Office regulates the gaming enterprise, so they regulate the casinos. So they are on the line as well if there are any questions that you'd like to pose to the Regulatory Office. So with that, Speaker Pro Tem, I'm turning back the floor over to you.
Thank you. The floor is open for questions or discussion.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
You recognize Delegate Crotty?
Yes, thank you. As a follow-up, no, my question was not answered. So there was, deflection in terms of saying that this compact was already signed and voted on. I'm asking in terms of this appendix and this legislation, are individuals, are people fully aware that this appendix is to approve betting on the Navajo Nation in the Arizona territory? And what then are they? And they approve that. There's a mechanism to say they've approved that. That's my question. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, I did not hear you ask a question. I did hear you say that your question was not answered. Would you like to state a follow-up question or ask for a response?
Pro Tem, my follow-up question, did the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory in their presentation provide any indication that our people support expanding gaming and support this appendix? Thank you.
Okay, and Delegate Crotty, who would you like to answer that question? Is it Delegate Charles Newton?
Pro Tem, at this point, it could be the sponsor, Delegate Charles Newton, or if there's an individual from Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory, since it's their legal counsel that's identified in this legislation, which provided a report, and then the Naabik'íyáti subcommittee, gaming subcommittee, accepted that report, and now we're here in a committee reviewing that exhibit.
Okay. with
Anyone
that
who's
said-
involved
I'm
with
sorry.
this who can answer. Yes, I'm trying to clarify so my question would be answered if there's been any discussion, and we clearly understand what this appendix is. That it's I don't want to use the word expanding because the attorney mentioned that it's not expanding, but that it's approving sports betting on the Navajo Nation, Arizona territories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Delegate Charles Newton at this time, and then if she would like to identify either DOJ or an NGRO or whomever, we can go from there. So Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized to respond to Delegate Crotty. We don't have anyone else in the queue, so that's why we're moving forward in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for that question. So when the 24th Navajo Nation Council, when we voted on the compact, it was at that time that we approved this type of gaming. And so the appendices is only clarifying what that means. So the compact approved betting in the Arizona territory, which is what you were asking. And I wasn't deflecting the question. That's why I made it very clear at the very end that, you know, if I didn't answer your question, I would be happy to answer it. So I apologize if you saw that as me deflecting the question that you asked. But to be clear, the appendix is an exhibit, or it's an attachment to the compact. The compact stated that we would be entering into this type of gaming. And again, you know, it's not just Navajo that's entering into this compact. You have the tribes in Arizona that are entering into this compact. As I stated, at one point, we did have several tribal leaders in the room so that we could negotiate this compact. But I think I do have Ms. Catherine Belzowski, who could probably help me a little bit in making clear what the appendix is doing, and then what the compact did. Ms. Belzowski, if you could assist me, Speaker Pro Tem.
Ms. Bilzowski, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I just wanted to really clarify that this appendix is regulating, right? This is giving our gaming regulatory office guidelines, rules, call it whatever, on how to regulate event wagering if and when the nation decides to implement it. We are not implementing event wagering with this appendices. You know, that decision is still something that will have to come before council. This is just a tool that for our gaming regulatory office to regulate it if and when that decision is made. And as Delegate Charles Newton did state, this, you know, is the regulations that all the tribes are going to have to adhere to under the compact. So I don't know if that helps to clarify what this appendices is really doing, but it really is something that's going to help us help our gaming regulatory office. It's going to provide those standards that all tribes are going to have to be utilizing if they are doing event wagering. And so, Delegate Crotty, I hope that kind of helps to I don't want to conflate, you know, event wagering, the act, with event wagering, the regulations. And I kind of feel that I may be getting a little bit confused, and I hope my answer helps to kind of pull that apart a bit. Thank you.
Delegate Charles Newton, does that conclude your response?
Yeah, yes, that concludes our response at this time, and we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will entertain any questions or discussion or motions at this time.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you recognized?
Yes, thank you. So in looking and trying to pull up the original Arizona Gaming Compact. I can recall I voted against that gaming compact because there was language that should have been modified when it was, if we as a nation are explicitly waiving parts of our tribal sovereignty. And so I think in terms of being consistent and with this appendix, there hasn't been any discussion whether or not and how Navajo Nation, if now or in the future, will allow sports betting in our territories. If the council and the president signed that, what I'm looking for is how are those conversations happening at the community level? And issues like gaming and the impact on communities, that should be discussed. And so I'm not really understanding why we would consider an appendix to the compact to allow Navajo Nation gaming regulatory to regulate if in the future we allow sports betting. Because we're making that, that's the question that we're looking at right now as a committee. The way I'm looking at that is if we approve or disapprove this action, then in the future we're opening it up if we're going to allow sports betting on Navajo Nation. And I think that needs to have a conversation with our people. And I understand that each delegate represents different communities. I do have 2 chapters in the Arizona territories, Cove and Red Valley. And I will definitely continue to engage in conversations since this appendix will impact what they may see in their communities if in the future Navajo Nation not only approves this appendix, but then approves the sports betting on the nation in the Arizona territories. And what will that look like for the New Mexico territories if the consultant, Mr. Hart, believes that those conversations and tribes in New Mexico are currently allowing sport betting in those territories. And so I'm not exactly sure how the subcommittee frames or gets public input, but maybe as we transition leadership, we can look at offering a way or a space to have conversations on some of the challenges of gaming, but also with the opportunities. And then what would that look like when you have access to a phone and can have access to sports betting? I'm understanding and reading the regulations to the best of my ability. And sometimes it comes down as simply as our own experiences on who has access to our phones, who has access to making these bets on our phones, and what type of, what are we opening up without having that conversation about some of the pros and the cons to this decision. And so I was hoping that I would get some insight, but I see that if we could have a discussion with the communities that are interested and community members, that could be through a press release, that could be through utilizing our Facebook page, Navajo Broadcasting, it could be a conversation on KTNN, just expanding to those individuals who may either support or have concerns and how they want to make sure that as our elected representatives representing our communities, that we have that in mind. So I appreciate the presentation. I do think there was a limit in information that was provided, and in terms of how this was explained. It does look, according to some information that was text, that this is on a short time frame and needs to be at the end of the month. And so when it comes to gaming, we're chronically pressured to make decisions quickly and have a quick turnaround. And I would hope that our subcommittee on gaming could then inform not only the state of Arizona, but other tribal leadership, what is our decision-making method, and that we would need more time, especially when it comes to some of these changes and the outlook of how gaming is going to look on the future on Navajo Nation. And as we do with our federal partners and saying that doesn't work for us, that we need more time in some of these areas to have a full conversation. So thank you, Pro Tem Chair and committee members and the sponsor of the legislation and their agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Committee members, the floor is open for questions and discussion. Going twice.
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Potent Speaker.
Shania, you're recognized to speak.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this in my on legislation 0218-20,000 so they said chairwoman said and also thank you very much Steve Hart too and doing your best to explain this sports betting. Kuro is a vice chair gaming committee. Chair Kuro committee vacancy. Indeed, we like to be part of it. Sports betting with the Navajo Nation. I don't know about that. Governor still needs to sign for us. Because yes, the Pohana Dungeon. Aroti Naabik'íyáti sports betting non-kapahol Bani as a casino. So Navajo Nation Casino state of Arizona. The Cocoyat and 24 councilmen. But so that's because the Hala revenue projection we like to increase our revenue. They buy this and Nancy and that we call nature. Else about this to be out hell yet ends not a deal. Not what they cut on general. Happy New Year, the Christmas not at eat less. Once again, I want my support to this legislation. Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker. Chat non at 24 councilmen should not ask for clinic. Once about hospital is my strong support and on behalf of the committee, gaming committee, Navajo Nation. Once chat. Floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, the floor is open for motions, questions, discussion. Going twice. Going three times. The legislation has not been amended, so I think we can go straight to, or do we do a second reading regardless? Nope, we go straight to the vote. Okay, Ms. Sosi, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 218-22, approving the new appendix standards for event wagering to the 2021 Arizona Gaming Compact sponsored by Delegate Charles Newton.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacradi votes red. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Pernell. Honorable Pernell Halona and Honorable Jamie Henio both vote green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, excuse me, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have Honorable Otto So votes green via text. And with that, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who oppose, with Presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. With that, legislation 218-22 passes. We're going to move on to item C, which is legislation 109-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $18,880,105 from the Citizen Fund to Navamill Lumber and Logging Company for its proposed forest products business to be constructed in Sawmill Chapter, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 to subsection 2508. The sponsor is Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. The final authority for this legislation is Navajo Nation Council. Committee members, is there a motion to consider the legislation?
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Is there a second?
Daniel. Daniel.
Thank you, Shadat. We have a motion from Delegate Brown and a second from Delegate Daniels. Committee members, the floor is open for we're going to move forward with the reflection on the committee reports. Now that we have that, thank you. Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Temp. This legislation is number 0109-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $18,880,105 from the Sihasin Fund to the Navajo Mill Lumber and Logging Company for its proposed forest products business to be constructed in Sawmill Chapter, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501-Section 2508, sponsor Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. This legislation has several exhibits. Exhibit A is the proposal for funding Navajo Nation Sihasin. Exhibit B, which is the land withdrawal, land clearance information. Exhibit C, which is the approved business site lease. Exhibit D, which is Sawmill Chapter resolution and support letters. Exhibit E, which is the Arviso Construction Company, Inc. cost estimate. Exhibit F is the Nava Mill Sawmill Forest Products Business Project drawings. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on June 30th, 2022. There was the 5-day comment period ending July 5th, 2022. There was no comments supporting this resolution, and there was 6 comments that were opposing this resolution, and there were no comments or recommendations for this resolution. This legislation went through the Resources and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments. It was then forwarded to the Budget and Finance Committee, which stated that it deferred to Naabik'íyáti committee work session without amendment. Navajo Nation Council is the final authority. The entirety of the legislation will be read into the record at that time. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Committee members, we have a motion and a second. Are there questions or discussion on legislation 109-22?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. We'll put you in the queue. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr., you are recognized for your presentation.
Okay, again, good morning, good afternoon. Pro Tem Speaker Slater, Otto, and the committee members, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and this presentation on this legislation for Navajo Mill. I do, or there should be, the agent of former delegate Ben Bennett on the line, and also Aaron Sam, that have a presentation ready per the Budget and Finance Committee's request for a presentation on the legislation. So Vice Chair, I throw over to the 2 agents if they're on the line at this time, the presentation.
Your agents are recognized and they're here in the chamber.
First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon. Toyat eto iken Disney. Not anis to in the base pans aniki. Tanot leni. Say ya Aaron Sam ayan she. Adon the madis gizni. Shin kodetski not kadnet that's che. I would like to thank the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as well as the pro temp speaker and the people of the Navajo Nation. Born here on the Navajo Nation, I experienced the resilience as well as the hardship of our great nation. As a prime example, being a Navajo entrepreneur in this council today shows truth. Our Navajo-owned businessmen and women have great ideas for a sustainable economic future, but lack the financial capabilities due to land value held in trusts. Naabik'íyáti Lumber and Logging Company set foot in a little community called Sawmill, Arizona back in 2015 with the support of elderly people concerned about lack of employment because of their children had to leave the Navajo Nation to find jobs. Naabik'íyáti embraces competitive employment, wages, retirement, healthcare benefits to our employees. Time has changed since the closing of the Navajo forestry product industry, formerly known as NFPI. Naabik'íyáti will be operating with the state-of-the-art electrical milling machines, meaning go green. No exhaust smokes, quieter emissions, quieter machinery. I know there's concerns about in the community regarding to log harvesting and such and so forth. Naabik'íyáti would like to respect Mother Earth and work with the Navajo Nation Forestry Department, work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Naabik'íyáti Lumber and Logging Company is 100% Navajo-owned businesses. I hear and see signs by Navajo across the Navajo Nation. We have no competitive market for economic sustainability here on the Navajo Nation. Having a meal will benefit Navajo customers on low price costs for lumber and logs to build their dream homes. We lack housing on the reservation. We lack employment on the reservation. And Naabik'íyáti would like to step forth in employing our Navajo people to sustain their own lives. We have individuals that are selling wood on these highways in cold weather as well as on rainy days. We like to hire those kind of individuals. Our Navajos are very unique and very hardworking people. We would like to make it possible for our elderlies, for retirees that are on fixed incomes, to actually have the affordability to purchase these lumbers as well as logs to build for the future of their children. Respecting Mother Earth will bring back traditional hogans, what our Diné people are known for. To our Navajo medicine men, as well as faith-based, as well as our roadmen across the Navajo Nation. I am here today as CEO as well as a young entrepreneur, having the good thought as well as this venture. Over the years, I always hear from the Navajo Nation Council, economic development, small business, having our children come back from school and college and help our own people. And I am one of those examples of being that young entrepreneur. So I am here today in this wonderful council chambers with all of you. And we came here as Naabik'íyáti business, small business. We came this morning. We've been here throughout the day to hear all the necessary concerns in this council chambers. And I would like to thank all of you, the 24th Council, as well as our sponsor, Mr. Wilson Stewart Jr., for being proactive in our communities. Therefore, I'd like to say that much in my introduction. We do have a presentation We can have that on the screen. Navajo Lumber and Logging Company. So the mission statement of our business, our own Navajo business. Our mission is to give an excellent level of customer service and satisfaction by providing quality woodland products and by forging strong relations with our stakeholders. We aim to foster the growth and development of our employees by creating an atmosphere of openness, teamwork, resourcefulness, innovation while respecting our traditional values. Mission statement. Our vision is to be the leading industry supplier of high quality timber products to Navajo independent merchants, commercial, and retail. Our value statement is we encourage rebuilding our own Navajo nation, Navajo. We do have an advisory board. Mr. Benjamin Bennett, former council delegate, is our president. We have Sawmill Chapter Vice President, is currently the VP of the advisory board. We do have Mr. Leonard Francisco, who's our Secretary and Treasurer. And also we do have Sawmill Chapter Secretary and Treasurer is one of our board members. We do have Navajo Nation business site lease and supporting documents since 2015 to this present day. We do have the Navajo Nation 10-year forestry management plan. We do have the economic development small meal feasibility study. 2015 Sawmill Chapter Resolution SAW-06-0015-09 was approved with no oppositions. We do have our land designation of 18 acres that was signed by the Land Department in May of 2018. April 2021, Sawmill Club C letter of support. May 5th, 2021, we had the Navajo Nation approved Navajo Nation business site lease. Also in June of 2021, we have our Viso construction layout and design cost estimate. Also, we do have June 21st, we had the chapter resolution supporting Navajo ARPA funds. We do have the Navajo Nation business site supporting documents. We do have a supporting document from the Navajo Nation Forestry Department, Mr. Alex Vicente. We do have a Bureau of Indian Affairs site appraisal, and Navajo currently estimated value is $192,646. The Navajo Nation Business Regulatory certified Navajo is 100% Navajo business of September of 2021. In-kind distribution, over $50,000 so far, obtaining all necessary documents and clearances for Navajo by Navajo. We do have the introduction. The Navajo Nation is the largest federally recognized Indian tribe of the United States, more than 27,000 square miles of land held in trust bordering three states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. The Navajo Nation has a population over 399,000. The Navajo Nation is governed by three branch government established in 1991, executive, judicial, legislative branches. In 1958, the Navajo Nation established Navajo Forestry Industry, which distributed over $330 million to Navajo economy prior to the closing of 1984. The AFPI was shut down due to environmental concerns issues related to participation in chapters and nation timber resource were located. Based on the concern of the closure, a management plan was created by subsidizing environmental concerns. The purpose of this plan was to establish that the forestry management for Defiance Plateau and the Chisca Mounds, which include commercial timberlands. Meanwhile, our Navajo woodlands had to be dealing with overgrowth over 30 years. Navajo Nation, over 596,000 of forestry lands, 253,754 acres are for commercial usage. The network allowable cuts is 15.9 million boarded feet per year based on the commercial harvesting. This is based upon the Navajo Nation Forestry Management Plan. The Navajo Nation Forestry will regulate Navajo where and the quantity for harvesting timber allowed in accordance with Navajo Nation Forestry Plan. By the product of thinning operations of Quincy sold for firewood, processed into chips, marketable wood products, supporting Navajo economic initiatives for facilitating the reduction of overstocking and dangers of accumulation of hazard field. The forest thinning will expand agricultural lands, woodsheds, wildlife gaming, and potential development. Regulatory of the Navajo Nation Forestry Plan defines in BIA Manual 53 Supplement 2 Regulation 25 Code regarding that Part 163 and the National Forestry Resource Management PL 101-630. Regulation defines procedures for timber harvesting, timber stands, improvement, planting, thinning, forestry protection, prevention of suppressions, disease, insect management, enforcement against trespass, permits, access, development of these activities. The Navajo Nation Comprehensive Plan is based on more than 90 years of experience of fire research showing that the reduction of hazard fields under the brush, deadwood, and overcrowded trees. Now, the natural forest conditions under the management, forest, catastrophic fires, water and mineral stress, infests of disease and reseeding. Potential defines in the compression in regards to TNR, Lowe's, Home Depot, bordering. Within Navajo Nation, there's no wood markets besides local wood haulers. Navajo has the potential and market access to minimum cost due to the logic outside taxation shipping of wood products to our Navajo people. Navajo has the capacity to harvest logs, modern methods of log drying, resawn treatments, fabrication, finishing to the end product on the Navajo Nation. We do have a proposed budget. $18,880,105. Revenue projections in regarding to the feasibility study, and these are black jackets between 8-inch to 24-inch diameter of logs. The first year, the 6 million boarded feet, we're looking at a revenue of $2.2 million. Second year, we're looking at a revenue of $2.6 million. Third year, $3 million. Fourth year, $3.4 million. The fifth year, $3.6 million. And this is only in regards to the log harvesting. The purpose is creating these opportunities. Navajo lumber logging has a plan to bring logs to the plant, manufacture particle board, wood pellets, log kits, cabins, traditional hogans, and affordable costs to our Navajo people. Navajo Lumber and Logging Company has the plan to open a hardware store for Navajo customers and businesses to buy products from 100% Navajo-owned business. A local vendor such as Navajo Parks, Recreation, Navajo Department of Veterans Administration, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Housing Authority, Fish and Wildlife, the Navajo Parks and Recreation, and other local businesses. In collaboration with the Navajo Nation and BIA Forestry Departments, Navajo will process timber for logging and lumber on the Navajo Nation. The proposed plan is for thinning, harvesting operation, initially employing tribal members. The phase 4 of the Navajo Mill is planned to sell wood pellets, firewood, lumber, building supplies, fabrication kits of traditional hogans and log cabins. We do have a display in regarding to lumber milling, particle boards, wood pellets, firewood, as well as log cabin and hogan kits. Phase 1, initial of we're hiring 20 people, 20 permanent employees, as well as general contractor during the phase 1 of the development of the 18 acres in regard to infrastructure. Temporary employees of 100 employees. Phase 2 will have 30 permanent employees, general temporary contractors of 100 employees. And that's when in phase 2, we do the log harvesting will begin, construction of greenhouse, firewood sales, fence post harvesting, mapping aerial, photography, data collection. Phase 3, 50 employees will be employed by the Navajo Lumber and Logging Company. That we'll do the implementation in regarding to manufacturing log hogans, log kits, rough cut lumber sales, and other building materials. In the phase 3, we're going to develop scholarship program as well as higher education for Navajo students, as well as that we're going to go into training centers to teach our Navajo people. Phase 4, Navajo Mill 70 permanent employees, the implementation of plywood, OSB boards, as well as compression-treated boards. And this will consume with the design and layout of compression facility, development of customer finance program for log cabin, log kits, develop and coordinate a plan with the Navajo Nation chapters to assist families need of wood assistance for heating their homes. Potential financial investors, American Rescue Plan, Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development, business loans, BIA guaranteed loan, Community Development Fund Initiative, Small Business Administration, SBA, Navajo Nation Enterprises, payroll deduction for complete log hogan and constructions, personal business loans, as well as we're looking into Navajo Nation Credit Services. All Navajo Nation employees will have payroll deduction to complete log hogans construction for Navajo Nation employees. 638 IHS employees payroll deduction for this program as well. Long-term vision, approximately 130 members will be employed, as well as Navajo Mill will establish training, certifying, as well as provide mentorship for local communities for job opportunities in mechanics and diesel driving. Networking with other tribes to expand the expertise and workforce to help the reservation woodlands. Thank you.
Not yet. 2 minutes ago. Much time left? How much time left?
Delegate Stewart, you have 10 minutes or 2 minutes left, not 10 minutes, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Slater. Yat ishk edos national ani dan sinigi shay ben addition. Ako ujit out yata nila nila dik at bahol jij. They hit the net on the Glindigi need at the Navajo Nation government, the Navajo Nation people. It's time we reinvest in the Navajo humane, reinvest in ourselves. In doing so, we're going to be creating a livable lifestyle. We're going to be good stewards of our resources out there. We're going to help rebuild watersheds, send out fuel for wildfires, and we're also going to be creating a tax revenue as well as revenue for the nation and help people sustain their lifestyle for years to come. Yeah,
Delegate Stewart, you have 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Agushi, Chairman Slater, thank you. Auto colleagues for Naabik'íyáti committee. This concludes our presentation. And again, to emphasize, that it will help our Navajo force as well to regrow and also recultivate itself as we do tree thinning, which is very much needed on our Navajo Nation. That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Pro Tem. I want to thank the sponsor and your agents for the presentation and providing additional information in terms of the development of the company and its intent. And so I appreciate that. That was well appreciated. In terms of this request, in the legislation, sponsor, she has Delegate Stewart, where in the legislation does it identify who receives the funding? Is the intent to directly give the Navamil the whole $18 million, or is there a drawdown schedule? If you could provide that information in terms of where I could find that on the legislation. And seeing that this is a new company, what other support or what entity will be helping this company develop? Is there is an entity like Change Labs or CDFI or these other small business entities providing support to the business so that they understand how to manage this money? And because as the nation, we invested in that glove manufacturing plant, and that individual pays no rent to the nation. It's on county land, but they were able to start the business. So I could see how something like Navamil would be needed to be established to help with the forest management and help the needs of the community. What's not clear is just how that $18.8 million will be drawn down, and if there is going to be any type of reporting associated with this funding. When it comes to the glove manufacturing plant, we were advised that because it's a private business, they do not need to disclose their profits, and so there's limited ways in determining how many employees are actually employed on that business. And so I'm just trying to now figure out what could we learn from those two or from that investment to assist with the Navamil. And my third question would be if the company can, I would strongly encourage the company to consider the reorganization of your board. Last week we had an ethics training, and I did hear on one of the boards you do have an elected official, a chapter official on your board. It was just recommended that they, make sure that you're not using that position to receive funding. And so any delegate who was on a board was recommended to go talk to ethics and rules to get that clarified. And so I just want to make sure that I also echo that same suggestion as you move forward, where we want to see, and that was a question, how do we do community-based projects and need to partner with the community, and what then are the recommendations if they're an elected official? And so ethics and rules just at the end of the day said, come speak to us, we'll give you one-on-one recommendation. So I just wanted to mention that, but if I could get those first two questions answered. Thank you.
There isn't anyone in the queue right now, so we're going to go to Delegate Stewart. You're recognized for the response.
Question, Chairman Slater, thank you. Your questions again regarding the funding portion Navamil based on the funding process that what they are working with Division of Economic Development CDFI application that you can this funding it's to it will be given directly to hopefully the Navamil itself. We will report back to the nation, and find myself, at this point, going through two different phases. I'm looking at cleanup of the old NFPI, I'm looking at like securing funding for economic growth and development. But with this presentation and with what I've been educated on is that this one here is just going through a logging process. It's not going through the milling process, and that would make a clarity as well. But the other areas of the question, it would be that they would report back to the nation because it will be on Navajo Nation land. It will be within the 4 chapters that I represent at this current time. And I would like to stress that, it would be benefit to the Navajo Nation that, they do report back to the nation because it is the nation's funding sources that they would be using. That would be my response to you, Shamasana Aro, the other questions, I will go ahead and turn back over to Mr. Sam Aaron Dashanat, Mr. Ben Bennett to respond back to you and any other clarities that they may have in mind for you. Shamasana. Thank you.
Mr. Sam, you're recognized.
I would like to thank you, Honorable Council Delegate Ms. Crotty. As the CEO of Navamil, in regards to funding, I'm working, my thoughts are working with Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget, as well as leaning towards the professionalism with the Navajo Nation in regard into these phases that are going out to build and to develop Navamil. Navamil would like to go in the direction of a master plan. And those master plans in regard into that we have to have a certified accountant and Navajo Nation as well certification, as well as making these regulations within south of Navamil. Regarding to individuals that are serving on the advisory board as a private sector, I made those recommendations within Honorable Council Delegate Mr. Wilson Stewart Jr. within these 4 chapters, and we did send out letters to these chapters. And I did request as an entrepreneur in making sure that our communities are involved. So I made the recommendation that letters be sent out to these chapters, and then based upon the inquiry as well as having the interest in serve as an advisory board to Navamil. And so therefore, these individuals did submit their letter of interest. Other than that, I'd like to give it to Mr. Bennett and to answer the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Sam. Thank you, Ms. Crotty, for your question regarding the ethics situation. I do understand that dilemma, and we will clear it with ethics before anything else moves on. However, as Mr. Sam indicated, we did make the request to the chapters to make recommendations from their communities as to who they would like to see on our board. And that's how Mr. Lewis Shirley and Mr. Sean Livingston were appointed from the Sawmill community. So, but we will follow up with the ethics office to make sure everything is above board. And then as far as the community-based involvement, right there, we are involved with our communities, communicating with them. In addition to that, I think that Mr. Sam indicated a scholarship program, and eventually down the road, as profits begin to come in, there is a possibility of paying dividends back to the chapter. In addition to that, community-based, we look at other partners such as forestry, workforce development. We're also going to be working with the Navajo Department of Agriculture to help create more grazing land for our livestock.
In addition to that, we're going to be working with water resources for watershed development. And also that we're going to be working with agriculture to help create more grazing land. I think that pretty much says it all. I think if you really look at it, it's more of a integrated resource management plan that we will be implementing out there. And that's something that I know that Navajo Nation has been working on as well. And we want to be part of that. Thank you.
Chairman, that concludes our responses at this time.
The floor is open for comments, questions, motions. Colleagues.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and also thank you, Delegates Wilson Stewart and your agents for presenting this legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I did review the plans that you submitted as exhibits, and I have some questions pertaining to the funding source that is a part of your exhibit, but doesn't state any funding source. So right now, my understanding is the entire amount will be coming from citizens. And my, again, reading, and perhaps my reading of this, your exhibits may not, maybe I didn't read it correctly, but it sounds like 40% of the total cost of this project is going to be coming from citizen, which is at 18 million. So what I want to know is, with your business, where did you go to apply for grants or for loans to start your business? That's number one. And I say that because we do have 8A here at TIBIC, and 8A does give loans and grants to small businesses that are 51% minority owned. And based on your presentation, it sounds like your company is 100% Navajo, so it's 100% minority owned. So I'm wondering if you guys applied for 8A funding. I also wonder whether you guys applied for money from the Permanent Trust Fund income, and how you guys want to proceed forward with getting that project on the Permanent Trust Fund income listing. And again, this is all based on the funding sources that have been submitted based on your exhibits, because I do see under the funding sources, ARPA $0, Native American Banking $0, BIA Guaranteed $0, USDA $0, the Navajo Nation $19,355,000. My next question is, what guarantee is in place that if your business is not successful, that money will be returned back to the people? I know that question did come up in terms of the hotel that will be owned by the Navajo Nation in Shiprock. That question did come up, and so I think it's a legitimate question. And I just wonder, because you guys are a a private business that's asking for Navajo Nation money to start up your business. And again, that's how I'm understanding the document that has been sent to us and that's attached to the legislation. My next question is, you also have companies that are listed within your presentation that you state that you plan to work with as if it's a guarantee. But what I wonder is, how can that be in your business model if we have a procurement process in place that requires Navajo businesses, small businesses, or even any business to submit, to actually apply using companies' information for RFPs or RFQs. So I know that in your presentation you have, working with Navajo Housing Authority. You also have in here working with Sorry, I'm trying to look back at your presentation. I just remember Navajo Housing Authority right off the top. And then I think you also state that you would be basically the company that I guess the Navajo people would be turning to for milling or for these logs. So without going through the procurement process, I just don't understand how you see this as I guess as somewhat of a guarantee, because that's what it sounds like. And I know that, again, that you are currently working with other funding sources, as already stated. You have the Native American Bank BIA Guarantee Loan Program and other funding sources, but you still have zero on that. And if this is 40% of the cost, how can we ensure that the remaining 60% is going to be guaranteed through these other funding sources that you're currently looking towards? And then my last question is, what I didn't see in here is if the Navajo people do give you this $18 million, and perhaps it's further down in the legislation, but what I didn't see is how much is the CEO going to be making? And I say that because our enterprises, the CEOs do have to apply for their positions. And we have asked, the council has asked, how much our CEOs are making. And I honestly can't remember if we ever got that information, but I know that did come up at one point. So if we are giving to your company, which is a private company, how much are you planning to be making as the CEO of this company? Again, perhaps it's within the document. I don't see it. So maybe you can point to the document and let me know, because that seems to be, I guess, a question that has come up within the 24th Navajo Nation Council regarding our enterprises, the CEOs who are running our enterprises. And then the last question that I have, and I still do have a lot of questions because I'm going through the document. I did read the document the very first time, and I have to remind myself a little bit of what was, what I was reading. But the other question that I have is with economic development, I know that they do give funding. Sometimes it is startup funding with their 5-year plan, or they have other options. So have you gone to economic development to see if that is a potential funding source that you could tap into? And I'm currently trying to pull up the wind system because you're talking about the chapter. So I'm pulling up to see how much is available within your chapter balance funds that they could help assist you with. Because I think if the chapters are going to back you, then the chapter should, if they're going to back you with a resolution, then they should probably back you with some funding as well. And all of our chapters have funding given to them by council that they could actually use, or they could probably use to help assist businesses that are going to be growing within their community, especially Navajo-owned businesses on the Navajo Nation, and those businesses that are located, again, on the Navajo Nation. So thank you. Those are my questions at this time.
Thank you. We do not have anyone in the queue, so I'll go to Delegate Stewart for a response.
This is Delegate Brigade.
Delegate Brigade, I'll add you after this response. Thank you.
No question, Chairman Slater. Thank you. Chairwoman Charles Newton, thank you for your response and your questions, and also the information that you provided being at Tibic for this company. And I believe that's one area that they could also look into for their funding as well. This company, Navamil, has been in the talks, from what I gather, what I was informed and presented to, since 2014-15. And it's been slow to the process. And a year ago, they barely got the business site lease signed after years of trying to get that signed. So with the assistance of the staff and President Jonathan Nez, the business site lease was signed a year ago. So through that, have been moving forward with their committee and their board to present and ask for different fundings across and through the support of the chapters. Yes, they do have the 4 chapters that submitted a letter of support. Also, each chapter having a recommendation at the table to have a community member be there with them to make sure that everything will be followed through the proper channels and through the business laws and regulations as well. That was one area that we sat down and we talked about to make sure that everything was going to be followed through legally and sufficiently. So I thank you for that information that you gave us and the CEO and also the board present online to listen in as well. The other questions that you have, Chairwoman Charles Newton, I will hand back over to Mr. Sam and also Mr. Bennett to respond back to you in those areas. Mr. Sam, Silla.
You recognize Mr. Sam.
I would like to say, thank you, Honorable Council Delegate Ms. Newton. In regards to investors, investments, in regards to small business ventures, one thing that I'm having a hard time with on the Navajo Nation as other small businesses on the reservation is that we need assets. And one thing is that the Navajo Nation sits on Navajo trust land. And a lot of times that when we utilize the land as well as whatever development is on there, on the 18 acres, we do have the Navajo Nation site lease and also the 18 acres with the current building on site that's worth $192,000. We can go to a bank to finance, but we hate to fall short because the overall million would be roughly around about $52 million. What we want to do is start as a medium scale business, milling company. So a lot of this money, over 18.8 million, roughly around about $15 million is going for infrastructure. And the infrastructure will actually help the Nava mill in regards to the operation. Overall, the business site lease, as a business owner, I have the obligation to fill the 25-year lease. At the end of the 25-year lease, all the infrastructures that are developed on this 18 acres will go back to the Navajo Nation. I do not take it. It's the nation investing in itself. The budget does not have the CEO yearly annual costs, or the reason why we didn't put that in there is because for me, I'd rather see this business in operation. I'd rather put my employees first. And if the advisory board gives me an annual salary, I would think that it would have to go with what the nation HR human resource. But right now, I'm not part of this budget. As a venture, as a business entrepreneur, as I would like to use this $18.8 million as seed money. We did submit applications because of the COVID. We haven't really get a response. But like I said, what we have so far right now, net worth is $192,000 that we can take to our bank right now, but we won't get equivalent to, $192,000 for a loan. We'll probably get at least about 25% of that. But right now it's barely the beginning. We barely got our business site lease, like Honorable Council Delegate Mr. Wilson Stewart mentioned. is that we got our business site lease on May 27th of 2021. And we're barely coming out of COVID and the pandemic. And we really need the seed money to start this venture here on Navajo. I know there's some concerns, but we haven't get there yet, but we want to get there, and we will get there. And I know there might be some challenges, but then yet, you know, I'm looking at this council and as a Navajo businessman, and to get support by the nation, and to get a direction by the advisory board as well as the nation to help me as a Navajo business. Right now, like it did mention in our presentation that over $53,000 was invested in, and that's in-kind services out of my own pocket. No loans. Savings account of my own savings account. Some of my own 401k. And I don't know who to turn to. But I have that positive thought that this council would make this happen for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Elmer Begay, you're recognized. Then after you, we're going to go to Delegate Ricky Nez. Thank you.
Protect Chair Delegate Slater, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. I have a question. I don't also of this legislation now. Delegate Stewart. My question is, do you have a approved current business plan for this? Look into that, see how structures, you know, I don't know how to, from this first year, second year, third year, 5 years, I don't know what should I have any kind of a plan that's put together for this funding needs to get out ask something here. Hello, maybe it is. I just wanted to ask Pro-Tem Speaker. That's my question.
Thank you. Delegate Ricky Nez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pro Tem Shanella Slater. I don't know enough any response on Mr. Sam as well as Honorable Ben Bennett. I don't know if they had what thought bed done a hoodie in it that on in so we can hodo and see that did man stepped the show thought the never non stahod long on zone croi hodes the nay at la Navajo preference though what I shouldn't have John Hitna I how the ababan see case so la yat and Shaban sis case go about a couple of years ago, about a year ago, maybe a gentleman approached me from Shiprock, the water bottle company, Deputy was no. Yeah, yes, so I mean that's a really good plan also because water. We bought a lot of water from Sam's Club during COVID, Walmart. Can you imagine having Navajos employed manufacturing bottled water? Yeah, no, one, but no, ARPA money. And that the homeless, veterans don't have a homeless. You know, perhaps this is something. Putting our heads together with Division of Economic Development Office, we could do that. We could do stuff like this. She and that though. Boy, in hidden there. Nasco be behind it. Oh, they bubble net later than Lebanon the school. Using the people's money to reinvest in our own people. I think it's a really good idea. It's a good plan. I've heard of a plan also about a couple of years ago up to veterans horse equine therapy facility. That's also a very good business model. And what Mr. Sam has before us, this is pretty much the first that I've really heard of someone, our own people, coming forward saying, logging company. And just, it kind of makes you uneasy, but then you think about it. Businesses take a chance. Some succeed depending on the individuals themselves. Here they have a board, how they can manage and move forward with it. Although some probably fail, like the egg farm, no behind on den and the Hashin Hot in Shashin. Although Shipra, there's the RV park of the next on Hashin Peso, Pada is Nilda. But I feel there's people, our own people, that are very motivated. They have that intrinsic motivation to not fail, not to want to fail, but continue to be committed and make it work and show the people that they can do business as well. Mr. Sam, maybe I did meet him. If I did meet him, it's probably someone that I met somewhere along the trail ride. But in this case, I remember seeing information like this. So, business yada go handed. But I need business that they together. Up on that transactions and all on this case. A few years ago, Mr. Romero Brown did the same thing with hotels and construction companies. He did well. Look at our Viso construction. They build building off and off the reservation as well as on the reservation. So we just have to encourage our people to, cheer them on. I'm just speaking words of support for this project. I understand it's a lot of money. 18 million is a lot of money. And I understand your concerns. And I know accountability that I don't know. Measure ego which report not into Hala Hall just Khalid on navigation at that so Winston go over distance or over here. Thank you very much. I'm just pro tem speaker, just making a voice of support for this project for our people, our young people that wish to succeed in business, and especially our entrepreneurs. So, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart, you're recognized to respond to Delegate Begay's question.
Good Chairman. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to my agents, Mr. Sam and Mr. Bennett.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Begay. Questioning lagi. The business plan by Naabik'íyáti ad episto. Matter of fact, in our PowerPoint presentation, we have revenue projections for year 1 through 5 in Naabik'íyáti out. In addition to that, we also have a 5-year projection, expenditure projections in there. So and those may fluctuate from time to time or year to year, depending on the need. However, so I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Colleagues, committee members, the floor is open for questions, comments, motions.
Delegate Slater, this is Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Delegate Brown. I'll put you first in the queue. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Hearing none, Delegate Brown, you're recognized.
Oh, yeah, Speaker Pro Temp. Just now, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council, Yate. Then Ado Craigie Navimil, Dida. Bedan Hadid Ahi Ben Dashnish, Ado Non Nishahal Chad, Nini Naabik'íyáti, Koho, Dean Lay at the launch. So Ashi Nidi at dancing kiss, Ashi need ko. Nisin Hodn Koho. Question to Mr. Sam. 18 million, it is a lot of money. And I wanted to, do you need the whole 18 million plus, close to 19 million, all in one lump sum? I want to also explain something to you. The CHISN funding is currently invested, and the nation does receive collect interest. So taking 18 million will impact that a lot, or some. Could you accept some of this? If the nation are to approve this, we as council, can you accept the money in phases over the next few years to ensure that there is funding that is still coming to interest, as far as interest comes back to the Navajo Nation? Are you open to that? That's my first question. And then the other comment that I have would be, again, back to Rhino Glove Manufacturing Company. They did, in fact, State of New Mexico, they had, I believe, over $4 million invested and some of their own funding. I think I was the only delegate who voted against the Rhino company, and it was given as a grant to a or through the economic development, but ultimately that really helped set up the glove manufacturing company. So I just want to make sure that, you know, from the 24th Council, I want to encourage you and make sure that you do succeed, because we do need homes. Navajo Housing Authority does receive NAHASDA funding. I believe they gave back, you know, close to $300 million. And, you know, the last term they gave over $22 million back to HUD. Is there a way that maybe we can, this is going to be, I'm looking at this, your legislation, as hopefully we can use this to learn and to bring Navajo Nation Economic Development Department into this. If it involves housing, wouldn't it be great to get Navajo Housing Authority involved, and then also other organizations that have proven themselves or have the security in running their company. We're still in a pandemic. There are some closures, but I think looking forward, looking at the Nahaza dollars, I think with your company, with lumber and the ability to build Hogan's houses, that's something that the nation really needs across the United States. Housing is such a big crisis. So I'm really interested in some of the possible partnerships. My second question would be, if you can, I was listening to some of the possible other partnerships that you have created through this journey. And I think maybe just your I'm gonna put you on the spot right now, and this is not in your plans, but how would you look at individuals like yourself, our very own children, our own Navajo people who have these amazing ideas, and that we want to make sure that you succeed? With that thought, who have you reached out to as far as Navajo Nation Economic Development Department and others for any type of help and assistance to ensure your success? So I would like to continue to encourage our Navajo people to open companies to help our people and our nation. I know we do have so many of our people with the experience, the education. So that's my mindset. So I really want to, again, we need you to succeed for Navajo Nation leadership. Let's not give you a choice if, but we need you to succeed. And what is it from Navajo leadership that you need? What is it from the state of Arizona, Utah, New Mexico that you need, that you would need? And actually, my final thoughts would be, I know Change Labs was brought up, and Change Labs is a wonderful Navajo woman-led organization, majority, and they are a business incubator. Have you reached out to them? And they do have classes, courses, to my understanding, that are coming up to help assess Navajo-owned companies on the Navajo Nation. So this is a substantial amount of money that you are requesting in a grant form. So it is in a grant, right? That would be my third question. And which means that the nation will not be expecting any type of repayment from yourself, from this company, close to $19 million. Is that correct? If you can respond to that. Actually, one more. I also was listening for your response from Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton's question on, I said earlier, we will not give you an option to fail, but she had a really interesting question on, well, what if this doesn't work? And then that's something that we have to ask. If you can please respond, how would you be able to repay back? Let's say if you're given an increment that would make more sense. If anything were to go wrong, then there's still some funding that is still in the Navajo Nation CHSN account. Again, good luck. I full-heartedly support this legislation. If this council, this body, gives millions and millions of dollars to gaming, to other enterprises and non-Navajo owned companies like Rhino Glove, I would say to my colleagues that please vote green. I see this as Mr. Sam and his future employees, that this is their money. That CHSN dollars is Navajo people's money. So this only makes sense to me that we're going to be investing a substantial amount of their money for our people, for our employment on Navajo. Ado so dole ke.
Pro Tem Speaker.
Naabik'íyáti, you recognized?
Yes, this is Edmund. I'd like to just say a few words, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Speaker, thank you. And also members of the council, everyone that's listening, sponsor of the bill, this legislation. Also heard Honorable Ben Bennett. Good to hear from you, sir. I listened to the beginning of the presentation, of course, and just want to give a couple of examples on this lumber industry. Yesterday, went to Nappy, get a load of hay for my horse, catch up, and for the cows, and did my price checking here in Gallup, and bale of hay, it's 25 all the way up to $30 a bale. But when I went to Nappy, nice little drive with my Nully, bale of hay, a good hay, was around $15 to $14 a bale. So my point in saying that, Navajo business ownership, I know it has been indicated that this is a lot of money, but I am going to support this, is what I'm going to say. We need to give every entrepreneur a chance, especially if it's our own. And so all I ask is that if this legislation passes and goes through the president's approval, don't the pressure on the people. There's a lot of people that build shelves, cabinets, and whatnot, even homes. I mean, I'm glad that I listened really hard in my shop class and band class, but my spare time, I make shelves and cabinets, and so hint to my colleagues. But I'll have plenty of time after January to maybe go into it full time as well. But I go to Home Depot and all the local lumber yards here, and it is expensive. And so if this legislation goes and gets approved, all I ask is that you give a fair price to our people for years to come, and I'll support this legislation. So, Pro Tem Speaker, enough said on my part. That's all I wanted to say, sir.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Delegate Charles Newton, and then we're going to return to the sponsor and his agents. Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Hello, Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering the questions that I have. And I'll be really honest, right now, I don't support this legislation because I think that the delegates who have spoken are talking about, we need to support our Navajo businesses, which I agree 100%. I think that we do need to support our Navajo businesses. However, I think that we should be fair in that, if we want to support our Navajo businesses, perhaps what we should do instead is take $20 million from Citizen and set up a startup fund to help our Navajo businesses get set up. Because I think that's just a matter of being fair to all of our Navajo businesses. I think that Chair Nez brought up the bottling company for Shiprock. I did meet with that gentleman as well. I heard his plan. Unfortunately, the plan wasn't as far advanced as what we're seeing here today. But I speak for all the businesses, all the Navajo businesses, and say that, if we're going to talk about, supporting our Navajo entrepreneurs, if we're going to talk about, supporting Navajo businesses, if we're going to talk about building the Navajo economy, then as a council, we should be fair. And setting aside 25 million, maybe, of citizens to give to our Navajo businesses, who want to start up, give them that startup money. And I think to me, that would make more sense. And the arguments being made about being, Navajo, being supportive of Navajo businesses, we can then take that back to say, hey, Navajo businesses, Navajo entrepreneurs, Navajos, who are young, who are old, who are, who are men, who are women, if you have an idea, we can help you build that idea. But we should also make it a requirement that we cannot, that Navajo, we do believe in Navajo businesses. However, part of helping an individual grow or part of helping a business grow is asking them to also look at other types of funds to bring to the table, such as the funding sources that are covered within the document itself. And right now, Navajo, the Navajo citizen, which is the Navajo people's money, the entire amount is going to be going towards this one business. So why not be fair and open up the door for our Navajo businesses? Give them the opportunity to grow their business. Have them apply for these, maybe we can make a grant. I thought that we had that in place with economic development. And that's why I asked the question, have you gone to economic development to ask them if there's startup costs? I remember JT Willie at one time did say that there was funding available, but it seems like this company is just coming to citizens for the entire amount without really going out to look at other funding sources. So all I'm asking this council is, you know what? If we're going to argue, let's encourage Navajo enterprises, let's encourage Navajo businesses, then let's be fair. Let's be fair and allow our Navajo entrepreneurs the opportunity to come back, and let's tell them, hey, if you want to build your business here on the Navajo Nation, we're going to make it easy for you to get land on the Navajo Nation. We are going to help you through the process, and we're even going to give you startup money to help you. It's not going to be the entire amount, but it'll be a part of it because we want you to succeed. We want you to build here on the nation. We need to build our economy. So I think that to me just seems like a better plan than giving the entire amount, to one business. And I wonder, is there a feasibility study? I say that because I know at one time I was asked that question for a hotel that the Navajo people will own. Where is your feasibility study? Right now, we're just seeing ideas on, black and white on paper, but really, no study to show that, this is happening. And that's where, I'm looking at these businesses like the bank. The bank is going to ask you a lot more tougher questions. And if the bank isn't willing to give you a loan, or if they're not willing to help, then, to me, it's kind of scary because the bank is in the business of looking at a startup business to say, is the startup business really going to be feasible? Is it really going to be successful? And I'm not no business person, but I do know that I made the mistake as a council delegate, as a brand new council delegate. I made the mistake of voting green on that glove factory because I didn't know what questions to ask. I didn't know how to properly look at a project and say, I think that this is going to be good for the Navajo people, this is going to be good for the Navajo Nation economy. And I think in terms of the question regarding, the CEO and what you would be making, I think that's a valid question because you're asking the Navajo people to give you $18 million and to not share how much of that you're going to be taking for your own salary. I think, not answering the question, makes me wonder because I would hate, and I'm not saying that you would do this, but, if you were taking $500,000 a year for salary, that's not going to be fair because you took 18 million from the Navajo people. And I think, the question that we're always asking is, we understand that it's going to create jobs. We like that. But what I struggle with here on the Navajo Nation is we are not paying our people what they should be paid. So yes, it is great that you're going to be creating jobs, but what I want to know is how much are your laborers going to be making? How much are your office assistants going to be making? Where is that, that information, within your study or within your plan? I also have a problem, and I don't know, and that's why I'm going to ask this question, is within your plan, you identify Arviso Construction as, I guess, being the construction company that would build this building. Was that project RFP'd or RFQ'd out to businesses to bid? And I'm sure you're going to say yes, it was sent out for bid. You know, and I'm hoping that you'll say that, because if we're talking about being fair to business and we're talking about encouraging business, then we have to make sure that businesses are given the same opportunity to apply. Those days are gone where we have the buddy system of, you know, I'm going to apply for this money and I'm going to give you the contract if you help me to advocate for it. You know, we try to be fair, and I speak for all businesses on the Navajo Nation, you know, who are struggling right now to try to get set up. You know, those businesses that are struggling, you know, to find that startup money. There's our Navajo people, they've all got great ideas. They all have, you know, these wonderful ideas of what we could be doing to try to improve our economy. But, you know, we don't make it easy for them to get going. And not only that too, but we don't make it fair for them. And I'm only speaking out of fairness. And that is, if this council gives this business $18 million, then we need to give every startup company, every young Navajo who comes back to say, I have an idea, we need to be able to give them less than 20 million. If we want to be fair, if we want to talk about building our economy, if we really want to look at protecting our Navajo people's money. And that's why I'm recommending, you know, instead of giving this one company, you know, $18 million, why don't we as a council just put aside 20 million of the system and make it fair to our small businesses to say, if you have an idea, if you need help to grow, come back to Navajo and we'll help you. We got 20 million that's set aside, and you guys can apply for these. You guys can apply for this money, and it's not a loan. It's to help you get going. And I would support something like that, because in that event, we're making it fair, and we're also opening up that door for our entrepreneurs to come back, people who have these great ideas, people who have ideas who need help getting them developed. And sadly, I will say, economic development, the Division of Economic Development is supposed to be doing that, but I think all of us know that they're not doing that. They're not helping our young business owners to get set up. And so, you know, it's frustrating because we're over here, we're saying, yes, we want to help this one business, but we can't change the law when it comes to changing the way that we allow a business to get set up on the Navajo Nation. Or we're not changing the law when it comes to land designation for businesses. It was stated earlier in this presentation, back in 2014 or 2015, that Navamill was, that it presented to council. And it took several years to even get the land withdrawn. And now that the land is withdrawn, they're moving through the process. But if we're looking at 2014 to 2023, that tells you that our laws on the Navajo Nation regarding businesses, that needs to change. We can't just keep, you know, saying that, well, we encourage businesses to come out. We want our young people to come back with these ideas, but we make it difficult for them. So I oppose this legislation, and it has nothing to do with, the sponsor or with the agents. It's just, I think, as a matter of fairness to all of our Navajo businesses out there. And I say that because at one time, each one of us delegates have talked about businesses within our communities, businesses that need to get started. You know, we need to make funding available to all of them, and we need to make it fair. But if we're going to give money for starting off businesses, then we need to take that into consideration for every single business that comes to Navajo asking for this money, with no information on how that money is going to be returned, aside from we're going to offer jobs. Thank you for offering jobs and for thinking of our Navajo people. But I hope that for your carpenters, you are willing to pay $30 to $35 an hour, because that's what carpenters make. off the nation. So I hope you're prepared to pay that amount. Your business assistant or a secretary, $18 off the Navajo Nation startup. So I hope that when you say you're going to bring jobs here, you're also going to guarantee that you're going to be paying our Navajo people what they're worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to return to Delegate Stewart. Delegate Stewart, you're recognized.
Question Chairman, thank you again, colleagues, for your questions, your comments, and also your thoughts as well for the Navajo business. And through what I've heard, it is, as a member of Navajo Nation Council, I've learned quite a bit about how difficult it is for us to even give money or even help a Navajo business develop and also move in that process to where they can progress. And it goes back to our red tape process, which needs to be improved. As I stated earlier, this business was already being developed, already going through the process when I came in as a delegate. Only thing they were waiting for was their business lease to be signed. But with the thanks to President Nez and the staff to find it, locate it, and then get it signed a year ago, that's what gave them that other leverage again to say, okay, this is what we got now. And this is where we're at now. Through the 2 years that we went, 2.5 years that we went through the pandemic, yes, we shouldn't be blaming that for it. But, it was because of the pandemic and because of what we went through at that time, where we couldn't go to each other and say, hey, this is what I need. This is how I need your help right here. Everything was done, virtually. And even us as delegates, a lot of our meetings are still, virtually, and at this time, that's what I'm asking for, is to say, yes, let's try it. And she's not, I thought Nate Brown, I thought Behinzi, I thought as phases, Dini, the gig D-shot, cut out. I see that too. I thought, cut out, and I thought, cut out, she's not in general, I thought. O quagge ya diko na khas la bejmas ana the linigi asto could add the legislation linigi sha aro korogi naso de dol shi dol naso do shi asto ba ho za so we quagge the little less and let's try it aro korolo shna chairman is ya hazi di korogi Hinat that they kagi ni halchinani he die yajakan he mayajakan and linigi down on la but no then the hikaho take so aro on here in tribal government so be yet one so just now just your kid so now has on but then you're overqualified but then to start a business. As lo quit out banda di ka. Dia yo quine not high shana. Oko kodogi aya Johnny Hay hasala and that's what I've learned. That's what I've learned is we as a council we need to revise these plans. Akunda quit out nadil on aya micromanagement. Non hit that nest though. Highlight style with executive and legislative dagi a hisin day initial. Aslaw that the Nithigi yasha. Could out about this case. Kodogi yan dani keri based on linigi in phases or as a lump sum. Quagi in has la aron the Kodogi business time linigi so danos don't hitch an ostha so. Aro so could out on this case. Could out and he says, not he just as a sponsor for this legislation. Korogi should Siladoshan non quaggy Chairwoman Charles Newton and the kid so quite doshes na Nate Brown so so Kodogi so fishing has asking answer his a but answers anything he's not what those net all less a quite banadish also less. I'm gonna turn the floor over to them again. Chairman Slater, thank you.
Mr. Sam, you're recognized.
Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regarding to the questions being asked to Navamil, I'd like to thank you for your questions. Foremost is that we're open to strategy, resources, as well as there are monies coming through in regarding to climate change. If we don't act now on our Navajo forestry, we are going to go through a devastating stage in the future. And there are monies out there. And there are Navajo businessmen and women out there. Yes, I understand that. But for me, myself, for this business, Navajo-owned business, I went the extra mile working with Fort Defiance RBDO as well as economic development. I got an environmental clearance regarding to the environmental assessment. There was a Navajo Nation small business feasibility study that was paid by Division of Economic Development. That was back in October of 2003. I paid for the survey as well as the appraisal, all the checklists that we went through. And this 18 acres is not a commercial site; it's actually an industrial site. And we're not talking about a small business; we're talking about a manufacturing plant. We're going to be competitive on our sales. We're going to be competitive on our employee salary. We're going to provide health benefits as well as retirement. I want to invest into my people. I feel saddened to see some of these loggers that have minimal equipment out there, safety equipment. And I would like to provide those kind of equipment so they can, better equipment and more up-to-date equipment so they can provide our own logging as well as our firewood to our people. It saddens me that you go out off the reservation to these border towns that are selling our own wood supplies back to the Navajo Nation. So if these other entrepreneurs that you say in fairness, I would like to see them have a business site lease. I would like to see them invest over $50,000 of their own money, their hardworking money, and to go through all the necessary requirements through economic development before they get grants and before they request for monies. Because as an entrepreneur, I started this plan back in 2015, coming from Sawmill Community Chapter, knowing that our structures of our log hogans for ceremonial usage, there's none out there. There's sheep corrals, horse corrals that are well overdue of maintenance. And our people out there, they don't have the education. There's families out there that are fixed income, and I'm thinking about them. Before you say that bad investment or voting, for this glove factory, Navamil is a whole different type of venture. We have great ideas. We're coming from the grassroots people. We're the net people. And we're open as soon as we're in operation. We would like to extend, resources out there, providing training, providing the net trucking. Our Navajo truckings are out there that are, a lot of our diesel trucks are just parked out there. We need mechanics. We need aerial photography. We need lumberjacks. We need accountants. All those would actually come in play over time. All I'm asking is $18.8 million that's going to be invested majority into infrastructure. Like I said once I said again, is that this 18 million, out of that 15 million is going for infrastructure. That is permanent infrastructure to the 18 acres. And that's going to be owned by the Navajo Nation. I have an obligation as a Navajo entrepreneur that went through the proper process with economic development, working with all these other departments, going the extra mile to get this manufacturing industrial park. And so with that being said, that this business site, it took a while, but I was patient enough and I persevered through thick and thin, through the negative thoughts or what have you out there. But then yet, I'm still striving for it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm born and raised on the Navajo Nation. Whatever's been passed in the past, please don't judge Navamil because of that. This is a great venture. It's going to help our people. It's going to help everyone from the youngest to the oldest. And it's going to be here. It's going to be part of Navajo. And we can go out there and work with the Apache country, Nota, and our relatives out there. Let's make this happen. And I'm open to grants. Like I said, we want the buck for the dollar. And regarding to resources out there, grants, a lot of these grants is that, are you operating? And that's where we fall short, is because we only have a business site lease. We are not in operation yet. And we don't have a revenue status at the moment. So we just only have projections. I'm not saying is that the bank is not going to help us. I'm just saying that, we don't have a monthly or yearly revenue at the moment. But give us a chance. We'll show you. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue right now. Committee members, the floor is open for questions or discussion or motions.
Delegate
Begay, you're recognized.
Question here to the delegate and pro speaker, other than chair whether the delegate still do that he had other from the Hudson Egito. I think I heard on delegate former delegate Ben Benito. I saw the United States we went through this pandemic. So during that time, a lot of small business and around the entrepreneur and people that are business people that they applied it for CARES Act funding. They because of the since they were business and then just because of the pandemic they were affected. I think the people, business people that are working on their business plan that they're working, they apply for that, but they told me that just like right now we're trying to get some projects going with our chapters, but we have to abide by the federal regulation. So, my question is the sound at that time. It sounded like you guys have been in business for so long, and you guys have been clearance of that since 2003 in San Jose. So during that time, that applies to that fund, therefore that CARES funding for some of this deficiency that you're looking at again. Like how to start up, and I don't know during that time, how could this, if we go into another case, it seems like there was the reason why this pandemic happened is the on heat and if you look back, but it's made us aware how much we prepare for something in the future. Something happens. Can we depend? Can we rely on these resources that is being to be developed here? It showed us today what was essential, what is very important today. Some people they tempted to get their business that they applied for, that they got it. John, if you were in business, you should apply for it, and maybe you got some of it. That's about that. Thank you.
Committee members, the floor is open. Nobody's texted in, so we're gonna go back to Delegate Wilson Stewart. You're recognized.
Question, Chairman Slater. Thank you. Mr. Bennett Aron Mr. Sam not on Silla Doshanai.
Question here. Silla Aro here Nadine Kitty dog get the gay. Did pandemic Jijanta a bondage mission there. I don't lay Nazi call, lay CARES Act, Basil Honey Day. A stop end touch a cut date a conde Benina Arosat. Nahan Arosat Nahanat Kades Nilagi Aya Beninagi Aya. The rule was that you needed to be an established operating business that was impacted by the pandemic prior to the pandemic. We were in the middle of developing it. And although stock did for profit, CARES Act a non-profit a bahod in there a could out could law. Upon the discharge lay days Michigan aya at the era funds the date auto. We're working with the Navajo Nation Chamber of Commerce. They are a nonprofit entity helping us to try to find funding through their grant writers. Auto CDFI. We went to them and they said, Otto, we are looking at requesting for some grants or even a entertain a proposal with Navajo Housing Authority. We would like to be their well of opportunity to help alleviate some of the housing issues on Navajo, as well as having to not give money back to Washington. So kuta anastito Elma.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Committee members, the floor is open for discussion. Going twice.
This is Delegate
This is Delegate Henyo.
Was that Chair Henyo I heard?
and Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to Delegate Henyo, and then we'll go to Delegate Charles Newton thereafter. And if anyone else would like to get in the queue, please go ahead and text me. Thank you. Delegate Henyo.
Chair Pro Tem, Naabik'íyáti to the Development Fourth Nation. Delegate Stewart for Naabik'íyáti Committee. Listening to all the conversation regarding it seems like the Navajo Nation will be putting the whole bill, taking all the
Chair Henyo, I apologize for interrupting, but we cannot hear you. Chair Henyo, Delegate Henyo. Delegate Henyo, if you can hear me, I'm going to ask that you please find a better connection, and we're going to proceed to Delegate Charles Newton, and then I'll call for you after she concludes her remarks. Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to ask, can we get Division of Economic Development on the line, as well as the Navajo Chamber of Commerce, so that we can find out which grants were applied for from this business? And again, I think economic development, I'm pretty sure, but we probably need to get it on the record. But I believe that they do help assist with startup costs. So if you could please, if we can get Division of Economic Development on the line to help explain that, and then maybe ask, how much money from economic development is being, being given to this company, since you're saying that they've gone through the process. And then I also want to comment about the $50,000 of investment. I didn't see that on your report, the $50,000 that you're referencing out of your own pocket, because I would consider that to be, alternative sources of funding. Of course, you would have to prove that, but I think that should also be on the application, saying that you have spent $50,000 of your own funding to get this business going. And then I don't know very much about businesses because I've never owned a business, but I think that every business kind of invests your own money into the business. So it's not, it's not anything new, but maybe I'm wrong on that. And that's why I'm requesting that we get economic development on the line to help answer some of these questions and to see if there's other funding out there that's available that will maybe bring down the cost. Instead of it being 18 million, maybe they have funding that's available that they can use to help assist this business. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Delegate Charles Newton, we have staff trying to get in contact with DED and the chamber. And colleagues, I just request, if you anticipate requesting information from other parties in the course of the discussion of the remaining agenda items, please go ahead and contact staff and myself, and we'll start working on that so that they are prepared when we get to those legislative items. Now, Delegate Henyo, are you available?
Yes, how's the connection on this? Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, it sounds better now.
Okay. I can share for 10 minutes out though. And hopefully, just a thought here, listening to the conversation as we're moving along with this legislation. Some things come to mind, especially that the nation, will we be 100% vested in the startup business, assuming all the risk is whether the company succeeds or not. But that's where I'm looking at right now. And if that's the case, then the nation should be doing a risk evaluation or risk assessment to see what the potential risk might be out there. Just thinking about the sawmill Navajo forest pilot industry and how they end up being shut down. It's because of the environmental issues that came to surface regarding the spotted owl and so forth. And so those are the potential risks I'm thinking about. As the logging starts moving, I'm sure there will be groups out there that will be protesting to say this is not in the best interest of Mother Nature, save the trees, and so forth. And so that will be a potential obstacle. Then, of course, anytime there's a investment that's being made, especially a large investment like this, there needs to be a risk assessment of the owners. See if they have the credit profile. Because when you go to the bank, they run your credit report to see what kind of risk you are to the bank. If you're a person that has good credit and are responsible in paying back your loan, then obviously you get approval. So again, that's where I feel that there needs to be some due diligence on the nation's part to actually look more in depth into the past business experiences and so forth, and what would be the return on this investment. Because that's the way I see it, investment. I'm not looking at it as a grant. It's a business investment. And so those are the thoughts that are running through my head right now. And I think there should be more due diligence completed before the nation moves ahead. I'll call this one out for now. Thank you.
No messages. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to return to our sponsor because we don't have anyone else who's messaged in. Delegate Stewart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Sutildo Shana, Mr. Sam, and Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Sam, you're recognized.
Mr. Henio, Delegate Henio. Yes, I think that should be part of it, but I do know that everything we've done this far since 2015 has been a risk, and we're still moving ahead with our proposal. And I'd look at it as more of an investment in Navajo. As I indicated at the beginning, Navajo Nation, that's including the government, we need to start investing in ourselves in order to make things sustainable for the Navajo Nation. if you take a look at our communities, if you look at Winderock, you don't really see any kind of business being developed on this side of the line, but you look on the other side at, say, Benito, and say Benito is booming. They're building businesses left and right and everything. And it's, you know, those are some of that stuff. They don't want to take the risk out here on Navajo, because what happens is that those businesses, when they decide to move on, they turn around, they sell all of their assets, get their money back, and then they move, and then they sell it to somebody else. Navajo, we don't do that. Whatever we develop as a Navajo business on a business site lease, and should we move on in some fashion or form, that becomes an asset for the Navajo Nation regardless. So if the investment into the infrastructure was $3 million and we left, there would be a $3 million asset sitting on a Navajo business on the reservation. And we could therefore move forward. But I do recommend that we need to start investing in our own government. We need to start investing in our own businesses and our own people. Because after all, once it's said and done, we're all taxpayers of the Navajo Nation. How do we generate more revenue to generate more taxes? And that's by developing our own businesses and putting our own people to work out here. And those are some of the risk assessments that need to be looked at, because I think that we don't really look at the overall outcome. We only look at how can this company fail. We don't want to do that. We want to see how can we succeed, and we can succeed with the Navajo Nation as well as with our leadership and our government in tow. And that's what we would like to do, Mr. Henyu. If I answered your question, if I didn't, then I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, committee members. I believe we have Delegate Charles Newton who would like a follow-up. Is there anyone else who'd like to be added to the queue? Hearing none, we'll move to Delegate Charles Newton. You're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I was doing a little bit of research. So I know that there is funding available to help assist businesses, not only at the federal level, but we also have CDFI. And I was trying to remember, I thought we, and I say we, because it wasn't me, but part of, I think the 23rd Navajo Nation Council approved $20 million to go to CDFI to help businesses with their startups. And I know I asked for economic development, but can I also ask for somebody from CDFI to be a part of this call, because that's exactly what they're in the business of doing, is to help our Navajo businesses. So when you're talking about, the various funding sources, I want to ask you, did you guys work with CDFI, or did you guys request funding from CDFI as an alternative measure? Because that's Navajo money. $20 million was given to CDFI to help businesses and to help entrepreneurs like you. And so I think that 23rd Navajo Nation Council allocated that fund. It was signed into law by President Russell V. Gay and Vice President Jonathan Naz. So there is money available for your business to access. And so I want to know, did you guys go through CDFI to request for assistance, especially in the feasibility study? So if I can get that question answered, and also Speaker Pro Tem, if we can get CDFI and also Division of Economic Development on the line, because what I worry about is we don't have very much money of Sahisin left. And I asked at one point, I believe 2 Nabis ago, I asked that question. You know, is the 24th Navajo Nation Council going to plan to use that entire Sahisin? Because if we are, you know, there's some projects that I would like considered in Shiprock. And I believe that at the fall session, as a council, we said, no, you know, we should wait, you know, leave some for the 25th. But if you look at our agenda today, there's several legislations that are requesting funding. And I can, you know, I know that there's going to be delegates that are going to be amending the legislation to add their projects on. So I want to ask this council, and I want to ask Chair Hanyo, and also, you know, Speaker Pro Tem, are we gonna blow through, or are we gonna use the entire Sahisin before we leave office? Because I think that announcement needs to be made so that delegates can get their amendments in order for the legislation. Because again, you know, 19 million from the last amount that was given to us by Mr. Robert Willie. You know, I'm looking for that memo right now, but I know that there's not very, you know, we have been going through Sahisin funds very quickly, and I heard the comment, it's only 19 million, you know, only 19 million. I mean, to a Navajo, 19 million is the world. It could pay off a lot of bills. It could pay off, you know, it could deliver wood to our Navajo people. Shoot, you know, we could buy pellet stoves for all of our Navajo people with $19 million. So that's why, you know, for me, it's hard to stand by this legislation if there are other forms that are available for these types of businesses weren't even considered or weren't even applied for. And that's what I want to know is, did you really go out to look at other sources of funding? Did you apply for them? Or are you just coming entirely to the Navajo Nation asking for this money? And I think that's part of the due diligence as delegates, is to ask these questions, because $19 million is a lot of money for the Navajo people. Thank you.
Mr. Capitan, are you on the line? Mr. Capitan or Mr. Silversmith?
Good afternoon. This is Mr. Silversmith. I'm en route back to the office. If you'll give me about 10 more minutes, I can be on my office and on the line to answer your questions.
Can answer questions.
Okay. I'm looking at our participant listing. I thought I saw Mr. Capitan on there.
He responded. He said hi. Notes I was talking about.
Mr. Capitan, would you like to say something or no? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I don't know if anyone else is. We're going to proceed back to the sponsor, and then we will come back to the agents from DED. And if we can get CDFI in the chamber on the line, we'll also do that. Delegate Charles Newton. We have staff trying to do that right now. So, Delegate Wilson Stewart, you're recognized to respond.
Good Chairman Slater, thank you. Our colleagues for the questions, the concerns, the comments. Thank you. And on behalf of myself, I really appreciate the dialogue happening here with this particular legislation. Reason being is because those that are listening in from the communities that we represent, we're making it open to them to have them be aware of what's happening. That if a business owner is out there, legislation for Navamil. The Queen said there's kids. Negotiation Delegate Brown phase 80 million dollars phase non kid Navajo Nation are they going to have a say so as far as government goes? This is Navajo Nation investing into itself. Out of the other area, the CDFI, a legislation had the delia shareholders and a glenigi. I thought a such a nick law. Quit so and the Hinada Kidnana. Where are the other businesses at? Where are they coming at? Where is their funding at? How come they haven't paid back? Not at all need at all. That legislation failed. CDFI has no money. As a shareholder, we're trying to get the legislation pushed through again. The Division of Economic Development Chamber of Commerce Chamber of Commerce has come to me before and to other delegates before. Not that he's doing it. I thought so again, as I stated before, colleagues, we're at this point, the 25th, maybe they can assist in revisiting these areas of various legislations, various policies, procedures to make it to where our business owners can develop a business on Navajo. Chapters on lineage when they withdraw lands for community development, they vote on it. And then that property, then our area, then not property, but that area, then it goes back under Division of Economic Development. That area, that business site, chapter economic development between economic development and the business owner. Chapter that was already passed. I not yet let that see, and that went through. And there's several businesses that have probably gone through that process. So those areas, that's what I want to answer back to. And again, I appreciate these comments, questions, concerns that my colleagues have. And everything is coming back, to this legislation, to being asked, let's see what we can do with it. This is Naabik'íyáti. So that's my thoughts on it, and my responses up to this time. Chairman Slater, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Sam and Mr. Bennett if they have any additional comments to make in those areas.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Douglas Capitan. I finally have good enough signal.
Thank you, Mr. Capitan. We'll go to you, and then if we have anyone from the CDFI. Donovan, have we got any response? Anything from the chamber? I texted you. Okay. Mr. Capitan, you're recognized. Did you hear the question? I guess I should ask first.
I did not know. I'll go ahead and if you can repeat that for me, please.
Okay. Delegate Charles Newton, can you please repeat the question to Mr. Capitan?
Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Capitan, for getting on the call. We are currently discussing this legislation that's before us, where we have a Navajo private business that is requesting $19 million from Citizen for startup costs. And so I did recommend that, I asked if there was other funding sources that they have been approved with, and my understanding based on the documents that are before us that are attached to the legislation is that there's none. So I asked, if they have reached out to economic development to seek, grants or maybe a loan, or whether even economic development gives startup costs at $19 million to new businesses. And so that was basically the essence of my question is, with economic development, what programs are available for new Navajo businesses that are wanting to get started on the Navajo Nation? How much money do you guys give them for startup costs and what's required? And did this Navajo Mill come to Division of Economic Development to seek funding? Thank you.
Mr. Capitan, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you, Pro Tem, Speaker and Madam Chair Charles Newton. To answer that question directly, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development does provide startup funds in form of the Business Infrastructure Development Fund, and those funds are relatively small in comparison, especially in comparison to this the amount requested. The initial amount that a business can request for right now is $10,000. So that is just a drop in the bucket compared to an $18 million request. We do have, again, as you are members of this council and committees are fully aware, is that we do have and are awaiting approval from the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which is an $89 million allocation provided to the Navajo Nation business community through financing and credit opportunities. That will be an option in the future. Right now, we're just awaiting word from Treasury to begin our initial program. That'll include change labs for a maximum of 50,000. Now, our plan is to have a larger amount in the very near future once we have that program up and running. But it'll be a matter of time for that to actually occur, just because we want to make sure that we have this program going. With other funding that's available, I know that Mr. Bennett did previously mention the CARES Act / ARPA funds from the grant funding that we currently have open available right now. Part of the stipulations of that fund is that the business had to have been in operation prior to the pandemic. Unfortunately, Navajo Mill wasn't fully in operation at that time, but we are going to be going back to council probably within the next, probably a winter session, requesting to have the expenditure plan changed to include some startup opportunities for the money that we will be we have planned and set for the part 2 of the grant program itself. So that's currently in development, but otherwise with the opportunities right now, they're very minimal as far as the Navajo Nation can provide. And a large part of that has to do with just the issues that we ran into by being sanctioned funding being not necessarily being paid back on time or by being paid back by businesses. So that kind of landed that program into sanction. So unfortunately, it's kind of what we have to work with. And I would welcome, opportunities to expand a startup program of some sort, because that's really essential for our businesses to begin flourishing and growing. Some of them just need that little catalyst to begin their business ventures. Otherwise, I know with Navamil, we've been supporting them in making sure that they're moving forward with various components. It all falls back on just trying to find funding appropriate for that. And I do hate to always blame the pandemic, but the pandemic did really slow a lot of progress down for a lot of our projects. So that's sort of the reality of a lot of the business struggles as of recently, especially when we're thinking of startups for businesses. I hope that answers your questions. If there's anything else, I'm more than happy to help answer. And that concludes my reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Capitan. Colleagues, the floor is open. Going twice for comments and discussion, motions. Going 3 times. Staff, can you please proceed to roll call vote on the legislation?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Elder Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I'm like, hey, don't forget about me. Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Oh, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Daniel So votes red.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes red. Once more, Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote clear.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, the vote comes to 10 delegates who voted in favor, 5 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater not voting.
Freeland votes red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. That changes the vote to 10 delegates who vote in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with Honorable Carl Slater not voting. Honorable Rick Nez is also excused.
Thank you very much. The legislation will proceed to the Nomination Council, where it requires an affirmative 16 vote in order to pass. We're going to move on to legislation 15722, an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending Cap 3518, Citizen Fund, Power Line, and Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan to extend project completion deadlines for an additional 24 months. Do we have a motion and a second? Well, I guess we'll read into the record first.
Legislation tracking number 0157-22. This is an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-35-18, Citizen Fund, Power Line, and Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan to extend project completion deadlines for an additional 24 months. Sponsor, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsor, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. This legislation was posted for a 5-day comment period beginning on September 15, 2022 and ending September 20th, 2022. There were no comments supporting this resolution. There was no comments opposing this resolution, and there was no recommendations for this resolution. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee, and it had a due pass with no amendment, and then it was advanced to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, where it was stated that it do pass with no amendment and notification of a typographical error. The error was including the correction on page 3 of 5, all CAP-25-18 to all CAP-35-18. This legislation moved forward to the Resources and Development Committee with a do pass with no amendments. And then it moved forward to the Budget and Finance Committee, and therefore it was do pass without amendment and referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation moves forward to the Navajo Nation Council. And at that point, the entirety of the legislation will be read into the record electronically. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. The chair will entertain a motion to consider legislation 15722.
Motion, Stewart.
Is there a second?
Second, Daniel.
The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Stewart and a second from Delegate Daniels. We do have individuals or colleagues who have requested to speak on this, so I will hand this off to Chiche Delegate Smith to provide the presentation on the legislation. You have 20 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Satsui, for allowing me to speak on this legislation. This legislation, is a mere request of extending the deadline. As we all know, there's a deadline coming up for citizen dollars. There's a lot of funds still available to be utilized out there. And chapters about the Navajo Nation are still in the midst of trying to get their projects completed. Of course, we all know that some of the problems were from the experience of COVID-19. COVID-19 has put a lot of speed bumps in the roadway, business unit numbers, identifying contractors or identifying sources or funding. COVID-19 is part of it. And also the other part is trying to get the citizen dollars expended. So this legislation is asking for a 24-month period to allow chapters. This was the CAP 35-18 that was passed by the 23rd Navajo Nation Council in the amount of $100 million. And each 24 districts were appropriated funds, and those funds, I understand, is still not spent over 50%. So with this, I highly ask the Naabik'íyáti committee to pass this so that it can be debated on council floor. And I'm sure there might be a couple amendments in this, if so. And not sure if my agents are on board, community development. If they are, I would appreciate them to recognize that we are on this topic. Mr. Atakai. If not, could we contact Mr. Atakai so that he could be on for questions? I haven't heard anyone from that community development, but the gist of this is CAP 35-18. Like I said earlier, 110 chapters. Some of them are, as well as providing funds for electricity to homes, water, bathroom additions, roads, other things that are in that category for direct services. So therefore, I don't need to spend 20 minutes on this. I would like to call upon CPMD if they're available to elaborate a little more on the funding and where we're at with this, if they're available. Pro Temp Speaker Tsui, thank you. Stratikai, are you available? Early Allman? Anybody from the CPMD office?
Yes, Shanant. This is James Stratikai from Division of Community Development, CPMD Department. I'm available.
Shanant, could you kind of do a little quick presentation? We have this legislation in front of us for the Naabik'íyáti to be considered, and I appreciate the input from your shop to the Naabik'íyáti committee. You have the floor.
Okay, Yate Do Shehat, Shanant, Putent Chair of the Nabi Committee, response and members of the Nabi, the sponsor, Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith. Currently, my capacity is Deputy Division Director and also Acting Department Manager for Capital Projects Management Department, which CPMD is the acronym. Aranagay Sabin Sky Ada in Shah Mana Valley. Donan Shlene not often a touchy, but only the sujet for the chini, the shit, Hopahi, the Chanel, Hotai, the Nenshla. Aro in Hata Sozohogi, Space and Kodoshinda, Sovahash, the purpose of the extension regarding the Cap 3518 legislation that authorized the citizen projects to fund capital projects, NTOA projects, and also non-NTOA projects. And there were some water line projects that were also authorized for Water Resources Department. Called capital projects, they get a total of 82. Directly, so we're managing those directly through grant agreements, NTOA, or doing the power lines, non NTOA or the power lines in the state of New Mexico as well. So I sent an overall status in the email to the speaker and the staff, and the report that I collected from the staff, we have a total of 63 activities considered completed or closed out. We also have some leftover monies that are being repurposed for other needs. I call back in 2019 at we put some plans together how we're gonna go about implementing these projects. We put some plans together. One is to modify the change form into one form from two. There were two forms. Kind of simplify the process at the recommendation of the Oversight Committee, Budget and Finance, and ODC Committee members. We also establish a internal management team comprising of Office of Management and Budget, the Controller's Office, Department of Justice, CPMD, to start discussing, how we can expedite the projects and also providing some recommendations. So we started meeting on a monthly basis, regarding the business units, receiving updates from OMB and OOC, providing the balances. DOJ was there to provide legal advice and recommendations. With that group, we also worked on proposed regulations to amend CSN Resolution Cap 3518 to streamline the process. So we have that in a draft form to be considered by the RDC and Budget and Finance Committee, where the final authority will be given to the division director rather than going through both committees for approval on the change form. We also modified the process for certified chapters. We modified the MOA into grant agreement. At the same time, we also started putting together a master contract, IDIQ, for A&E projects, architect and engineer and planning projects. We're about done with that process. We're hoping that will help alleviate some of the projects, the workload that we have. In addition to CSN, we have over 200 projects in the state of New Mexico, capital outlay, based on although we have tribal infrastructure projects. We also have special projects like Department of Health. They have long-term aging and long-term care senior citizen projects, though behavioral and mental facilities, although other divisions that we're helping as well. So altogether, we're managing over 300 projects. So with the staff that we have right now, a total of 16. Central, we have 12. We have agency staff also in Crown Point, Chinley, and Shiprock. I call project managers who are directly involved. We only have 9 project managers on board right now. Out of the other plan that we put together is we did a budget to request for 17 additional project managers to be placed at the agency level. Right now, we don't have anyone over in Tuba City, Western Agency, Auto, Delcon, Auto, in the Utah area, the Utah Strip, and place more staff out there too in Eastern, Shiprock, and Chinley, Auto, Aquedo, for the fights. So we put those plans together, still working on that. And with the challenges that we went through the last couple of years with COVID exposures and positive cases, also, the cost increase and the staff are, doing their best, double working. And we had additional responsibilities also receiving federal funds from IHS for the water access group. We picked up some more work. Also ARPA, CSN, and also special projects. heavy equipment and Clupsy. Ado, we have one staff committed to that, so we worked on a transition plan to share that task with ASC, Auto, Agriculture, Infrastructure Fund. These are just some of the challenges that we have. But ideally, I think for this extension, since we're about halfway through, completing these projects, we need another 2 years. So area could all one. Yeah.
Jay, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, that concludes our presentation. We're ready for any questions pertaining to this legislation. Back to you, Soy. Yeah.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized. Going twice. Going 3 times. Colleagues, committee members, the floor is open for questions, discussions, motions.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize for that tapping. I'm walking home. We just got done with TIBIC, a long day of TIBIC, and we're 2 hours ahead, so just be mindful. So my question in terms of this legislation is, what exactly, we know COVID, we know that happened. 2.5 years, the government shut down, our focus was on COVID. But my question is, prior to COVID, what were some of the issues that Division of Community Development was running into to get these projects going? And should we, as a council, maybe start considering giving these citizen funds to, I guess, maybe if it's water projects, giving them directly to NTUA? I know that we have some projects that deal with tourism, and I did request if we could just give the funding directly to tourism because Division of Community Development wasn't moving on them. So maybe that is an option that as a council we should be taking into consideration, is looking at other maybe divisions, departments, or enterprises like NQA and just working with them directly. But I want to know, what was the reason for Division of Community Development not moving on these projects prior to COVID? Thank you.
Colleagues, is there anyone else?
Chair Charles Slater, this is Delegate Daniel, so permission to speak.
Delegate So, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Otto Cecilia, Raymond Smith, thank you for sponsoring the legislation. Otto Cecilia, Mr. Atakai. I'm in the same line of thought with Delegate Charles Newton. Most especially, what if we reallocate the water projects to NTUA, and then those power line projects to NTUA? because it just seems like their processes are much quicker. And in that respect, I would ask Office of Legislative Counsel to draft an amendment to this legislation and to draft an amendment to the original citizen legislation. I understand the power line project in the Counselor area was acted on in 2017, and that particular project has not moved. We had BNF and RDC change it from year 1, I think it was, to year 4, and still there's no movement. So in that regard, I would ask Legislative Council to do an amendment that the council could act on when this particular legislation is at council, to basically reallocate the power line and water line projects to NTUA. And we're well aware that NTUA now has a process to do a subrecipient account for, in the case of Eastern Agency, Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Hamus Mountain Electric Cooperative, and the city of Farmington. And then also, I think it was down there in the Alamo part, the Coral City Utilities, I think it was. That would be my ask of Legislative Council. And that way, each of us don't have to sponsor a legislation to change or reallocate the citizen funds. It can be done at the council level. That would be my recommendations and my ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to return to the sponsor, and then before that, Chair So, if you would like to draft an amendment for this legislation and haven't considered, can you please get in contact with the Office of Legislative Counsel to work on that? But we'll move to the sponsor. Delegate Raymond Smith, you're recognized.
Tui, Pro Temp Speaker, and those that have made comments. Shouldn't I, on behalf of the amendment, so hey, that's Aggie. And the other question was from regarding the concerns of Hahotid, Ishbinina, and Ahot. Ishi, what that Aggie, the Ados, it's known. I just get. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Shenandoah, Mr. Atakai, in regards to the question that was posed by Mr. Atakai.
Destination is on your right. Wells Fargo Bank.
Okay, ja, an addition and the system, so Alit AT the height. I thought for that navigation I did it. That and then of the quiz staff and done square. We only have 16 staff, and we have 9 project managers that are on board handling over 300 projects. Before COVID, it was like that. I thought it what ko so very peso but they need kid we drafted as a division a revised plan of operation. So I went ahead and based on the recommendation from the staff at CPMD, how many additional staff we would need to continue monitoring and completing these projects. 17 staff they need yeah. Otto, I mentioned we're almost done putting together a master contract to put some of these projects on that list. That's how we're addressing. Otto, some of the projects, not all of them, chapter the project managers work to reprogram some of these projects, and some were short funded as far as funding. So we had to look for some projects that were addressed to leverage some of these projects so we can completely finance those projects. The other thing is CPMD is the only department that has construction authority to do contracting, procurement, and administering construction management services. So we have other divisions, projects coming in from other divisions. So that's added responsibility. Every staff we have here are busy and they're doing their best to work on these projects. And the second item in kitchen not on a in space not as on a enterprise but no Asian holding so the bottom line here for this legislation is to complete these projects. That's our goal from this department. Yeah.
Colleagues, the floor is open. Naabik'íyáti, I know I got a message. Are you seeking to speak now?
Oh, yeah, the pro tem. This is Delegate Crotty. My question, or what I wanted to request in terms of this amendment, or I'm sorry, this legislation, I want to appreciate legislative services. I do have an amendment, colleagues, in terms of the capacity of the program and understanding they have the full authority to not only create, but to negotiate and to enter into agreements for the contracts. I wanted to suggest that we modify this legislation to, instead of extending the time, is to simply remove that provision. This amendment would solidify not only the projects of the 24th Council, but the 23rd Council that have been approved by this Council and by the President, and would give the department enough time to implement these projects, and hopefully it will also reduce the amount of amendments that need to be made regarding the different years of funding. So I do make the amendment to 0157-22, and if staff can read that into the record. It is, and let me look at the email. I believe it was sent out. And if staff can forward it to the council, I apologize, committee members. I now see that it was not sent out to you, and that I'll take responsibility for that. Speaker Pro Tem, that's my amendment. Thank you.
Colleagues, Delegate Crotty just sent out the amendment. And that's at 4:24, the current time. Now, Ms. Johnson, can you please read that into the record? Sorry, Ms. Cook is going to read that. She has a copy of it now.
Amendment to legislation number 0157-22. On page 1 at line 15 in the title, delete, strike through, extend, and insert, remove, underscore. On page 1 of line 16, delete the following. Deadlines for the additional 24 months, strike through. On page 4 at line 9, delete, extend, strike through, and insert, remove, underscore. On page 4 at lines 10 and 11, delete the following. Encumber cap dash 35-18 project funds. Delete, or excuse me, to 72 months, strike through. On page 4 at line 19, delete, strike through, extends, and insert, removes, underscore. On page 4 at lines 15, 16, delete the following. As amended by CJA-03-21 from 48 months to 72 months, strike through. On page 4 at lines 21, 23, make the following changes. 3-year plans based D underscore on project readiness status. Therefore, if the funding for a project is not spent or encumbered within 48 months, 72 months of distribution, the overstrike project funds should overstrike, shall not underscore revert to the Sihasin funds. And on page 4 at lines 27 to 29, make the following changes. D, any individuals overstrike power line or water line project funds that are not spent or encumbered within 48 months, 72 months of distribution to NTUA overstrike shall not revert underscore to the Sihasin funds. And on page 5 at lines 3 to 6, make the following changes. G, any individuals overstrike chapter or non-NTUA power line project funds that are not spent or encumbered within 72 months of distribution to CPMD or transfer to a LGA certified chapter shall be returned. Overstrike and shall not revert underscore to the Sihasin funds. 10, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Is there a second to the motion? Second going twice.
I'll second. This is Delegate Charles Newton, but I do have a question to the amendment.
We have a motion from Delegate Crotty and a second from Delegate Charles Newton. I'll recognize Delegate Charles Newton first, but are there others who would like to speak to the amendment? Hearing none, Delegate Charles Newton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for this amendment. And just for clarification, I do apologize. I don't have, normally I have the amendment printed out and I'm like striking out as the amendments are made. So I apologize, I am on travel. Can you summarize what this amendment would do to the legislation? Thank you.
Delegate Charles Newton, who are you directing that at?
To Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized to respond. Colleagues, if you'd like to get in the queue on the amendment, please text me.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Pro Tem, Delegate Charles Newton. So in terms of those delegates who were not able to get the amendment, the intent of this amendment is to remove the time frame for these projects to be finished, because in the original legislation, it did impose 24 months. There was a legislation that was passed that extended the 24 months to a total of 48 months. And now this legislation is requesting to extend to 72 months. So that the intent of this legislation is to delete or to remove the time frame in which these projects need to be completed, as some of these projects are held up because of internal processes, and some of the projects then have to be changed for different funding years. And there has been a number of legislative changes, not only in the funding years, but also changing and modifying the project. There's also feedback from the staff that in terms of their capacity and the amount of ARPA projects that they will also need to complete, at this point, this amendment is to simply remove the deadline so that all of the projects would be in a position to move forward and not have, not be in fear of their project funding being reverted. I do want to ask for clarification for Ms. Tapahi in the amendment on number 7 of the amendment. You did keep in the language 72. So it would now read, for example, 3-year plans based on project readiness status. Therefore, 72 project funds shall not revert to the CEJACEN fund. Ms. Tapahi, I would ask if the 72 should be stricken, as this amendment is to, the intention is for no funding to be reverted back to CEJACEN fund. And I see similar language on that number 8 and number 9. If I could get clarification for that too, Pro Tem, thank you.
Yeah, Shema, I just went through the amendment. I don't see the 72 remaining in there, but Legislative Counsel, Ms. Tapahi, can you please respond to the issue that was raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I was in the middle of something else. Could I get a quick statement of a particular issue
Honorable Delegate Crotty's question.
Delegate Crotty, are you able to restate your question to Ms. Tapahi?
Pro Tem, yes, thank you. And I realize we're trying to all do the best we can. So on my amendment, on number 7 of the amendment, on page 4, line 21 through 23, to make the following changes. 72 is still underscored, and I needed to ask Ms. Tapahi if that should be overstricken, since the intent of this amendment is the language shall not revert to Sihasin Fund. And I see that on 7, 8, and 9. That the
Thank
number
you.
72.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Crotty. The reason there's underscored language is because in the legislation itself, there was an original amendment adding the 72 months. As you know, the original intent was to extend the deadline to 72 months, and that's why it's underlined. But since you wanted it to be no months at all, I struck through all of that. So the strike throughs reflect the language that's stricken in the existing legislation as posted. So we do ignore the underscore. We only look at the strike through. So for example, number 7 should read on page 4 at lines 21 to 23, make the following changes. 3-year plans based on project readiness status, semicolon, therefore, comma, project funds shall not revert to the Sihasin Fund, semicolon, and in number 8, that should read on page 4 at lines 27 to 29, make the following changes. D, power line or water line project funds shall not revert to the Sihasin Fund. And number 9, if someone can scroll up, thank you. On number 9 should read on page 5 at lines 3 to 6, make the following changes. G, chapter or non-NTUA power line project funds shall not revert to the Sihasin Fund. So just ignore the underlines, and they're stricken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tapahi. Colleagues, the floor is open for questions, discussion. We're on Amendment 1 to Legislation 15722. Going twice. Going 3 times. Do we need a second reading or do we go straight to the vote? Okay, we're good. We have a motion from Delegate Crotty and a second from Delegate Charles Newton. Ms. Sosi, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how did you vote? How do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shabasia, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how did you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Alana votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
The cheat, red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. I'm going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
You vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, we have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater, not voting.
Thank you very much. The amendment number 1 passes. Committee members, the floor is open. Going twice. Going 3 times. Staff, can you please prepare the second reading and then proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 15722.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Oh,
I'll vote green.
Delegate Begay, we need to do the second reading, then we'll go to you. There is an error.
Amendment to legislation number 0157-22. On page 1 at line 15 in the title, delete, extend, strike through, and insert, remove, underscore. On page 1 at line 16, delete the following. Deadlines. Strike through for an additional 24 months. On page 4 at line 9, delete, strike through, extend, and insert, remove, underscore. On page 4 at lines 10 through 11, delete the following. Encumber CAP-35-18 project funds, strike through to 72 months. On page 4 at line 14, delete, strike through, extends, and insert, removes, underscore. On page 4 at lines 15 16, delete the following as amended by CJA-03-21, comma, strike through from 48 months to 72 months. On page 4 at lines 21 to 23, make the following changes. 3-year plans based D underscore on project readiness status, therefore, comma, strike through if the funding for a project is not spent or encumbered within 72 months of distribution, the project funds, strike through should underscore shall not revert to the Sihasin funds, semicolon, and on page 4 at lines 27 through 29, make the following changes. D, strike through any individuals, power line or water line project funds, strike through that are not spent or encumbered within 72 months of distribution to NTUA, shall not be reverted underscore to the Sihasin funds. And on page 5 at lines 3 to 6, make the following changes. G, strike through any individual, chapter or non-NTUA power line projects funds, strike through that are not spent or encumbered within 72 months of distribution to CPMD or transferred to a LGA certified chapter shall be returned. Underscore shall not revert to the Sihasin funds, semicolon. 10, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Which language shall be conformed to this amendment? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, that is the amendment for legislation 0157-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Satya, this is Delegate Cardi about green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Hello, what's green?
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote please.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Legislation 15722 moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. We are now at legislation 17622. Can you please? Give me 1 second. Excuse me. I'm going to read the title into the record, and then I'll ask for a motion in second, and then we'll read the legislation into the record. Legislation 17622, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $10,159,542 from the Citizen Fund to replace the Rama Navajo School Board drinking water system, approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Jamie Henyo. Is there a motion and a second?
Motion, Wanika.
Is there a second? Going twice.
This is Henyo.
A motion from Delegate Wanika and a second from Delegate Henyo. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0176-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10,159,542 from the Citizen Fund to replace the Rama Navajo School Board drinking water system, approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsors, Honorable Jamie Henyo. There are several exhibits attached to this legislation. Exhibit A is the resolution from the Rama Navajo School Board, resolution number RNSB-EXEC-2022-019. Exhibit B is the cost estimate for the water project, showing the $10,159,542 that is needed. Exhibit C is the fiscal recovery request form and expenditure plan. Exhibit D is the preliminary engineering report. This legislation was posted on September 26, 2022, and the 5-day comment period ended October 1st, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments or recommendations for this legislation. This went before the Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments, and then advanced to the Budget and Finance Committee, and it had a due pass with no amendment, and then it was referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti Committee is not the final authority. It will be forward it to the Navajo Nation Council, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there question or discussion on legislation 17622? Going twice? Going 3 times? Will you please proceed to a roll call vote, Ms. Sosi?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how did you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison
Green.
Juanica votes green.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel
vote.
Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate
Excuse
Begay
me.
votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor. 14 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Pro Tem Speaker, Presiding Chair Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Legislation 17622.
I have to make corrections if legislation.
Legislation 17622 proceeds on to the Navajo Nation Council. Next up is item F, legislation 18222. And committee members, this is my legislation, so I'll ask for a pro tem or Delegate Crotty if you're willing to present the legislation as co-sponsor.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I could assist with sponsoring as co-sponsor.
Thank you very much, Delegate Crotty. I'll read the title into the record and then ask for a motion and a second, and then that's where we'll proceed to reading the legislation into the record. Legislation 18222, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $970,000 from the CSN Fund for the demolition and cleanup for 4 former business sites under the Chinle RBDO and approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor, Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Committee members, is there a motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Stewart. Is there a second? Chair recognizes a second from Delegate Wanika. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation number 0182-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $970,000 from the CSN Fund for the demolition and cleanup for 4 former business sites under the Chinle RBDO and approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor, Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. There is an Exhibit A, which is a letter from Martina Yazzie, Program Manager, to Delegate Slater. Exhibit B, which is the project summary. This legislation had a 5-day comment period. It was posted on September 28, 2022, and the 5-day comment period ended October 3rd, 2022. Comments supporting this legislation, there was one. There was no comments opposing the legislation and no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments. It was then forward to the Budget and Finance Committee with a due pass and forwarded to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There was a second report for the Internet Public Review Summary. There was one comment supporting this legislation, one comment opposing this, or excuse me, no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendations for this legislation. Final authority is Navajo Nation Council, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety through electric voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you. Committee members, is there comments or discussion on legislation 18222?
Pro Temp Chair, this is that.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. I know that you forwarded an amendment. Are you still on the line? It looks like you might have been disconnected. Oh, no, you're still there. Okay, Delegate Crotty, you have 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure it's not. Apologize about that. I made it myself. Committee members, this is a legislation that is years in the making. This is legislation to receive funding to address and clean up business site leases that are in the Round Rock Mukachugai area. This area has always been considered a secondary economic development corridor. With that in mind, the community has worked hard over the years to address not only what could be economic development in that community, but looking at how Mukachugai is a corridor for traffic from Chinle into the Farmington area that go over the mountain. They also have had in the past an opportunity to build a gas station. Unfortunately, that was never completely funded through the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas through their market tax credits. And so at this time, the communities are asking for support to clean up and to revitalize the area. At this point, that is the premise of this legislation. And I will defer back to the committee and to delegates if there's any amendments that are needed to be made regarding this legislation. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the presentation. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Pro Temp Chair. This is Delegate Herman Daniels. Pro Temp Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Pro Temp Chair. Yeah, I don't know my colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members, I don't know staff, legislative council, I don't know. Okay, at this time, I'd like to propose an amendment to this legislation. The Office of Legislative Service Council, they draft up the amendment. So if OLC could send out the amendment to my colleagues, so the amendment that I am proposing is for Western Regional Business Development Office, for cleanups too, in Cal Springs. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, $460,000 for Cal Springs Trading Post site, $460,000 for Sayit Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site, $731,031 for former Black Mesa Shopping Center site, and $839,500 for Vans Trading Post site. It's this is for cleanup too. This is all in Western Agency. Sayit is between Shanto and Kayenta, and Black Mesa. It's about 6 miles south of Sayit. Out of the Vans Trading Post is in Tuba City. Out in Cal Springs is between the Shanto and also the Tontonalea, between those two communities. So 4 sites altogether. In total,
Kwadoi-Yinskid, Kwadona, $2,490,531. So that's going to be my amendment. Kwadona, Adonana, Kwadona, my agent is RBDO, Kwadona, Western Regional Business Development Office, Mr. Edward Little. He's my agent, Kwadona. So, with the amendment to propose the slide, I'd like to make that motion. Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you. The chair did hear a second from Delegate Paul Begay, but at this time, we will ask Ms. Cook to please read the amendment into the record.
Good. Amendment to legislation number 0182-22 on page 1 at line 16 in the title add the following: RBDO, comma, strike through and underscore approving Sahasin funds for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites under the Western RBDO in Tonalia, parentheses 460,000, comma, Kienta, parentheses 460,000, comma, Black Mesa, parentheses $731,031 and comma and Tuba City, parentheses $839,500, semicolon. On page 1 at line 16 in the title, make plan plural as in plans. On page 3 at line 15, add the following new paragraphs. E underscore the Western Regional Business Development Office, paragraph, parentheses, Western RBDO is requesting funds from the Sahasin Fund for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites in or near the Tonalia, Kienta, Black Mesa, and Tuba City chapters as follows, semicolon. 1, 460,000 for the abandoned Cow Springs Trading Post site, semicolon. 2, 460,000 for the abandoned Taya Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site, semicolon. 3, $731,031 for the abandoned Black Mesa Shopping Center site. 4, $839,500 for the abandoned Vans Trading Post site. F underscore the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Cow Springs site. Bold Exhibit C. G underscore the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Taya Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site. Bold Exhibit D. H underscore the Western BDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Black Mesa Shopping Center, Bold Exhibit E. I underscore the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Vans Trading Post site, Bold Exhibit F. On page 4 at line 17, add the following new section and paragraphs. Underscore bold, section 4, approving Sahasin funds for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites under the Western RBDO in Tonalia, parentheses 460,000, comma, Kienta, parentheses 460,000, comma, Black Mesa, parentheses $731,031, comma, and Tuba City, parentheses $839,500, semicolon. A underscore pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2505A. The Navajo Nation hereby approves funds from the Sahassin Fund for the Western RBDOs for demolition and cleanup projects at the abandoned business sites described in Section 2E of this act in the following amounts. 1, $460,000 for the abandoned Cow Springs Trading Post site. 2, $400,000 for the abandoned Taya Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site. 3, $731,031 for the abandoned Black Mesa Shopping Center site. 4, $839,500 for the abandoned Vans Trading Post site. B underscore, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plans for the 4 projects as set forth in the attached Bowl Exhibit C through F. C underscore, the total amount of Sahassin funds approved in this act may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act, parentheses 12 NNC, Section 1300, as amended, using Sahassin fund earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon a 2/3 approval vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. D underscore, the controller shall determine whether the source of the Sahassin funds approved in this act will be the Sahassin fund principal or Sahassin fund income or a combination of both. E underscore, within 30 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved Sahassin funds shall be dispersed to the DED for the Western RBDO's use in implementing and completing its 4 demolition and cleanup projects described in Bowl Exhibit C through F. F underscore, the approved Sahassin funds for the 4 Western RBDO projects shall not lapse at the end of the fiscal year as may otherwise occur pursuant to 12 NNC Section 820N. However, notwithstanding the above, any Sahassin funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the Sahassin fund principal, unless otherwise approved prior to such reversion by both the Resources and Development Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee. G underscore, the Sahassin funds approved herein shall not be commingled with funds from any other source, whether designated for the 4 projects or otherwise. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the approved Sahassin funds shall be returned to the Sahassin fund principal once the 4 Western RBDO projects are completed, or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4 F herein. H underscore, the Sahassin fund may be reimbursed the amount of funds approved herein from funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state, federal, or other sources. 5, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have a motion from Delegate Daniels and a second from Delegate Begay. Is there any discussion on amendment number 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Can you please proceed to a vote on amendment number 1?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen
I'll
Begay.
vote green.
Honorable
green.
Elmer
Delta
Begay
Begay.
votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Honorable Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Committee members, the floor is open for discussion on legislation 182-22 as amended. Discussion going twice. Thank you very much. Just conferred with Legislative Services. Third call for discussion. Hearing none. Sorry, was that someone? Well, I think that was echo for me. Okay. Hearing no further discussion, we'll go to a vote on 18222. All the amendments will be read again into the record in a second reading at the final authority, which is the Navajo Nation Council. Ms. Sosi, can you please go to a vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll
how
vote
do you
green.
vote? Honorable
Vote
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Delegate Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Delegate Eugenia Charles Nguyen is excused. Delegate Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green via text. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Delegate Pernell Halona votes green. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Delegate Jamie Henio. Delegate Jamie Henio did not vote. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Your recording has reached the maximum.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So is excused. Delegate Charlene So votes green. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. Delegate Thomas Walker did not vote. Delegate Edison Monica, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edison Monica votes green. Delegate Edwin Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edwin Yazzie votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Delegate
Yellowhair votes green.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Delegate Jamie Henio votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, the vote comes to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, pro tem speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi. The legislation proceeds on to the Navajo Nation Council, which is the final authority. We'll move on to item G, which is legislation 187-22. I'll read the title, ask for a motion and second, and then we'll read the legislation into the record. An act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving $783,500 from the Citizen Fund for the San Juan River Dene Water Users, Inc. to complete the Shiprock Lateral Water Conversion Phase 1 Salinity Control Project, approving the related expenditure plan. Is there a motion and a second? Oh, and the sponsor, sorry, is Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty and co-sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Motion.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Yazzie. Is there a second?
Delegate Daniel So, second.
Chair recognizes a second from Delegate Daniel So. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0187-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $783,500 from the Citizen Fund for the San Juan River Dene Water Users, Inc. to complete the Shiprock Lateral Water Conversion. Phase 1 Salinity Control Project, approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty. Co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. There is several exhibits to this legislation. Exhibit A is a letter from the San Juan River Dene Water Users, Inc. Exhibit B is the proposal for the scope of work for the San Juan River Dene Waters, Inc. for the Salinity Control Project. Exhibit C is a cost estimate in the amount of $783,560.22. We have the Internet Public Review Summary. This legislation was posted on October 5th. The 5-day comment period ended October 10th. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no recommendations for this legislation. There was a second report. There was one comment supporting this legislation. There were no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments and advanced on to Budget and Finance Committee. At Budget and Finance Committee, there was a due pass without amendment, and it was referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Navajo Nation Council is final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety through electronic voice recording. Mr. Pro Temp, Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there questions or discussion on legislation 187-22? Questions or discussion going twice? Question or discussion going 3 times? Ms. Sosi, can you please read or provide a roll call vote for 187-22? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati votes green via text. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Delegate Pernell Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona did not vote. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green.
Delegate Jamie Henio votes green. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So is excused. Delegate, oh, I'm sorry. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So. Delegate Charlene So did not vote. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Delegate Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edison Wanika votes green. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
votes green.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Delegate Pernell Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona did not vote. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Raymond Smith Jr.
Halona votes green.
Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Delegate Pernell Halona votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So votes green via text. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. With that, the vote comes to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair pro tem speaker Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi. The legislation proceeds on to the Navajo Nation Council where it is final authority. We're going to move to legislation 19822, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,468,000 from the CSN Fund for a multipurpose building at the Aneth chapter and approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Charlene So. Committee members, is there a motion and a second?
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Is there a second?
Second. Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh. Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Ricky Nez and a second from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0198-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,468,000 from the Sehastin Fund for a multi-purpose building at the Aneth chapter and approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor, Honorable Charlene So. There is several exhibits to this legislation. Exhibit A is a resolution from the Aneth chapter. Exhibit B is a letter from the Aneth chapter, Miss Brenda Brown to Charlene So. Exhibit C is from the Aneth chapter, a proposal for the Aneth Community Center, scope of work. Exhibit D is a cost estimate. Exhibit E is a plat map survey. This legislation was posted for a 5-day comment period on October 6, 2022. It ended on October 11, 2022. There was one comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing or any recommendations for this legislation. There was a second report for the public review. There was 2 comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no there was one recommendation for this legislation. This legislation went before Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments, and it was forwarded on to the Budget and Finance Committee with a due pass with no amendment. It was therefore referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Navajo Nation Council is final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety through electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much. We've read legislation 198-22 into the record. We have a motion and a second. Committee members, is there discussion or questions on the legislation?
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. We'll put you in the queue. Delegate Charlene So, you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Speaker Pro Tem. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. The Naabik'íyáti committee members, his staff, thank you for being with us on this day. As we discuss a lot of these issues, legislations legislation lay in community the surrounding areas Montezuma Creek a multi-purpose building legislation match funding no in lay us for state of Utah. As late this past year. I don't know if said that that the issue now the COVID-19 I don't know Michigan. We had a stall in a lot of our progress for our communities. As we try to push us through lay to the end of our term, we still have to finish out as much as we can. Council delegates, I am asking for your support. This multi-purpose building has been in discussion for a long time, and it's with the cost inflation we had many people contributing to this project and discovering and figuring out the cost estimates. it took a lot of time for us to get to the bottom of this. And I do have two of my agents on the call with me. I do have Anna's Vice President Elmerson. I do also have our chapter manager, Daryl Williams. We have many uses for this multi-purpose building. It's been a while since we've had much project built within the Annis community. We have a lot of students there, and now we had opened another sub-education building for the Dene College. They go back and forth rather than commuting to Shiprock and to Saline. And not only that, this will provide space for our students to get some studying done, recreational activities. We, of course, are community members. There's a lot of need on the Navajo Nation. And that one project at a time, and that's where we come in as council delegates. To help support one another, to support communities, not just within the district in which we represent. I really hope I have your support in seeing this happen for my Utah constituents. And right now we have a lot of other projects across the Navajo Nation, but you know, with the next incoming and the immersion and the joining of current delegates and incoming delegates, I will go ahead and present some time to our Vice President and to our chapter manager, Pro Temp Chair Elmerson, if you are on the call, and Daryl Williams, introductions and other Pro Temp Chair.
Yes, your agents are authorized and recognized.
My name is Emerson Phillips. I am the Vice President for ANF Chapter. The ANF multi-purpose building. Yeah, we have been working on that for probably a couple of years now. It's been an ongoing a project. So finally, we've reached to this point where everything has been put together. All the master plans and the plan specification. So we are asking you guys for our community, for our community members in Anna, Montezuma Creek, Bluff, Cajon Mesa, Hatch, East Bay area. We serve a big area from the ANF chapter of it covers quite a few people. So because of the pandemic, you know, we've we're starting to move things. So I just want to ask on behalf of my people, I would appreciate it if you guys can pass this legislation and be
Elmerson. Daryl Williams if you can do your introductions, Daryl, if you're on the call.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to present to you all and appreciate all of the services that you do. Daryl Williams and Ishia, Ki Ani and Schlitt, and Majini Basichin, Senjikine, Dashicheado, Hanaga, Dashanele. So, as our Vice President mentioned earlier, this project initially began in 2017 to 2018, the planning to renovate and repurpose this facility. The facility currently is a swimming pool, and it's been vacant and abandoned for many years since then. It was initially constructed back in the 1970s, early 1970s, through the Bureau of Outdoor Recreation Funds, and it was supported through the Stone County of Utah Commission. And then 1980, the facility was completed. It was been managed by the county for many years. Then there was discussions to transfer its operation and maintenance over to the Navajo Recreation Department so that they could take over. But for one reason or another, that never came to fruition. So in 2000, as Utah Navajo Health System was starting out as a healthcare organization, the county approached them to resume or transfer its responsibilities, and UNHS, they gladly accepted that responsibility. So it's been operating as a swimming pool to the community, to the schools, to the senior center, and to the clinic itself for many years until in 2008. That's when the operation and maintenance became too costly, and they suggested the idea of converting it to a gym. So that's around that time is when we just kicked around that idea for a few years until 2017 is when we put it out to bid, and we received some bids through NASBA Technologies, and they're the ones that really went into the design and engineering with the help of State of Utah, the Navajo Revitalization Funds, as well as the Utah Navajo Trust Funds are the funding sources for this project. And we really would like to extend our appreciation to them with $270,000 in match funding through the State of Utah, as well as a chapter in the amount of about $30,000. So as we mentioned earlier, it is our responsibility as community leaders to provide services to our community. And we do have the support from, the grassroots and local chapters in the schools from Whitehorse High School. Red Mesa chapter will also be a benefit to this project, as well as Mexican Water. So we share a lot of the priorities of the council and the leadership of development goals. So we would greatly appreciate the Naabik'íyáti Committee support, as well as the Navajo Nation Council support. Yeah.
Daryl Adot Elmerson the Hand Inigi Ado A Adrical Ennis Community Bund Inigi A Bahianson Ado Asian Aqua Benia at that National Shinant Equinan Nishigi. It's a big job. As it was stated earlier, these projects take time. Ado the Quincy Aqua and hit an Adam Nisha Hush at ish adult Nisko, everything is doable, but it takes a lot of people and a lot of teamwork, a lot of support. I'm very hopeful for the future, and I'm hopeful that I do have the support of my Naabik'íyáti committee members, Ado Asian Najan Council, Ado the President. So again, I just want to say thank you for everyone who put their work into this. for the support of the committees as this legislation did go through every committee until today. Naabik'íyáti again, thank you to even LOC for helping us draft this legislation. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have one delegate in the queue. Delegate Herman Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you. Kudo Nana, Pro Temp Chair, Kudo Dayaza, the Sashkan, Kudo. There's no meeting be used to go. I see. I hear Kudo. I don't know this morning. Kudo for the Alia, Kudo EIC, Kudo. I hear the needs in the hole. And the sort of the Ben Mahain, Kudo, she has that delegate Charlene. So, I don't speaking to the legislation. I don't have any questions. I was going to do an amendment again to this legislation. I sent documents to Office of Legislative Counsel, Chief Legislative Counsel. I don't know Mr. Pahi. That amendment. So. Yeah, she emailed me back indicating that it's going to take a while to draft up the amendment language. So the council she does the amendment the legislation I fully support this legislation Utah the 7 chapters in Utah. I need Ecuador, but the so I need Bahada I need Ecuador. So Ecuador throughout the Navajo Nation, what Ecuador in my region, throughout the one of my chapter, they don't have a chapter house. I see Kodash Khalita by eat or Lachot Baba and case go Aronana Quedona multi-purpose building that 8 days the Tahoe out of the Quedo government complex that eggy. So Nagata Quedo Nagata after reading Miss Barbara's email, Quedo Nagata, I'm gonna do this at the council, Quedo Nagata amendment to give and they shot at it. So it let's Quedo Pro Temp Chair Quedo Quedo. Thank you very much. I support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadat. Committee members, are there any further questions or discussion on legislation 198-22? Further questions or discussion going twice? Further questions or discussion going 3 times? Ms. Hosey, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 198-22? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Delegate Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Delegate Amber Kanaz-Bakrati did not vote. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Delegate Pernell Halona votes green. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Delegate Jamie Henio votes green. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote? Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James did not vote. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So. Delegate Charlene So did not vote. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Delegate Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edison Juanica votes green. Delegate Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edmund Yazdi votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati. Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Charlene So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. With that, the vote comes to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, pro tem speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Legislation proceeds on to the Navajo Nation Council. The next item on our agenda is item I, legislation 190-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resources and Development and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $200,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance (parentheses UUFB) for the Sawmill Chapter Renovation Project. Sponsor Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Committee members, is there a motion and a second? Going twice for legislation 190-22.
Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, is there a second?
Delegate Rick Nez.
I'll recognize, or the chair will recognize a motion from Delegate Freeland and a second from Delegate Ricky Nez. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation number 0190-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resources and Development and Naabik'íyáti. Once again, legislation 0190-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resources and Development and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $200,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Sawmill Chapter Renovation Project. There are several exhibits that are attached to this legislation. Exhibit A is a resolution of the Sawmill Chapter SAW-04-25-22-02. Exhibit B is a resolution of the Sawmill Chapter SAW-04-25-2201. Exhibit C is Appendix K, the supplemental funding proposal summary. Exhibit D is the project estimate costs. Project E is a letter from a memorandum from Robert Willie regarding the UUFB. Exhibit F is the memorandum from Dominic Bial from Office of Management and Budget. This legislation was posted for a 5-day comment period on October 5th, 2022, and it ended on October 10, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Budget and Finance Committee with a due pass with no amendment, and it was referred to the Resource and Development Committee. The Resource and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments, and it was referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Now, after this is Navajo Nation Council as final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Committee members, is there discussion on legislation 19022? Discussion on 19022 going twice? Discussion on 19022 going 3 times? Ms. Sosi, can you please do a roll call vote for the legislation? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati. Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Delegate Mark Freeland.
Green.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Delegate Pernell Halona votes green. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Delegate Jamie Henio votes green. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So. Delegate Charlene So did not vote. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Delegate Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edison Juanica votes green. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair changes his vote to green. Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So votes green via text. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. With that, the vote comes to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, pro tem speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. The legislation proceeds on to the Navajo Nation Council. We'll now move forward to legislation 22422, an act relating to the Law and Order Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Criminal Code at 17 NNC subsection 320 by recognizing concealed weapon carry permits issued by states. The chair will entertain a motion and a second.
I'll motion. Delegate Beck.
Delegate Brown will second.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Charlene So and a second from Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0224-22, an act relating to the Law and Order and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Criminal Code at 17 NNC section 320 by recognizing concealed weapon carry permits issued by states. Sponsor Honorable Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsor Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor Honorable Eugene So. Exhibit A, or there are no exhibits to this legislation. The public review comment was posted on November 15, 2022, and it ended on November 20th, 2022. There was one comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation and no recommendations for this legislation. There was a second report for the public review summary. There was one comment supporting the legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation and no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation was brought before Law and Order with a due pass with no amendments. And then it was forwarded on to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Navajo Nation Council is final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have a motion, a second. The legislation's been read into the record. Is there any questions or discussion on 22422? Any questions or discussion on legislation 22422 going twice? Going 3 times. Ms. Sosi, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 22422?
Delegate Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Delegate Amber Canez Bacrati, how do you vote? Delegate Amber Canez Bacrati votes green via text. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Delegate Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Delegate Pernell Halona votes green. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Jamie Henio votes green. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote? Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James did not vote. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Excuse me, Delegate Vince James votes green. Once more, Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Wilson
Green.
Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So.
I vote green.
Delegate Charlene So votes green. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So did not vote. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Delegate Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edison Juanica votes green. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, the vote comes to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, pro tem speaker, Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you. Legislation 22422 moves on to the Navajo Nation Council where it's final authority. The next item on the agenda is K, Legislation 22822, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the oil and gas operating agreement between the Navajo Nation and EOG Resources, Inc. for certain trust lands in the Upper Fruitland chapter and the Ninanazad chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. The sponsor, Honorable Ricky Nez. Is there a motion and a second, colleagues?
I'll make a motion.
I think that was Delegate Yazzie, was that you?
Yes, sir. Just want to thank the members for their vote. Yes, I'll motion.
Okay. The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Yellowhair and a second from Delegate Yazzie. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0228-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the oil and gas operating agreement between the Navajo Nation and EOG Resources, Inc. for certain trust lands in the Upper Fruitland chapter and the Ninanazad chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. Sponsor, Honorable Ricky Nez. There are several exhibits attached to this legislation. Exhibit 1 is the oil and gas operating agreement. Exhibit 1A is the properties information. Exhibit 2 is the resolution from the Navajo Nation Upper Fruitland Chapter, FRUI-2021-12-263. Exhibit 3 is the Nanunza Chapter Resolution, NZC-19-2022. Exhibit 4 is the Executive Official Review number 019487. This legislation has gone through the 5-day comment period, which began on November 23rd, 2022 and ended on November 28th, 2022. There was 2 comments supporting this legislation, 1 comment opposing this legislation, and 1 recommendation of this legislation. This legislation went before the Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments and was referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Navajo Nation is final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety through electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Committee members, are there questions or discussion on legislation 22822? There's no one who's texted in.
Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater, request to speak. Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Shanilla. Delegate Ricky Nez, you're recognized for 20 minutes to present your legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Pro Tem Speaker Shanella, Honorable Slater, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This legislation that's before you today, 0228-22, it's gone before RDC, and tonight it's before the Naabik'íyáti Committee. It will go to the full Navajo Nation Council for final authority. It is approving the oil and gas operating agreement between the Navajo Nation and EOG Resources Incorporated for certain trust lands in the Upper Fruitland Chapter and the Nanunza Chapter. There used to be some leases here operated by Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. They relinquished that. And I would like to just say also, approximately almost 4 years ago when we took office, 2019, my first legislation failed. It was a very controversial legislation, which is to purchase the acquisition of NGS Navajo Generating Station at Page. The 24th Council shut it down, and we were not able to purchase that. There was a lot of people that lost their jobs. Navajo Nation revenue had gone down, but I introduced another legislation which was approved by the council as well, which is the forest carbon credits, which will kick in and hopefully generate revenue of approximately 20 million annually. Although there will be other legislations coming, and hopefully we can start planning as leaders in some way to be creative and plan out some projects that would generate revenue to support the elderly, our students, our veterans. And we need to do these things. how to generate revenue for the Navajo Nation so we can support some of these programs. And I do have my agents with me on the call. So at that time when questions are being asked, I would like to give them the opportunity to respond to questions from my colleagues. Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, Shanella. My agents are Andrea Felix of EOG, as well as Navajo Nation Minerals Office, Ms. Rowena Jeremiah. For the record, back to you, Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Slater.
Thank you very much. Delegate Nez, as I understand, your agent is going to be on the line, but you're not requesting them to speak at this time, correct?
Yes, that's correct. But I would like for them to respond to questions. I know there's going to be numerous questions that will be coming up, so that will be it. Back to you.
Thank you. Delegate Daniel So, you're recognized.
Pro Tem Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Otto Satilla, Chair Ricky Nez, Otto colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the agents, as well as the folks on the call. In this, the first question, this EOG agreement, is that something that EOG submitted and we're just approving? The one thing, as I peruse the exhibits, there's a call for over 110 wells to be drilled. As you know, the district that I represent, 2 chapters, Encino and Council, are in the throes of oil and gas development. And through research, we realized that anywhere from 850,000 gallons to 1.2 million gallons of fresh water is used to frack one well. And in this case, we're talking over 100 million gallons of water, fresh water. Where will that water come from? The other is in the aspects of science. For every action, there is an opposite reaction. When the water and the oil starts coming back out of that drill hole, almost 5 times that amount of water that was injected. 5 times 1 million, 5 million gallons of produced water comes back out. Basically wastewater. Where would the wastewater be disposed of? And then the other resulting effect of each of those wells, and the technology isn't all that good. There are purposeful leaking, flaring, and emissions of methane gas. Methane gas basically is pretty classified as a leading cause of climate change. We already have studies that were published showing a methane cloud over the Four Corners area. and basically driving away the clouds that would basically help in bringing rain. And so for many years, over 20 years, we've had and then are enduring a mega drought. So my concern is that those aspects are not addressed in this operating agreement. And the other part is if we're going to be taking water out of the San Juan River to use as the fracking chemical fluid, then how will that affect the usage downstream of the San Juan River in the farming operations for the small farmers, the net farmers? The other that is the fact that yes, there's a map and the proposed action, but those 1 million gallons of water for each well, it would take anywhere from 100 to 120 trucks, semi-load of water to go into one well. Not to mention the sand that would need to be brought in to mix with that chemical cocktail, and of course the trucking in of the chemicals. Out of that, then over 500 truckloads of produced water would have to be hauled away from each well. And right now, we in the counselor area, we have a health impact assessment. And some of the work, the results, just show that the odors from those wells really affect the community members. Not to mention the 24/7 truck traffic. We have young folks that attend Liebrook Community School. More than half of the 62 students carry around inhalers now. So it will affect the community people. And more than likely, it's something that wasn't presented when this operating agreement proposal was presented to the chapters. And that's the concern that I have. For me, do I want to impose that type of impact to the community residents? And the thing one has to realize is the sand that is used by the drilling operators, that sand comes from the Newlands area. That sand is, I think, precision sand is the ones that basically supply the sand to the operations in the counselor area. They come up either 371 or 491. And I'm sure they'll come across Navajo, the route that goes from south of Shiprock to the proposed area. And the thing the truck traffic is just enormous and then sometimes unbearable. And so those are some things that I'm really concerned about and feel like this operating agreement is insufficient to address the usage of the water, the emissions of the toxic air, and of course the impact on the daily lives of the community folks. And So that is the aspects that I'm really concerned about. And with those questions, I yield the floor back to the chair, and I would, based on the answers, I would have follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one in the queue. Delegate Ricky Nez, you're welcome to respond to the questions posed.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair, Speaker Slater, Arushan Law, Honorable Daniel So, Chairman So. Appreciate your questions. And Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, if you will allow my agents, Ms. Andrea Felix and Ms. Rowena Charmaya, to respond to the questions raised by Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Ms. Felix, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater. Good evening, Honorable Delegates. And Honorable Delegate Daniel So, thank you for the opportunity to answer your questions. I would like to start off by answering question number 1. How did this EOG operating agreement come about? Did EOG just admit this to the Navajo Nation? So I'd like to begin by telling you the story on how EOG came to know of the potential to partner with Navajo Nation on this legislation, which is legislation number 0228-22. Navajo Nation included, Navajo Nation was looking for partners to develop their oil and gas minerals. And as such, in 2020, attended the NAPE conference, which is a marketplace for mineral owners to market their minerals for sale. EOG came upon the Navajo Nation brochure and the information, and our team was intrigued by the opportunity. I would like to share with you a statement that was included in the Navajo Nation brochure. And that statement is to provide the best technical and economic advice and services in assisting Indian mineral owners to achieve economic self-sufficiency by creating sustainable economies through environmentally sound development of their energy minerals. And EOG is that partner for Navajo Nation. We are economically sound and we strive for environmentally sound and prudent operations. And so that is how we came to partner with Navajo Nation. So on to the next question, water and fracking, which is essentially completing the well once it's drilled. Honorable Delegate Daniel So, you are 100% absolutely correct. It takes a lot of water to complete. And traditionally, most operators use fresh water. EOG strives to use non-potable water so that we do not tap in to the San Juan River freshwater resources. Your second part of that question in water, the produced water that is produced as the oil and gas is produced. What do you do with it? Where do you dispose it? Well, what EOG does and what we are great at is we take that produced water and we recycle it. We use it over and over again to complete and drill our wells so that we have a sustainable recycle program. So we're not tapping into fresh water and we're not having to have hundreds and hundreds of trucks, like you mentioned, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, to dispose of the water. We clean it on location, we store it, and then we pipe it from location to location, eliminating the truck traffic to be able to drill and complete these wells. So next on your questions was the flaring, the air quality. So EOG's technology and innovation that we have implemented to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adhere to the climate issues and regulations, not only from Navajo Nation EPA, federal EPA, and New Mexico OCD waste roll. We have a company-wide leak detection and repair inspection program. We implement LDAR, and that is a survey of our facilities to make sure that we don't have any leaks that you cannot see. And we implement the use of equipment on location for low emitting and gas capture, so that we can make sure that we capture those tank vapors so that we are not putting those emissions into the air. So those are a few of the innovation and technology that we apply within our operations to address greenhouse gas and climate issues. You mentioned sand, Honorable Delegate Daniel. So the sand that we source for our operations currently comes from the Sanders mine, and the routes that the trucks will take from Sanders to location will be approved routes that we get approved through the permit process. So when we submit a permit to the Minerals Department that goes through the multitude, the Navajo Nation Land Department, the Fish and Wildlife Department, Historic Preservation Department, all the departments that are in place per current Navajo Nation regulations to make sure that we're operating under your guidance and your regulations as a sound environmental partner. We will include that route for approval from Navajo Nation of what routes and what Navajo Nation roads are we allowed for those trucks to travel to address those concerns. That is the answers that I have for you, and I am here if you have additional answers. Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater, I will now hand this back over to you so that Ms. Cheremiah can speak. Thank you.
Ms. Cheremiah, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Slater. Good evening, Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to add that the agreement that we negotiated with the EOG includes provisions that require, at a minimum, adherence to both federal and Navajo Nation laws. And this will include Navajo preference in employment, environmental protection rules and regs, the Navajo Nation tax code, cultural resources and antiquities laws and regs, the Navajo Nation water code, and the reporting and payment of rents, production, sales, and royalties. So the concern about the operating agreement not including provisions that would hold EOG accountable, they are there. I would like to add that we negotiated the terms of this operating agreement with legal assistance provided by the Department of Justice. The lease bonus, the royalty rate, and other lease level payments are at the high end of the scale relative to industry standards. The concern about EOG being on Navajo Nation land, the operating agreement includes a right of first refusal provision to protect the Navajo Nation should EOG decide to assign or sell its interest in the operating agreement. So what this means is the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company would have the right to, the first right to buy any interest should EOG decide to move off the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Slater.
Honorable Slater, I would like to give some time back over to Andrea Felix. I would like for her to also expound on the chapters that will be affected and how they support the operating agreement as well. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Felix, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater. Honorable Delegate Daniel, so I failed to include the amount of work and collaboration that has been taken place on the ground with the chapters directly on this operating agreement area. So EOG has been working with Navajo Nation Minerals Department, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Upper Fruitland and Nina Nazad chapter officials, and the community members within those chapters since April of 2021. So we have done presentations at the chapters to address the truck traffic, to address what they would advise and educate, what they would see from a visual perspective. What does it look like when we go and we build the well pad, when we drill the well, what it looks like subsurfacely, what it looks like when we complete or frack the well in regards to water trucks, sand trucks. So we have done those educations, and EOG is looking forward to continuing to do those educations. My team has gone out and we've sat side by side with chapter members, community members, in which the operating agreement consists of, so that we make ourselves known. We have an open dialogue of communication. So if at any time additional questions have come up, the community members know how to reach out to us directly. They have, of course, can go to their chapter leaders to bring those questions to us, but we encourage the collaboration directly with the community members so that they know that that dialogue is open and we are here to address any concerns, whether it be concerns of, hey, you're doing a great job, or concerns of, hey, how many trucks am I going to see over the next 2 weeks? What does it look like where's the sand coming from? What does it look like when you're drilling the well? We want to be able to answer those questions directly so that there is no question and there is no misinformation out there. So please know we have been working with the chapters and those community members for over 1.5 years, and EOG continues to progress that as we progress through this legislation. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater. I appreciate the time.
Committee members, the floor is open for questions, discussions, motions.
Chair Pro Tem.
Pro Tem, this
Delegate
is
Daniel
Delegate
Stone.
Price.
Shania, Delegate So, because Delegate Crotty has not spoken yet, I'm going to recognize her and I'll add you to the queue. Shema, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Apologize, Delegate. So briefly, Delegate Nez, I have heard the comment in the past about the NGS legislation, and I think there should be additional information provided to this committee regarding the NGS closure, and it should be known to the public. Whether or not the council had supported that resolution, SRP wanted something in the agreement that no Navajo entity could approve. And I'm trying to voice or say those words carefully, because I thought all delegates were at that meeting when it was discussed what SRP wanted from the nation. And that was a no-go from everybody who was at the table. And so they themselves killed the deal in requesting a certain condition. So I think in terms of the legislation that you sponsored, although the way it was voted on at that time, that was already pretty common knowledge in terms of their approach. So I think in terms of, just because that was mentioned on this legislation, and I think more information should be provided not only to this committee, but future leadership on what happened and what what was negotiated during that NGS negotiations and the part that SRP played in the closure. Moving on forward with this legislation, I did want to ask on page 2 of 3, line 13, that under the terms of the operating agreement, it talks about the Navajo Nation compensation. So it includes a bonus payment of $7 million, $3 million to the scholarship office, and an annual payment of $2,000 per producing well to Navajo Nation Scholarship Office, the maximum of $300,000, a payment of $10 per acre per year, which is the first 10 years of the operating agreement, and $2 an acre per year during the operating agreement secondary term, or as long as the operating agreement is producing oil, gas, and paying quantities. And starting on line 24, it starts talking about the following royalty payments for oil, for natural gas, and for helium, carbon dioxide, and related gases. The nation also has an option to receive its oil royalties in kind. So I need clarification in terms of the payment. Is this, for this agreement, is it explicit to the community that this money will go to Navajo Nation general funds? And this will go to Navajo Nation Scholarship Office? And that in these royalty payments, can you help me, or can the Minerals Department help me understand what does that mean to receive its oil royalties in kind? I understand the chapters have passed their resolution in support, and so I appreciate that the community has taken a stance, but I would like to know in terms of how this money is going to be coming down the pipeline, and especially this royalties in kind. I'm not exactly clear in terms of how that was negotiated, or what does that mean in terms of either, well, I'm going to pause there because I'm not exactly sure what does that mean in kind. I have a different definition, and I certainly have not had experience with an operating agreement that says their royalty payments will be in kind. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. We don't have anyone else in the queue. I'll go to Delegate Daniel So, and then we'll return to the sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, to the sponsor, Rick Nez, and to the agents. I guess one of the things that basically happens is an application for permit to drill is part of the BLM processes. I know in the helium legislation, there was reference to using the BLM process for approving the wells. And I don't see that particular reference to the BLM process in this legislation. The other is Ms. Felix mentioned OCD. That's an agency of the State of New Mexico Oil Conservation Division. And for myself, since we're on trust lands and Navajo Nation is a sovereign entity, why is there reference to New Mexico OCD? I know in the counselor area, a lot of the
wells are on BLM, and that's how come the BLM processes are used, and there is shared authority for approving certain actions of the requests that each of the oil companies take to OCD. And one of those requests is usually a setback. In the federal process, the federal regulations call for a 600-foot setback. In this operating agreement, what would be the setback? The setback refers to where a well is to be drilled and how far away from a Navajo residence will that well be. OCD waives that federal rule, and in cases over in the counselor area, wells are 300 feet away from Navajo homes. And that's where the concern for the VOCs permeating to the homes and basically causing various aspects of illness, headaches, nausea, and those aspects. So that is basically perhaps the Navajo Nation Department of Justice could answer those questions. Again, the other is to Ms. Felix. We know that each of the wells also harvest natural gas. However, over in the counselor area, allotment owners pay for shipping that natural gas off-site. And my concern is that reduces their royalty payment. And that is one of the items that is not defined in this particular agreement. Will the Navajo Nation have to pay for the transporting of the natural gas off-site? The other is the aspect of the royalty rates. Right now, it's I think the federal rate is 18.75, as determined with the legislation that the council supported. NABI supported that legislation that was sponsored by Senator Heinrich to increase the royalty rates from 12% to the higher rate. So now, that's the Navajo share of a barrel of oil. And so right now, I think the West Texas Intermediate is the basic place where the price of oil for our area is determined. And I think right now it fluctuates. So in that aspect, a barrel of oil, as we've found, is anywhere between 42 gallons to 46 gallons of oil in a 55-gallon drum. Now, at $88 a barrel, that's barely a little over $2 a gallon. Now, what about the fact that, and where would this oil that's harvested, brought out, where would the destination refinery be? Would it be into your home area of Artesia, New Mexico, or would it be piped down to the former Ceniza refinery that is now operated by Marathon Oil down close to Coolidge and Iyambato. That is questions to DOJ as well as to, oh yes, the other is Ms. Felix, can you furnish to this committee the number of times that you were cited for either produced water spills or spills of the oil? And in those cases, where there is cleanup, where do you take the contaminated soil? Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Back to you.
Delegate, so can you clarify who you would like to answer the question? You mentioned a couple folks.
Okay, basically the processes for approving the, as I stated, in the helium legislation, there was reference that the Navajo Nation would use the Bureau of Land Management processes. And this particular agreement and the legislation does not, I didn't find a place where that the approval of the wells, who would basically make those approvals. And because the Navajo Nation didn't have a process, that's how come in the helium legislation, there was reference that the BLM process would be used. And so I'm wondering and asking Navajo Nation Department of Justice why that particular reference is not in this operating agreement or any of the exhibits or in the main legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return to the sponsor, and then any representation that we have from the Department of Justice right now, can you please be prepared to respond to Delegate So after response from Delegate Nez and the agents to Delegate Crotty and Delegate Nez's comments and questions. So Delegate Nez, I will hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pro Tem Chairman Slater. Certainly appreciate you facilitating this Naabik'íyáti meeting today. Honorable Member Kenneth Crotty and Honorable Daniel So for your questions. It is these questions that help all of us as leaders to understand what as to how some of these legislations should be questioned. And back in 2019, as I recall, I believe we probably need to go back to that during that time when we debated that legislation for NGS and Kayenta Mine, that one of the areas and the reasons why SRP didn't want Intech to purchase the power plant as well as the mine was they wanted to do something else with the megawatts. So my comment is about we all understand. A couple of weeks ago, RDC took a tour out at Kayenta Mine. I wasn't there. And our people keep expressing, we have no jobs. How do we create jobs? How do we generate revenue? And I mentioned forest carbon credits that the council approved, which is a good thing because we have trees. We have oil wells up in Aneth, Montezuma Creek. We have oil and gas wells throughout the nation as well. Those agreements are with the Navajo Nation. They negotiate with Minerals Office. This is the percentage that we would like to receive revenue, royalties. If they include scholarship, then that's great too. Page 2 of 3, line 27, under F, under the operating agreement, the Navajo Nation will receive the following royalty payments: 18.75 for oil, 18.75 for all natural gas liquids and gases, excluding helium, carbon dioxide, and related gases, 25% for helium, carbon dioxide, and related gases. The nation also has the option to receive its oil royalties in kind. So, I'm going to hand the time back over to my agent, Honorable Pro Tem Slater, to Ms. Felix, as well as Ms. Jeremiah.
Ms. Felix, you're recognized first.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Carl Slater. So first, I would like to address Honorable Delegate Crotty and understanding the payments. And yes, Honorable Delegate Crotty, we have explained through our education and our community meetings with the chapters that the terms of the agreement and the payments found under the agreement will go straight to Navajo Nation. These payments will not go to the chapters. We have explained that in great detail. We have been working directly with the chapter officials to understand the needs of the chapters individually, as well as been asking those questions of the community members. What are the direct needs and the potential for partnerships with the chapters directly outside of the operating agreement? Because that has been a concern that has been brought up, and the way that EOG is looking forward to addressing that is with the chapter officials directly and the community chapter members, and making sure that we work with those chapters to see that we make sure that we've got agreements in place to be able to take care of the seniors, the children, and all the needs of the individual chapters on an individual basis. So those conversations have been going for a year and a half, and we look forward to continuing to progress them. Now, to the terms of the agreement itself, the bonus payment of $7 million will be paid directly to Navajo Nation within 5 days after the effective date of the operating agreement. A $3 million payment will be paid directly to the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office within 10 days after the effective date of the operating agreement. Annually, there will be a $2,000 payment to the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office on a per producing well basis. So if we've got one well producing, then we pay $2,000 to the scholarship fund directly. And then subsequent wells, you increase that as well to a maximum of $300,000 on an annual basis. Now, there is an annual payment in the primary term. The primary term is years 1 through 10. So there is a $10 per acre rental fee that will be paid to the nation on an annual basis. When we get into the secondary term, which is after year 10, there will be an annual payment of $2 per acre in the secondary term that will be paid directly to the nation. Honorable Delegate Crotty, I hope I addressed your questions adequately. And I will move to Honorable Delegate Daniel So's questions, and then we'll be happy to address any other questions you have, Honorable Delegate Crotty, after that. Honorable Delegate Daniel So. So the Navajo Nation Minerals Department does have an APD process in place, and that is a separate process. And I'm going to defer the provisions of that process to be answered by Rowena Jeremiah of the Navajo Nation Minerals Department. And that is why the process was not included into the operating agreement, because there is a process in place and we will follow that process. To address why mention to NMOCD, well, NMOCD passed what is called the New Mexico Waste Rule last year, and that rule is very stringent when it comes to greenhouse gas and emissions. That rule even, supersedes, meets, and exceeds what the EPA requires from a federal perspective. So that's why EOG strives to meet and exceed the worst stringent regulation out there to ensure that we are protective of persons, our employees, and human health at all times. That is why we mention NMOCD in that regard. You brought up the natural gas and how are we going to get that off-site and transport that. Well, we are working to partner with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for oil and gas transportation via pipelines. So we have engaged in conversations, and we're working forward to progressing those conversations so that we have pipeline takeaway through an entity through Navajo Nation. In regards to like and kind, this goes, I think, to both questions from both honorable delegates. I'm going to defer and let Ms. Jeremiah answer that, but I will just say like and kind means that EOG, the Navajo Nation, can take the physical barrels of oil and sell or use them instead of EOG paying the nation directly. So that's my high level answer, but I will defer and let Ms. Jeremiah speak to that in further detail. The last thing is Honorable Delegate Daniel So asked if I would furnish to this committee the number of times there has been an oil spill or water cleanup where EOG has received a violation. And that is all public knowledge, whether it's on tribal, federal, or state lands. In the state of New Mexico, NMOCD has a strict program in regards to spill and prevention. I would be happy to pull that data and send that to the committee. And again, I do want to reiterate that anything in regards to spills, whether it's self-disclosed per the New Mexico spill rule, or if the agency has imposed a violation on EOG, that is a public record as well, but I'll be happy to provide that information. And with that, I appreciate the time. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them again. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Carl Slater.
Ms. Jeremiah, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. To address Delegate Crotty's question about the oil royalty in kind provision, since 1995 to early this year, the Navajo Nation has had what we called a royalty in kind program. And this program allowed the Navajo Nation to take its oil royalties in kind rather than in value. We took the oil royalties in kind from most of Navajo Nation leases, but not all. And the Navajo Nation took these barrels, and in this case, if you use this operating agreement, it would be 18.75% of what the company produced. We would take those volumes in kind and we sold them to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. And Navajo Nation and Oil and Gas Company in turn had another separate contract, and this happened to be with Marathon. They sold that to Marathon. And so the money that we received was under a contract that the Navajo Nation had with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. We terminated that contract. We called it the RIK contract for royalty in kind. We terminated that RIK contract in early 2022 because it was no longer profitable for the Navajo Nation. Well, let me say it was still profitable, but it was more profitable for the Navajo Nation to take its royalties in value, which meant in this case it would be EOG produces the oil, they sell the oil to a separate company. Let's say that company is called ABC. The proceeds, the gross proceeds that EOG receives from company ABC, the Navajo Nation's royalty is based on that, on the gross proceeds received. It would be 18.75% of that gross proceeds. So that's the difference between in value versus in kind. So we terminated, the Navajo Nation terminated the royalty in kind contract with NOG because based on our analysis, we determined that the Navajo Nation would be receiving more royalty in value. And it's an economic analysis that we performed over a number of years. So what this agreement, this current operating agreement includes is a provision that states, hey, the Navajo Nation reserves its right to not take its royalties in value if we should decide to take it in kind in the future. So that's what that provision is all about. So Delegate Crotty, I hope that I answered your question. Back to the question regarding the APD. So that is not included in the operating agreement because it's a completely separate process and it's governed by the Bureau of Land Management regulations. So when EOG, after they explore their acreage, their area of interest, and they decide to drill some wells, they have to apply for a permit to drill. They apply for this permit to the Bureau of Land Management. But the application also comes to the Navajo Nation because we have our own process. And so the letter of application would come to the Navajo Nation with a supporting chapter resolution and also consents from the grazing permit holders if there was grazing in the area. It would also include a legal survey. It would also include a biological resource compliance form, a cultural resource compliance form. So it would have to go through Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation. And this application needs to include an approved operating agreement. Once that whole application is compiled, it goes through the executive review process. It starts with the Fish and Wildlife Department, HHPD, Navajo Nation EPA. It goes back to Minerals Department to make sure that everything is there. And then it'll go to the Division of Natural Resources. Afterwards, it'll go to the Department of Justice for legal review, and then it'll go to through the executive review process, which is OPVP. And then it goes back to BIA, and BIA has their own review process. So there's a BLM process, there's a BIA process, and there's a Navajo Nation review process. to make sure that the company, and in this case it would be EOG, has everything in place, everything required to do proper drilling. And that's the compliance with all the federal regulations that everyone is concerned about right now, concerning the water, concerning the environment, concerning any aspect of land that has to do, that's going to be disturbed by drilling. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Honorable Slater.
Honorable Slater, back to you, sir.
Thank you. Do we have any representation from the Department of Justice?
Good evening, Speaker Pro Tem. This is April Quinn from DOJ.
Ms. Gwynn, did you hear Delegate So's question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're recognized to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, honorable delegates, and thank you, Delegate Daniel So, for your questions. I will start with your question about the setback requirements and whether there are setback requirements in this operating agreement. The answer is yes, there are setback requirements. It is in section 3.06, which is titled Setback Requirements. And it says that the surface location of any well or wells that operator drills related to this agreement will be at least 500 feet away from any main residence, animal corral, ceremonial grounds, sacred offering areas, burial grounds, and any other areas of sacred or practical importance to the local community and its people. And to the extent available, the nation will provide to operator a map showing the areas to be covered under this requirement. So that answers the question on setbacks. The other question has to do with the APD, I believe, has to do with the APD requirements in the NOG agreement versus the EOG agreements. And I think it's my understanding that you're talking about the current NOG agreements that are pending with this committee via legislation 232-21. I'm not seeing any language that you mentioned about the BLM approving any sort of APDs and rather than the Navajo Nation. I think that was your question. The understanding both under the NOG agreements and the EOG agreements has been mentioned before that EOG will use the Navajo Nation's procedure for applications for permit to drill. And that's those procedures were adopted by RDC in 2011 via resolution RDC JN-05-11. And I won't go into that because I think Rowena did a good job of describing the process. But what I will note is that, let me pull it up, the EOG agreement, section 5.05 talks about APDs and mentions that they will be approved by the nation and by the feds. And I would also point out that the NOG agreements have a similar provision. I know there's 3 agreements. I looked at one, and generally those agreements are the same, but it noted that section 5F, as in Frank, in the NOG agreement also notes that APDs will go to the Navajo Nation for approval and then go to the feds for the appropriate approval. So if you have a reference with respect to the NOG legislation or the NOG agreements that you could point out, I would be happy to address any concerns that you have. But the understanding is that both under the NOG agreement and the EOG agreement, that the company will follow the same procedure, which is going to the nation and then going to the feds for any application for a permit to drill. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, colleagues, committee members. The floor is open for questions and discussion.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Cardi with a question.
Delegate Yellowhair also like to speak. Thank you.
Delegate Delegate Crotty, I'm going to let Delegate Yellowhair go first because he's not spoken on the legislation yet, and then we are going to come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shania, Delegate Yellowhair, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Stella. Thank you. I just want to let you know all the councils about the revenue projections. Based on the Honorable Rick Nance, he said the fund will receive like $20 million a year. That's a lot of money. This is a big money to Navajo Nation. The money has to go to Navajo Nation revenue projections. They're always like that. I think that's the law. And later on, it's going to be based on the program request when they need the money, just like scholarship money. This is my my comments, Honorable Slater, Pro Tem Speaker. Turn the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Pro Tem.
Before you start, okay, I just wanted to make sure we had everyone muted and why you're getting interrupted. Okay, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. If I could ask the sponsor and the agent, what is the annual amount $20 million? I haven't seen the projected annual amount. With that being in mind, I do recognize that the chapter has a supporting resolution, but in the comments, the chapter official vice president in the fourth paragraph stated that the chapter has formulated a community benefits fund. This was a hot topic on some former operating agreements or leasing or drilling agreements. I did see that Department of Justice assisted with the development of this legislation. Was or is the chapter community benefits fund part of this legislation, or is that a separate agreement that the chapter has made with EOG? Thank you.
Colleagues, committee members, any further questions or discussion before I go back to the sponsor?
Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Daniel So has follow-up.
Okay, Delegate So, you're recognized, and then we're going to go back to Delegate Nez. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Other colleagues. Mr. Chair Maya. And basically what I'm aware of is the royalties are based on what is pumped at the wellhead and not on the selling price that EOG would sell to somebody else. It's based on the wellhead volume. And in this case, over in the area I represent, the royalties are sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Special Trust Office. And from there, then the royalties are distributed to the LotNet shareholders. And you mentioned that this process is different. I'm just wondering, basically, why is there that difference that you explained compared to what exists over in the Eastern Navajo area? Thank you.
Delegate Nez, you're recognized to respond, you and your agents.
Thank you. Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Crotty for your question, as well as Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Daniel So. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Data Bahash, 20 million, forest carbon credits. When Blue Source is going to manage the forest carbon credits, they let council know approximately 20 million will be generated. That's separate. I wasn't talking about EOG is going to give the nation 20 million is not what I said. Then it is my fault. I apologize for that. I was making reference to my approved, the nation's approved forest carbon credits. At this time, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, I'll give time back over to Ms. Felix at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Felix, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater. So I would like to thank Honorable Delegate Yellowhair for your comments. Thank you, sir. And I would like to address Honorable Delegate Crotty's question. So first, I'd like to take the annual, the payments itself. So $10 million will be paid directly to Navajo Nation in year one. So that's $7 million directly to Navajo Nation, and that's $3 million directly to Navajo Nation Scholarship Fund. And then in years 2 through 10, $1.5 million will be paid for the royalty, for the rental payments. That is a total of $23.5 million of guaranteed revenue to the nation. Royalties on wells and additional scholarships will be additional to the guaranteed $23.5 million. To address the community benefit agreements. So the community benefit agreements are agreements that are separate from the operating agreement. And those are based on the individual needs of the individual chapters. Those will not be completed and worked on until after the operating agreement is approved and the Department of Justice has agreed to help us work through those. And I will, defer that if there's further question on that, I will defer to April Quinn on that point there. That gets my part. If there's any other questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Delegate Ness, does that conclude your response to the questions or responses?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Colleagues, committee members, the floor is open.
Pro Tem Chair, I had basically questioned Ms. Jeremiah.
Yes, I remember, Delegate. So I'll go to Ms. Jeremiah now.
Thank you, Delegate. So for your question, you asked about the royalty. Your question is on why it was not at the well site. The provisions of this operating agreement state that the royalty will be based on the gross proceeds for the volume that's measured at the BLM facility measurement point. So it is based on gross proceeds because the sale occurs at the BLM facility measurement point. That's where the royalties will be determined. So once the wells are drilled and a gathering system is put in place, the BLM will identify the location of the facility measurement point. And this is typically, but not always, a point that's on the lease. And so from there, that's where we will determine what the gross proceeds are. Now, you said that you referenced it. Why is this different from the eastern Navajo area? I need a little bit more information, but at times, the contracts, the sales contracts between EOG and their purchaser, those points or the sale is determined at a different point. But it just depends on the sales contract. With this operating agreement, it was specifically identified that this is going to be the point where we are going to determine royalties, and that is at the facility measurement point. Please let me know if I need to elaborate a little bit more. Thank you, Delegate So.
We don't have anyone in the queue, so I'm going to ask Delegate So if you'd like to ask a follow-up or respond to what Ms. Cheremiah said.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Yes, Ms. Cheremiah. And basically, to my understanding, each of the wells have a measuring device that measures the gallons produced from each well. And so that's the part that I'm, and you're saying at the selling point. And it sounds like it's away from the actual wellhead, that there's a BLM measuring point somewhere where several well sites converge their oil to. In that case, I guess that's the clarification I need. I lost my train of thought. The other aspect is that volume that's calculated at the BLM site. You're saying that's the selling point. Okay, the royalty that would be generated at that selling point, is that directly paid to the Navajo Nation, or is that royalty sent to the Office of Special Trust? And then from the Office of Special Trust, do they issue a U.S. Treasury check to the Navajo Nation for the 18.75% royalty rate? Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any further questions at this time? Hearing none, Ms. Cheremiah, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate So, for your question. I can answer that. The royalties that are paid to the Navajo Nation come directly to the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation has a royalty lockbox account with Wells Fargo. So the payers of the royalties, the companies that remit royalties to the Navajo Nation, they pay that royalty to this lockbox account with Wells Fargo. That's how we account for the amount of royalties that we receive from any company. Because it comes to the lockbox first, we account for it, and then at the end of the day, it's dumped into the Navajo Nation General Fund account. So I hope I answered your question there. Thank you.
Colleagues, committee members, the floor is open. Going twice for discussion. The chair has not been notified of any request to speak. There are no amendments. Ms. Sosi, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 22822? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay did not vote. Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Paul Begay. Delegate Paul Begay did not vote. Delegate Brown and Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton are excused. Delegate Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Yeah, these are the Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Delegate Amber Canez Bakrati votes red. Delegate Seth Damon is excused. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Delegate Herman Daniels. Delegate Herman Daniels did not vote. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Mark Freeland did not vote. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Delegate Pernell Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona did not vote. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Delegate Jamie Henio. Delegate Jamie Henio did not vote. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote? Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James did not vote. Delegate Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So. Delegate Charlene So did not vote. Delegate Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Delegate Daniel So votes red. Delegate Eugene So, how do you vote? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So votes green. Delegate Otto So is excused. Delegate Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Excuse me, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Delegate Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Delegate Edison Juanica votes red. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie votes green. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes red via text. Going back up, Delegate Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Delegate Paul Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Paul Begay votes green via text. Delegate Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Herman Daniels votes green. Delegate Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Mark Freeland did not vote. Delegate Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lone votes red.
Delegate Pernell Halona votes red. Delegate Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Delegate Jamie Henio. Delegate Jamie Henio. Delegate Jamie Henio did not vote. Delegate Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Delegate Charlene So votes green.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
We're having technical issues. One moment,
Colleagues,
please.
the voting system has frozen, so please give us one moment. But we've recorded the votes for Delegate James, Delegate Stewart, and for Delegate Charlene So. Colleagues, the vote is 9 in favor, 5 opposed. And I'm going to read the votes because the screen is frozen right now. Oh, actually, yeah, here, just send it to me. I'm sorry, did someone just speak?
Delegate Yellowhair, I'll vote green.
Delegate Yellowhair, you're changing your vote to green?
Yeah, I'll vote green already, so I'll vote green. For 10 speaker.
With Delegate Yellowhair changing his vote, that changes the vote total from 10 in favor to 4 opposed. Okay, and now on the screen, you'll see the accurate reflection. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, legislation. Okay. Legislation 22822 will proceed to the Navajo Nation Council. We're now at item L, legislation 7522. I'm going to ask for a speaker pro tem as this is my legislation.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem, I can do that. Delegate Ricknez.
Yeah, Chanella. I'll hand the gavel over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Next on the list, we have L, legislation 0075-22. Staff, could you read this into the record, please?
Legislation 0075-22, an act relating to the budget and finance, resource and development, health, education, and human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10 million from the Sahasin Fund to establish a new outdoor recreation fund for the Navajo Nation. Sponsor Honorable Carl Slater. Co-sponsor Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty. There is one exhibit for this legislation, which is an expenditure plan that is attached to this legislation. There was a 5-day comment period, which began on April 6, 2022 and ended on April 11, 2022. There were no comments supporting this legislation. There were no comments opposing this legislation, and there were no recommendations for this legislation. There was a second report for the Internet Public Review Summary. There was 2 comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no recommendations for this legislation. There was a third report for the Internet Public Review Summary. There was 2 comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Budget and Finance Committee with a due pass without amendment, and it was referred to the Resource and Development Committee. The Resource and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments, and it was referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, or excuse me, to the Health and Education Services Committee with a due pass and referring to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Navajo Nation Council is the final authority, and at that time, the legislation will be read in its entirety by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much for reading that into the record. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart, Chennai.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Second by?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Chennai, you have second. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any comments or questions on legislation 0075-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Staff, could we have a roll call vote on this legislation, please? Thank you. This legislation moves on to the full Navajo Nation Council for approval also. Go ahead, staff.
Shanola, Chair Nez, we're still having technical difficulties with the voting system here, so we're going to do a manual vote, and then I'm going to ask the staff to read out the vote afterwards, since it won't be reflected on the screen, just for transparency. Oh,
Okay.
Actually, Jalissa's going to be able to do it manually. Never mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Junior Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Speakers, Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Kadesha, this is Delegate Cardi. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith
I
Jr.
abstain.
is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Sorry. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas.
I vote
Walker
green.
Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Chair Pro Tem, you have 13 in favor, 0 opposed.
Freeland votes green. Good change. I vote.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Eugene So, you voted green. With that, you have
Ms.
14 in
Johnson,
favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson, for doing the roll call vote. Honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council, legislation 0075-22. Motion carries with a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. I'll return the virtual gavel back to Pro Tem Speaker Slater. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chanela Delegate Nez. We are now on legislation 20122, an act relating to the law and order, resources and development, health, education, and human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Nation Council, amending Nation Code 13 NNC subsections 1901, 1902, 1903, 1905, 1906, 1951, 1952, and 1953. The sponsor is Honorable Ricky Nez, and then the co-sponsor is Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Committee members, is there a motion and a second to consider legislation 20122?
Eugene So.
Is there a second?
Stewart, second.
I'll second Delegate Daniel So.
The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Eugene So and a second from Delegate Wilson Stewart. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Legislation number 0201-22, an act relating to the law and order, resource and development, health, education, and human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and the Navajo Nation Council. Amending Navajo Nation Code 13 NNC Section 1901, 1902, 1903, 1905, 1906, 1951, 1952, and 1953. Sponsor, Ricky Nez. Co-sponsor, Wilson C. Stewart Jr. We have no exhibits for this legislation. This legislation was completed the 5-day comment period. It was posted on October 18, 2025, or excuse me, 2022. And it ended on October 23rd, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was one comment opposing this legislation. There was no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee with a due pass with no amendments. There was a second report for the Internet Public Review Summary. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comment opposing this legislation, and there was one recommendation. This legislation went forward to Resource and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments, and it was referred to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a due pass and then referred the legislation to the Naabik'íyáti Committee with no amendments. Naabik'íyáti Committee is not the final authority. Navajo Nation Council is. Therefore, the legislation will be read in its entirety at via electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Committee members, are there questions or discussion on legislation 201-22? Going twice. Going 3 times, this legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council where it is the final authority. Ms. Sosi, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 201-22?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay is excused. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almar Begay. Honorable Almar Begay. Honorable Almar Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Cruddy. I vote green.
Thank you. We'll record your vote. I think that changes it to 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Ms. Nota, you got that? Thank you. They pulled a switcheroo behind me. We had Ms. Sosi, and then all of a sudden Ms. Nota out of nowhere came in to provide the reinforcements. So I apologize for not recognizing you the first time correctly. Committee members, legislation 20122 passes 14 in favor, 0 opposed, and moves on to Navajo Nation Council, where that is the final authority. We've now concluded new business, all of portion 6 of our agenda. Delegate Daniels, you texted in, you wanted to speak.
Yes, Pro Temp Chair. It's a long day. I want to make a motion to adjourn. Just you said that I set it up, so I'll make that motion. Take care, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Chair recognizes a motion to adjourn from Delegate Daniels.
Second, Stewart.
Second, Winika.
The chair recognizes a second from Delegate Stewart and a motion from Delegate Daniels to adjourn. I think it's only at council where it's non-debatable, so I will ask for any comments or discussion. Going twice. Going 3 times. Ms. Nota, can you please do a roll call vote on the motion to adjourn?
Honorable Almar Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Begay, can you please restate your vote?
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Seth Thaman is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 11 in favor, 4 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned at 8:12 p.m. Committee members, please be safe. Thank you for your attention to these important matters today. It's much appreciated, making sure that we get these reauthorizations for these 638 programs and that we process these legislations that have been worked on for some time by yourselves. be well, and to all of our staff and everyone on the road tonight, please travel safely. Get home to your family safe. We'll be thinking about you. We'll see you, everyone.